Hello and welcome, fright fiends, to this, the Horror Story Corner, where today we have another terrifying original tale inspired by true events. It's a frightening fable centering on a doomed protagonist who, knowing his fate, scribbles his final words upon sheets of paper. Sheets that, when read, may lead the reader straight into the bowels of the Horror Story Corner. Be careful what you go looking for in the woods, everyone. It may just find you. I hope you enjoy. And all fell silent. To the reader, if you are a relation or a friend, then you know who I am. If not, then you needn't know details as specific as my full name. If you wish to know this, a simple search into the history of these premises should service your needs, and hopefully, should you reach the end of this account, you will have some clarity regarding why it was written. But to acquaint us prior to starting, you may use the name Adam. Whether you choose to believe all that I am to set down is of no great consequence to me. I simply find a small comfort in the idea that someone else may hold knowledge of the events I am about to relate. If what I believe to be happening is true, then everyone else involved is either dead or soon to be so. My time is waning fast, and as I write I wonder if I'm not already too late to record my account fully. However, based on the timings and the events from the 2 previous visitations, I think I should be able to make it to the last word. In beginning this piece, I find it a necessity to venture somewhat further away from the topic at hand, commencing with some mention of my early life in order to furnish the reader with context, and produce the indication of a pathway that has led me to this ultimate fate. If you would be so kind as to indulge me by reading through this next section, I will not labour the point. I was a fearful child, sensitive and different to my family. I found it hard to cope with the dark, and I refused to sleep on my own. In my earliest years, my mother had to lie in bed with me until I fell to sleep, and if I woke to find she wasn't there, I would venture downstairs to seek her out. My father, a man who had little patience and even less knowledge of how to support a child, such as myself, said that if I insisted on being awake and refused to go to bed alone, then I would be welcome to stay downstairs with him. Only, I would have to watch the movies that he would watch. These movies were horrors, and from around the age of 4, I was subjected to many of the most horrific films and horrendous gore committed to the screen. It's hard to imagine why my father would choose to do this, now, as a rational thinking adult. Perhaps he thought it would scare me so much that I would stop coming downstairs at night, choosing instead to remain in bed and safely away from the terrors of the television. Regardless, it had the opposite effect. I became so terrified that sleep became an impossibility, even with my mother present. I would beg her not to leave me if I were to fall asleep, and when, after protest and tears, I finally did slip into slumber, I would never rest too deeply. A slight movement, and I would wake. If she was gone, I would go back downstairs to repeat the cycle and be subjected to further horrors, courtesy of Jason Voorhees or Freddy Krueger. I remember one night, once my father had realized that his plan wasn't working, he began to surge with fury because I had again left my bed and made my way downstairs. Instead of the usual torment, he grabbed me, pulled me all the way upstairs and threw me into the spare room. He then ripped out the light bulb and held the door shut from the outside with me locked on the inside, in the darkness. I screamed and banged at the door until my knuckles were bloodied, convinced that some opportunistic spectre was waiting for me, and had been eagerly anticipating the very moment when I would be finally alone in the dark. Every second I was in there was torture, and I sobbed and pleaded for a speck of light, for any tiny offering of salvation from my palpable doom. It was my mother who freed me in the end, pushing my father aside with scorn and taking me up into her arms. My father shouted something in response, words that I didn't know then, as he threw his fist at the wall, denting it. It's a bit of a blur now, but I remember the relief as I crawled into bed with my mother, pulling the blankets up to envelop my body, knowing that those two things, my mother and the blanket, would protect me from the monsters and cap the teeth of the biting abyss. Eventually, though, as I aged, this fear began to dissipate, and by age 12 I no longer dreaded the dark, but began to covet it. The paranormal fascinated me, and I would seek out any medium that was even the slightest bit macabre. From the cringy to the stomach-churning, I was hooked. Presently, as an adult, it has become a yearly tradition for my close friends and family to gather at my house on a Christmas Eve, to drink a mixture of Buck's Fizz, eggnog, and port, and to tell each other the most frightening ghost stories we can conjure. It is a tradition which I had insisted upon, having loved watching the BBC's ghost stories for Christmas, and having been fascinated by the custom which stemmed back to Victorian Britain. Did you know I used to delight in regularly informing anyone who would listen that the Victorian era saw the greatest number of recorded ghost sightings in history? This was due to both a mixture of ghost stories being so strongly in fashion and a lack of other modern-day mediums to distract the mind. Interestingly enough, most ghouls are created not from the death of a human, but from the boredom of the living, I would chortle. This little tradition of mine was born from a true passion, and I adored gathering round on the night before Christmas, trying my hardest to scare those that I cared about most. Tonight, though, the very same night that I sit at my bedroom desk and write these words, I did not want to tell a ghost story. In fact, I found it quite difficult to even listen to them without becoming uncomfortable. I tried to hide this as best I could, especially away from the children, but I doubt I managed well. With each tale told, there came a stab of fear, the kind which I hadn't felt since that night my father had locked me in the darkness. When it was my turn, I had to excuse myself by feigning illness. This wasn't difficult, as I look emaciated in my current form, and my voice is both faint and hoarse. I moved through the kitchen, sweaty and stumbling, holding onto the counter as I reached the back door and stepped outside. My wife wasn't too far behind and found me on the patio vaping. It was a habit that until very recently I had broken. She queried my abrupt departure, and though I attempted to quell her with further insistence that I was simply unwell, she could tell there was something off, as there had been for several weeks. Reluctantly, however, she gave way to my stubbornness and stated plainly that she was ready to listen when I was ready to talk. I wished, as she walked away from me, leaving me to sit in the striking frost and deepening twilight, that unburdening myself and confessing all to her might lead me towards some form of escape from my impending demise. But the wish is fruitless. Even if I could tell her, which I find quite impossible to do so, there is no escape for me. So instead, I took a small solace in restricting my love from having to endure the terrible truth. An aside, if it is you, my darling, who has found these pages, or if it is you, Arthur, or Jamie, I ask that you take them to the fire now, and cast them into the flames as my dying wish. Whilst it may have given me some comfort in life for you to know what was happening to me, there is no consolation in death. And now, I do not wish to ever remove the veneer of safety that curtains and obscures the true horrors lurking just out of sight, behind the whisper-thick veil of reality. I have seen the beyond. and I am beyond regretful for ever wanting to. Still, my family were perceptive, and it was hard to pass the remainder of the evening without constant questioning. The problem was that, for as long as they had known me, they had seen my passion for horror, for terror tales, for anthologies of gore. And sick or not, usually I would never skip out on our annual ghostly traditions. But the tradition itself was the core issue tonight. There was only one story I could recall, only one thing that blazed through my mind, and if I shared it, if I could share it, I knew my family would either think I was mad or think I was joking. But then, their disbelief might shift with the coming of Christmas morning to something much more unsettling. So instead I feigned illness repeatedly, and have waited until everyone is asleep, something which, for myself, I will attempt at all costs to stave off. It comes regardless, but I want to await it. I want to taste every moment I have remaining. I will have the last seconds of my life. So, rather than sleeping then, I have decided to continue with my tradition and to tell a ghost story for Christmas. This one, however, will be written and then hidden, and hidden well. Hidden so that the years of dust may gather upon the long-dried ink. Or, tomorrow morning I will find it out myself, laugh at my hysteria from the night before, and destroy it. If you are reading this, though, it is almost certain that I am dead. With that established, I will start my ghost story with Pluckley, a village and civil parish in the Ashford district of Kent, which is in the south-east. There isn't much to it, really. A few country lanes, some old farming buildings and agricultural land, an empty space where the once proud Surrendon House stood, an outdoor tennis court that was out of use and chained up whilst I was there, several houses that the general population couldn't afford, the Black Horse Country Restaurant, and that was it. There were no shops, no attractions, other than a minute playground, which was, in fact, just an empty field with a pair of goalposts dug into the ground. And, as I found out, there were also very few places to spend the night. This was a shame for me in the autumn of last year, as I had desperately wished to stay in Pluckley for Halloween. Instead, I had to settle for a place a few miles out of the village. I wished to stay because, whilst the village was dull and lifeless to the casual passer-by, I was aware of its history. More specifically, its place on the list of Guinness World Records for the most haunted town in Britain, apparently home to at least 12 different spirits, and, regardless of my inconveniently located accommodation, I was eager to find out if the place would live up to its reputation. Unfortunately, it was a disappointment. The problem was that most of the residents of the place were old and had no tolerance for ghost stories. I imagined naff Halloween decorations, autumnal-themed coffees in independent coffee shops, carved pumpkins lining the streets, and tour guides delivering the terrifying history of the place. None of this was present. It turned out that the people of the place found all things horror displeasing, and would not talk to visitors at all, around that time of year. It became clear very quickly from my dinner at the Black Horse, to the few stolen conversations I did manage to have, that I and every other visitor was a nuisance, and villagers wished rid of us. After my meal and a few swift halves, I wandered the streets of Pluckley, of which I could count on one hand, until midnight. And beyond a few disapproving looks from folks peering below their net curtains, and the occasional greeting from other ghost hunters, it was uneventful. Even the silence that grows the further removed you are from the city was a peaceful one, and not in the slightest menacing. I cursed the fact that I couldn't stay in one of the 2 local hotels. Halloween had been booked for over a year before I had started planning. One of those hotels was purported to be haunted by one of the 12 spirits of Pluckley, and had I managed to make a reservation there, I may have had more luck. I could have certainly kept an all-night visual. However, for me it was a boring night, and about as frightening as a wander down Sesame Street. The only redeeming feature was that, due to its location, away from any type of light pollution, and the oddly clear sky for that time of year, the stars were plentiful and magnificent. Thanks to this, I remember returning to my lodge unsated, but not entirely displeased. The next morning, I got my things and returned home, vowing that the next Halloween, the Halloween that has just passed, would be much more eventful. Sadly, I kept that vow. Hot off the disappointment at my stay near to Pluckley, I immediately checked the internet to see if I could rent a room closer, but even a year in advance, the hotels were fully booked. So then I began to do further research on the spirits themselves. I investigated their stories, the people who had claimed to see them, when they were most likely to be active, etc. And then, quite by accident, I came upon an article which read, "Derring Wood, the Screaming Forest." The article explained that the aforementioned Derring area was host to many strange phenomena throughout the years. Locals described it as a treacherous and cursed land, reporting that they regularly heard screaming coming from the woods, saw strange lights high above the lining of the trees, and spoke of shadows that would stalk dog walkers. It was believed to be haunted by the souls of those who had become lost and succumbed to starvation. Several other sources referenced an 18th century soldier who had taken to the woods to commit suicide, and stated that the initial hauntings began shortly afterwards. Interestingly, the woods were host to further unexplained events, which occurred much more recently. On the 31st of October 1948, 20 people were found dead. Their bodies, all face down, formed a perfect circle. And whilst the event was put down to cult activity and joint suicide, cause of death was never clearly determined. Exactly 50 years later, on the 31st of October 1998, 4 students who set out to camp in the woods disappeared, never to be seen again. And on the same date in 2008, a naked man, covered from head to toe in blood, was seen coming out from the woods and heading towards the village of Pluckley. Many locals state that they saw the same man walking from house to house and knocking on each of the doors. He was last seen entering a building through an open window on Smarden Road. The next morning, a man and wife and their 3 children were found dead. Again, the exact cause of death could not be pinpointed. Reading all this set my pulse racing, and I instantly sought out my wife and told her everything. I said that I intended to camp in the woods on Halloween night and asked if she wished to join me. The answer was as I had expected, for whilst my dearest Lucy enjoys horror, she does not care to seek out the paranormal, like I do. The year passed, and there were many standard life events and the usual highs and lows that come from living. None of these are relevant, however, so I will skip ahead to the day I stayed in Derring Wood. I arrived early on, wanting to secure a place deep and solitary, but also somewhere comfortable to spend the night. As citing paranormal events and exploring them was a passion of mine, and cataloguing them really wasn't, I had no specialist equipment with me other than camping gear. However, I had recently been bought a new mobile phone, which had a good camera. I decided, should there be any screaming or strange sights, I would record them on that, if only to revisit the event myself or share it with my family. I wish I could tell you at this juncture just how beautiful and untouched the ancient woodland looked, but as I arrived it was apparent that I wouldn't be alone, soaking in the beauty of the natural world. By the entrance to the woods were many cars and people with backpacks that, assumedly, had the same idea as me. And try as I might, no matter how deeply I ventured into the woods, I could find nowhere picturesque to make camp that didn't already have several tents set up. Eventually I stopped looking for seclusion and decided instead to choose the area most even and comfortable. Having finally found a good-sized clearing that suited, I placed down my gear and began to set up. Trying to build the tent, even though I had practiced several times in my garden, was embarrassing with onlookers. It was as though the simple action of them watching made the whole task become almost impossible. They observed me closely, failing to peg it into the ground, and there were visible smirks as my tent attempted to fly away in a momentary lapse of attention. I persevered, but my perseverance yielded no results. Thankfully, that's when Art came over. He was older than me by about 10 years, but he had a kind face and a comforting tone to his voice. I imagined that he would have a very strong squared jaw if it wasn't buried in the white forestry that began and jutted out in every direction from below his nose. He was friendly and pleasant, and I took a liking to him very quickly. "Need a hand?" he asked, and I just nodded, defeated. He smiled. "It's okay. There's a knack to it. Takes a few goes to get used to." I didn't tell him that I'd already attempted it several times at home. Within minutes, Art had the tent up, and I was both impressed and a little embarrassed by how effortless he had made it seem. "Well, looks like you have the knack," I said, gently patting him on the shoulder. "Ah, me? I was as bad as you once upon a time. But I've taken the wife enough now. She loves the outdoors. I don't really. But you do it for the ones you love, don't you?" I nodded. "Is she here with you now?" "No, sir," he said. "Just me. Couldn't talk her into it. Not even by trying to sell all of this beautiful nature. Although I know a couple of people that have set up in this clearing." "If not for nature, then," I started. "Why am I here?" "Well, same reason as you, I should suppose. It's Halloween, I've heard the stories, I was curious. Couldn't convince the wife to come on a ghost hunt. Thought it was a waste of time." "Do you think there's any truth to it?" I asked. "Gotta be some," he replied. "In the papers, isn't it? The grisly bits and the missing people. Well, that's fact. No denying it. As for the paranormal stuff, I reckon there's been enough witnesses over the years." He paused for a moment, and then added with a wink, "Who knows? If we're lucky, we might be witnesses ourselves tonight." I stayed in Art's company for several hours. He was easy to talk to, and although our age difference wasn't huge, there was something of a father figure in him. He didn't remind me of the fat, short, balding man that had raised me, but there was just some innate calmness that put me at ease and was magnetic. He introduced me to some of the others in the group, and then we opened a couple of beers together. We found, as we spoke more, that we had many passions in common, and before I retired to my tent, to get a few hours' rest, which would enable me to stay alert into the small hours, we exchanged numbers, and I promised to share a few more beers whilst fishing in the future. It didn't take me long to fall asleep, once I had shut out the lazy afternoon sun, but it was an odd one. Almost like 1 minute, consciousness was fully with me, and the next it was snatched away. But within the nothingness that followed, there were flickers of hot, crackling static which kept me from fully sinking. In the darkness, lit only occasionally by the flickering, I thought I saw a face, mouthing something to me, trying to scream. It looked weak, and I felt that I recognized it. It had a death-like pallor and deeply sunken eyes, almost corpse-like, and I think it was uttering some kind of warning. When I awoke, it was with a start, but I couldn't exactly reason or understand why. I checked my phone and found it was dead. This was strange, as I had ensured it was fully charged before I set out for the day. I took out my spare battery and plugged my phone into it, but after waiting for a few minutes, I found that it too was out of charge. So, leaving my phone where it was, I unzipped the tent and peered out. It was dark, but there was enough of a glow from the moon and brilliant sky of stars that most objects and silhouettes of the people were discernible. I thought I could make out the shape of Art, a lumberjack of a man in size and stature. He was stood furthest away and facing into the empty woodland before him. As I removed myself from the tent, I was struck by the biting chill taken on by the air. Reaching back inside, I seized a thick jacket and then approached someone who was stood close by. "What are we staring at?" I inquired, but I was met with a shush. I felt a spike of annoyance in my gut and was about to attempt to ask again more forcefully when I heard it. Off in the direction that they were all facing, there was a quiet but definite screaming. It ceased momentarily before beginning anew. It repeated this way in a semi-regular rhythm. My body became alive, filled with a concoction of curiosity, fear, and overwhelming excitement. I too joined the ranks in staring into the black nothingness, moving closer to it, fascinated by its mystery. Again the scream called out, somewhat louder than before, and rather than retreat, my legs carried me forwards until I was in line with some of the closest observers. I took a position beside Art, and he immediately turned to me. I could sense he was smiling as he spoke. "You scared?" he asked, not attempting in the slightest to mask his excitement. "No," I lied. "What do you think it is?" I flinched as the scream cried out once more, this time seemingly right before us, hidden in the darkness. "It's right there," Art stated. His vision fixed ahead, and for a moment I believed that he could see deeper into the obscuring night than I could. Then there was something. I saw it too. The outline of something. Very dim, but absolutely there. At first I caught sight of its edges only briefly, but as it moved closer towards us, it took on a more definite shape. As it screamed, and the sound washed a tingling fear across my prickling skin, I thought about moving back, retreating behind the others until this mystery was explored and safety was assured. But Art's unwavering determinism rooted me to the spot. His bravery emboldened me. The thing in the darkness continued becoming more solid and fixed in its shape, and was almost certainly humanoid. It couldn't have been more than a few meters away, but under the canopy of trees it maintained its secrecy. Suddenly, there burst a chorus of screams coming from 4, maybe 5 different directions before us. However, just as I had grasped onto Art's rolled-up sleeves, taking some comfort in the size of his tree-trunk biceps, the screams morphed into a young, mocking laughter, and several faces were lit by phone torches in the space in front of us, dancing around in the gloom and smiling like mocking ghouls. The air returned to our group, and there were audible sighs and mutterings of scorn as the group of teenagers illuminated their middle fingers, called us pricks, and ran back out of sight. Art just laughed and went to sit beside the embers of our dying fire. "Little bastards," he chortled as I passed by. I told him that I was still tired, and that I was going to get a couple more hours' rest. Art said that he was going to try to last the night, and promised that he would wake me should there be anything unusual, or if another group of children fancied messing with us. At that I clambered back into my tent, and, still wrapped in my thick jacket, got inside my sleeping bag. This time sleep was harder to come by. The adrenaline and frustration were still coursing through my veins, but eventually I began to drift into a more vivid dream than before. I remember I was still in the woods, but it was both brighter and more menacing than reality. There were hues of a deep purple that shimmered from the trees. Those same trees called to me, wanting me to press my hand against them in voices and tones familiar to me, but I resisted. I felt an indistinct fear of them, as though this otherworldly plant life had some strange design on my very soul. Instead, I was driven by a need to find something else. What it was at first unclear, but slowly it became more apparent that I was on the trail of a sound. The noise started as a humming and grew into a chanting as my floating, drifting form entered a clearing. In the clearing stood a circle of 20 fully naked men with bizarre carvings adorning their back. Fresh blood dripped from each of the purposeful incisions. It ran down their legs and pooled by their feet. I felt the intensity of their chanting grow as they fell to their knees. The woods around them seemed to respond to that intensity and pulsed along, spewing thick, noxious purple gases. Suddenly overcome by a striking horror, I attempted to resist approaching further, but my course seemed inescapably set. My consciousness and vision were pulled forward until I too kneeled and chanted. My back was in agony as I felt the same carvings write themselves into my skin, though I could detect no carver. Instead, they wrought themselves upon my body. Then I began to chant along with the others. Terror sprang sharply upon me as I looked at the faces of the men in the circle, and in reaction began to feel my own face. All of us were loudly chanting, and yet, in the spaces where our mouths should have been, was thick, bluish flesh with pulsing veins carrying dark liquid around our faces and up to our temples. As I attempted to scream through the newly formed skin that covered my mouth, I woke. Fear, however, did not disperse as freely as the dream had, for I found that whilst I was awake, I couldn't move. I lay there, paralysed, heart beating, furiously attempting to produce the slightest twitch from any part of my body, yet it refused. I lay there, utterly motionless, for longer than I care to remember, when, without warning, I sat bolt upright. But there was no relief from my panic state, because it wasn't I who had commanded my body to do so. I tried to quell my screaming mind, to tell it that this was also some horrific dream, brought about by the change in my location, and the type of excursion I had chosen to embark upon. But the lie didn't help. Everything was too real for me to entertain the idea that I was still sleeping. Next moment, my body was bent and twisted and forced against its will to a standing position. I felt a terrible aching as my hand contorted before me, bones rubbing agonizingly against one another until my fingers reached a state in which they could pull down the zipper to my tent. Then I lurched forward into the night, feeling nothing of the biting cold from before, but noticing that everyone who had camped around me were now stood in a circle with one space, awaiting its final member. Their faces were all drooping and expressionless, paralysed like mine, but as I caught the eyes of several of them, including Art, I saw they shared my terror. Once I had joined the ranks, nothing happened for several minutes, and I just hung there, suspended by some preternatural force, unable to do anything else. Slowly, I felt things crawl their way along my head, from the base of my skull to the commencement of my forehead. They were numerous and long, yet gentle, and not unlike fingers. I got the impression, rather than the physical sensation, that they were slimy. They carefully and softly pulled my head back until I was able to see it floating above. What I'm about to describe would have been harder to do so if this was my only sighting. However, having seen this terrible ghoul very recently, I can be more accurate. I cannot be exact, though, as for some reason the thing seems to obscure some aspects of itself from memory as soon as it is no longer seen. And what is terribly unpleasant is that I am convinced that the parts it obscures are the very worst of its visage. But as to what I can remember, I shall record here. Its skin is like tattered linen, ripped and thin. All of its limbs are much the same way, and they are numerous, moving with a soft sway, almost as if carried on some supernatural wind. The head is spherical to some degree, but leaks out behind itself and drips away like liquid. The eyes swirl and move, and sometimes become other features upon the face that I can't compare to any other facial features, human or animal. Wires adorn the top of its head, thick black ones that slick back in one moment and stand upon end in another. The rest is hard to place and eludes me. But there is no mouth upon the thing. That is definite. There is never a mouth. Seeing the thing was dreadful, and it held my gaze upon it until I was almost driven mad, and then I felt something painfully rise from my stomach. At first I thought that I was going to be sick, but as it exited I realized instead that I began to scream. I was screaming. Again, it was against my will, forced, the intensity of the scream seeming to double from one moment to the next. I heard everyone around me screaming too. I screamed until my temples throbbed and my throat felt torn and bloodied. The thing seemed to revel in it, dancing slowly on that same preternatural breeze that encircled it. Then it struck me. We were in the screaming forest, and all together we were screaming. Could this have been the mystery? Could this have been the screaming? Then a darker thought followed. Is this what happened to those that were found dead in the woods? Not long after, all thoughts started to fade in the exhaustion of having my screams ripped out of my mouth, and before long, consciousness was gone completely. When I awoke, I was back inside my tent, with the light of a brand new day peeping in through a small gap at the top of the zippered entrance. My body was heavy, tired, as though worn out, and my throat was painful, scratchy. I coughed to clear it, and was met by a stabbing pain that sent my hands clutching towards my neck. As the pain subsided, I felt around for my backpack and withdrew a bottle of mineral water. The coolness of it eased the pain somewhat, and I managed to choke down some paracetamols. Slowly, I sat and felt woozy. Pieces of the odd dream from the night before then started to return. I remembered seeing the creature suspended in the air, and us below in a circle, a sacrificial circle, waiting to be feasted upon. I remembered screaming and wondered if I had called out in the night. I wondered if that was what had made my throat so sore. I tried to check the time on my phone, forgetting that it was dead, and after failing, I decided to check in with the others in the clearing. However, when I emerged from my tent, which was laborious and accompanied by more pain, and once my eyes had adjusted to the brilliant light, I noticed that all of the tents were gone. Only Art remained, sat beside a tall backpack, poking at the ashes of the long-extinguished fire with a forked stick. "Morning! Morning, Art!" I tried to call, but little more than a whisper could force its way out, and that alone cut like I had swallowed fiberglass. I moved over to him. He turned towards me, large and smiling, but in a way that seemed dimmed in comparison to the day before. He was rubbing at his neck. "Slept through, I guess. Did I miss anything?" I managed to ask. Art's face grew stern, and I noticed something in his eyes that struck me as alarm. "You dreamed last night?" he asked, turning to look straight ahead of himself, into the trees and nothingness. His voice was hoarse.
Yeah, that freaky one. Something in the sky. Yeah,
Art stated, and then let the silence speak for some time.
They all did. Then they left. I did too, of course.
I could see it was hurting Art to speak.
Same dream. All of us. Kind of makes you get to thinking that maybe it wasn't a dream.
I felt an icy stab in my stomach.
I waited here for you to wake,
Art continued, lowering his eyes.
But I reckon we should both leave now. I don't reckon I'll go looking for this kind of thing again. Thing is, it's fun, looking for something. What you don't figure is how you're going to feel if you actually happen upon it. You don't think about how it might change you. I mean...
The stabbing sensation morphed to a light-headedness and a deep, dreadful sickness.
We saw something last night. I believe that. We went looking for darkness and we saw it. Problem is, it saw us too. Now it knows us. I don't pretend to know what that means for us. But I don't feel like it's a good thing, Adam.
Art stood and gave me a fake smile. He shook my hand, patted me on the back, and told me to clear up as quick as I could to get back to my family. Then he was gone. Later, when I reached my car, I looked back at the woods and vowed I would never visit again. I also think that I said goodbye to a version of myself. It was the me that loved all things mysterious, all things scary. And although at that point I had convinced myself almost entirely that the night before was nothing more than a dream or shared delusion, choosing to disagree with Art's interpretation, I had tasted enough horror, and been put off ever tasting it again. I returned home, and after a few weeks, and the settling effects of time, I had almost quite forgotten about the night in the woods. I certainly didn't allow it to cast any tangible shadow over my life, and instead my mind was filled with family commitments, preparations for the holidays, and the everyday occurrences that seem so important when we are so very close to them. Then I received a call from Art. When I saw the name flash up on my phone screen, that same icy stab of dread that I had felt with him the following morning in the woods pierced my stomach again. I think that when it rang I was watching some family-friendly movie with the kids. I'm not sure which one. They all blur after a while into moral messages and hidden risque humour to keep the adults on side, but I remember the terrible juxtaposition. I remember removing myself from the tranquility and peace of my happy family life and making my way to that cold kitchen, the colours and joyful sounds of the movie draining away as I answered the phone. I didn't say a word. I just let the silence hang there for a while, and Art did the same. Then the silence was shattered. "Adam, have you tried to scream or shout?" Art asked. I was dumbfounded, both by the randomness of his inquiry and by the shaky, weak tone of his voice. It hardly sounded like him. All confidence, all warmth had long since departed from it. "What?" I asked. "Have you tried to scream? You know, since that night?" At first, I slowly shook my head, but gaining clarity and realizing Art could not see me, I replied, "No. I need to see you." "Art," I started, wanting to find some lie that could end the conversation. I considered simply hanging up and blocking the number. "Tomorrow. I'll still have tomorrow. I'll send you an address." The line went dead, and I placed my phone on the counter. I moved outside into the chilly November air and drew in some deep breaths. I stood there, on the patio, looking down at the fence at the edge of the garden, blank. Inside, the phone buzzed. When I checked it later, I saw it was Art again. No pleasantry, just the postcode of a small cafe about 60 miles away. That night, I was still unsure if I should go. His call had affected my nerves greatly, and had pulled back to my mind imagery that I had wished forgotten. My wife had immediately noticed the shift, and I placated her inquiries as to my newly burdened demeanour by feigning illness, something that is quite easy to do when one feels as sick as I did, and a lie that has become a staple in this household lately. Drifting to sleep was difficult, and restful sleep eluded me. My dreams were full of conversations. Some were shockingly pleasant, with Art telling me that I had won the lottery, or that the night in the woods hadn't really happened, or some other happy twist which was soured every time I came around and realized it wasn't true. Others were haunting, filled with visions of hell beasts and soul-tearing ghouls. I woke, heart pounding with anxiety, the icy stab returning each time and not quelling when I realized that Art really did want to see me. This cycle continued until daybreak, when I finally managed a couple of hours undisturbed. As the light grew stronger and flooded in beneath the thick curtains, I woke. My first inclination was to go outside, into the back garden, away from the house, and to try to scream. Art's initial question was turning over in my mind. I wanted to try screaming and shouting. I wasn't quite sure why I had stirred with such a forceful need to test it out, but the fact that I had hidden 2 bottles of 15 mg e-liquid and a vape stick in the shed at the bottom of the garden did nothing to dispel the growing need. I exited the bed carefully, doing my best not to disturb Lucy. She moved slightly, and I believe she even asked where I was going, but soon settled back into a light Sunday morning slumber. I retrieved the objects from the shed, and then moved around to the back of the structure, placing myself between it and the garden fence, so that I couldn't be seen from the house. I slid slowly downward until I was sat on the concrete, my back pressed against the shed, and enjoyed 2 very long inhalations that were charged with strong nicotine. I had to pause after the second as I became very light-headed and sick, but it was an enjoyable feeling. My whole body was tingling and felt more alive and happy than it had in a long while. Suddenly all of my stress dissipated, and I chortled over my reaction to Art reaching out and his strange question. Pressing my feet against the fence and shoving myself so that my back was firm against the shed, I drew in a deep breath, and then nothing. I had intended to scream, but upon attempting, my body seemed to quite forget how to produce one. I felt that icy stab of dread return and pulled a stream of nicotine into my lungs to quell it. Then I drew another deep breath, intending this time to shout, but again, when I tried, nothing passed between my lips but air. Immediately, I cast my mind back over the few weeks since Halloween. There must have been a time where I shouted for the kids, laughed out too loudly, was shocked enough to cry out, but I couldn't place anything. I started to tremble. Why couldn't I scream? I tried several times, but each was more pathetic than the last. For some inexplicable reason, I could not raise my voice any louder than speaking volume. I began to hyperventilate and draw down on the vape stick so hard that I retched and almost passed out. Then my mind turned back to that black sky, that mouthless figure hanging and bobbing in the air, just close enough to make out its featureless features, the waving limbs reaching and swaying downwards towards us, and our screams in unison being pulled from our bodies. Had it taken them? Hours later, I was sat in a dingy little cafe on the outskirts of Manchester. The Pit Stop, it was called. The windows had metal bars on the outside and were clouded yellow with years of grease accumulating on their panes. The woman behind the counter, probably around 50, looked decaying and haggard, and had a deep voice that told of too many cigarettes. I had ordered a coffee, but had let it go cool without taking a sip. I was too on edge, turning over possible scenarios in my mind, wondering what it was that Art wanted to discuss, wondering why he had called me, of all people. He had known others there. Some of them he seemed to know well, so why reach out to me? The door of the cafe had an annoying, high-pitched beeping alarm every time it was opened, to rouse the attention of the woman who would, when nobody was at the counter, disappear behind hanging strings of beads that obscured what I assumed to be a pretty grim-looking kitchen. Each time the alarm sounded, I jumped and cast my vision eagerly towards the door, and eventually, after several false starts, he entered. At first, I almost didn't recognize him. It had only been a few weeks since we had met, but the time between had changed him greatly. What was a friendly but formidable in stature man had transformed into something bent, weakened, and tired-looking. He had aged years since I had last seen him, and the kindly smile had been replaced by something quite different. His cheeks and eye sockets seemed sunken, and he wore some unknown burden heavy around his shoulders. He shuffled towards my table, feigning a slight smirk when he caught my eye, and sat labouredly with a great deep sigh. Over the phone, I had thought there was a weak and crackling signal, but now I understood that was just the alterations to his voice.
"You try it, then?"
he asked, eyeing me from somewhere buried beneath the piles of dark bags. "Try it?" I queried, half knowing to what he was referring.
"Yes. Did you try to scream?"
The words sent a pulse through my body, a throb of indistinct fear. "Art, are you okay?" I tried. "You're worrying me a little."
"Sorry, Adam. I really am."
And I saw his features soften, sadden.
"But the truth is you ought to be worried. More than that, even, I fear. All of us should be worried. I certainly am."
"Did you try to shout? Did you try to scream?" He pressed harder. "Yes," I relented. "I went into the garden and tried it."
And
I couldn't do it. I just had nothing, no force in my lungs when I tried. I couldn't raise my voice above the speaking volume. But you knew that, didn't you, Art? Otherwise you wouldn't have asked. His vision was fixed on my coffee cup. "You knew, didn't you? What's going on, Art? Why do you want me to come out here?"
"Your coffee's gone cold,"
he stated, almost in a mesmerized manner before looking back up at me.
"You want another one? Can't say that I'll join you. I've quite gone off eating and drinking of late."
"What's going on, Art?" My voice took on a desperate note, and whilst I could see that Art didn't intend to torture me, he was finding it hard to put the words of what he wanted to say together.
"Okay, Adam. Here's what you're going to do. I've been thinking about this, and I've pieced it all together and made sense of it in my own head. But I ain't said it aloud to anyone yet. Not in its entirety. You're the first one I'm warning. Won't be the last today, but I reckon that if you stop to ask me a question, I ain't going to be able to start again. So once I do start telling you, I need you to not interrupt me. At least not until I'm finished. What I'm going to tell you is fantastic, and seeing how you probably ain't got no proof yet, you'll likely dismiss it. You'll certainly think it sounds absurd, but I need you to just save that. Once I'm done, you can call me mad or comment how you like, okay?"
He stared at me, and I could swear that I have never seen a look so absolutely serious and in need of an answer as this one. So I very swiftly acquiesced, even though in actuality I dreaded hearing what he was about to say.
"Good. Okay. After that night in the Screaming Woods, I tried to bly it out. Didn't think of nothing and went about my life. Didn't say nothing to the wife about it. Felt there was no need in worrying her. Anyway, as the hours gathered between the event and being home, it started seeming like a dream. I giggled at myself for being funny in the head and letting it get to me. You know, a dream, nightmare, whatever. Sort of thing a grown man ought to not fear.
At this point, I noticed that Art kept rubbing at his throat, as though it were hurting him to speak for so long. I wanted to ask him if he needed a water, but chose to let him continue undisturbed.
Second day after getting back, I was in my workshop, putting together something small for the kitchen, when I struck my thumb hard with a hammer blow. But though I tried to call out bloody murder, I couldn't raise my voice. I'll tell you, Adam, pain hurts a hell of a lot more when you can't scream or swear about it. I tried several times after that, but nothing. Just like you. I couldn't raise my voice louder than I'm talking right now. I booked in to see the doctor about it. She thought I must have strained it out in the woods. Maybe I'd called out in a nightmare or something. But the darndest thing, the good old doc couldn't see a thing wrong with my throat, even though I was in a lot of pain from it. Still, she ordered up a litter of tests to be safe. Suggested it might be psychological, though.
He paused for a moment here and lowered his forehead into his hand. He seemed deeply exhausted and affected by having to share his story. Again, I wanted to offer him something, to perhaps extend a comfort that I myself barely felt I could give, but instead I waited, stoic, for Art to continue.
Then,
he said, lifting his pale eyes again.
Then it was the 6th day, and I heard from another one of the lads in the clearing. I don't think you spoke to him, Reg, but he was there with us, and he saw what we all saw. He called me on the phone on that 6th day, and he was rambling. He sounded different, so I wasn't quite sure who it was at first. He was spitting out warnings about demons and soul suckers hunting him down. He kept repeating that he was a dead man, over and over. Then he hung up. I tried to call him back, but there was no answer. Eventually I gave up. Didn't know him too well, just an acquaintance, you see. But I resolved to call him the next day, once he'd had a chance to calm down from whatever it was that upset him. But the thing is, when I rang him the next morning, he didn't answer. His wife did, and she was in hysterics. Eventually, she hung up on me too, but I'd heard enough to know Reg was dead.
I felt my heart sink, and my hands began to tingle. Someone who was out in the woods with us was dead. What did this mean? Why was Art telling me this? Was I in danger somehow? I began to feel a little faint, and Art must have noticed, as he asked if I was feeling okay. I nodded and wafted away his attention and told him to continue, which he did so immediately, as though only the momentum was keeping him going. I was shaken after that. Rang around the few others I knew from the clearing. There was 20 of us there, Adam, including me and you. I know. I counted. 18 men and 2 women. I had the numbers of 5. On my 3rd call, Doug, he told me that Reg had died, and I told him I knew. Then he said it was strange that both Reg and Dick, another one from the clearing, should both die so close together, and that he didn't understand it. He was in denial, though. Put it down to circumstance, and when I mentioned the thing in the sky, he said he had to go. But that was 2 of them, both dead. Then I started to do some digging about them woods, and about those mysterious occult deaths and disappearances. Nothing matched, though. There was nothing about people going home and dying off one by one. Although I wondered, what if there were previous deaths? What if they were so natural looking that no one linked them to the woods? What if they saw something there, like we did, but for some unknown reason they didn't or couldn't tell anyone else? Maybe there was some force that made people miss the link, forget the link, accept it as natural when it's anything but. You know, Adam, it's mighty bizarre, but even after everything I've been through, and I'll get to that in a minute, even after it all, there's something in my head telling me it's a dream, that I'm mad, that I ain't got nothing to worry about, and I think it's that thing,
That accursed beast from the forest whispering to me, hypnotising me, stopping me from kicking up a fuss.
I could tell that Art wanted to shout at this point. His eyes started to turn bloodshot, and he tightened his fists, but he physically couldn't, and this made his face flush red in anger.
9 days later, a good friend of mine dies. He was in the woods that night too. His son rings to tell me he went peacefully in his sleep. 3, at least 3 dead. Though I reckon it was probably more by this point. Then 2 nights ago, I get into bed, and I find it mighty hard to sleep, haunted by what I know might be coming. I do, eventually though, begin to drift away, and I get this horrible sensation, this terrible feeling of being watched, and then I find I can barely move, like I'm trudging through sludge and near paralysed. I have enough strength in me, though, to open my eyes and look down to the foot of my bed. There it is, up close, the thing from the woods. Its swirling, undefined shape, stretching out into hideous proportions and positions before me. I can't scream and I can't shout because it's took that away from me, and the thickness of the room makes pulling in my breath hard. I say my wife's name, but she doesn't even stir. I feel tears streaming down my face, and then the room begins to vibrate with a sound I ain't never heard before. But I know exactly what it is. It's thousands of voices, all screaming at once, deafening me, turning my tears into blood. Then its thick, torn fabric-like arms wrap around me, and I feel so weak, like something is being drained from me, like my life, my remaining years are being stolen, melting, and I feel older, tired, so tired.
Arthur sighed and dropped his head into his hands, but he carried on.
Next morning, it feels like a dream, and for some reason I can't explain, I'm euphoric. It's like I've been mesmerised or something. As the hours pass, though, and it gets closer to night, I'm overcome by a terror. But try as hard as I might, I can't seem to tell anyone, to warn anyone. It has an invisible power over me. I can't warn those that I love. The second night goes much like the one before, and I woke again this morning feeling the same euphoria. And as the hours are progressing, Adam, I'm getting this horrible sick feeling. I reckon tonight is the last night. For some reason, I just can't get it out of my head. 3 nights. I think the third one is the last.
But Art, I implored, unable to hold back my macabre inquisitiveness any further. You said you couldn't tell anyone. You couldn't warn them. That the thing made you unable to speak of it through some hypnotism. But you're here. You're telling me. How can you be warning me then? A chilling smile stole over his face, and then horror immediately after, almost as though the two emotions were felt by 2 entirely different entities.
I think it likes us knowing. The ones from the woods. I think it's enjoying our fear.
We both sat in silence for several minutes after that. Then, with a suddenness that took me quite by surprise, Art leapt up and exited the cafe. I tried to call after him, but I could not raise my voice louder than a polite conversational level. Once he was out of sight, I drove home feeling deeply sick and picturing an all-consuming void hanging high above me in the sky. The following day I called Art, and wasn't necessarily surprised when I heard a voice that was not his. His nephew said he was sorry, and told me that it had been painless, before leaving me with a cold dial tone. Arthur was right, though. From that point, although I could contact those that were in the woods that night and conduct my own solitary research, when I tried to approach the police, a private detective, a bodyguard agency, or even my own family, some preternatural force stopped me, filled me with distracting elation, and set me on a different course. I couldn't share the story. I couldn't tell my tale. Every 3 days it kills. There were 20 of us in total. By that reckoning, and although I haven't checked into everyone, 17 of the 20 will be dead now. That's if it started the day after we turned from the woods, with no spaces in between. That also means that 2 are left after me. And I died today, on Christmas Eve. 54 days after we all saw it. None of us will make it to the new year. I've seen it twice, just like Arthur. And just like him, I somehow know that tonight is my end. The terrifying thing is this. It didn't steal our screams to stop us summoning help when it comes for us. No. In fact, after shaking my wife repeatedly on the second night, when momentarily free from its lulling paralysis, I found her in quite the comatose state, unable to be roused. And so I meditated on the why for some time, and I believe I have now happened upon the answer. When we are scared, screaming is an outlet, a way to cast out that fear and in some small way alleviate it. By removing our ability to scream, our capacity to call out, it removed our outlet for quelling our horror, and I think it feeds upon that feeling. I believe whatever it pulls from us that leaves us withered and weak, and in the end dead. Call it life force, call it a soul, call it what you will. The thing likes it more when it tastes of utter dread. So it takes our screams and lets us baste our souls in terror. This morning, all of this felt so much more like a dream than reality, and I was confident that tonight I would not be disturbed by visions. Elated, I laughed and was merry over the fool I had been the night before. I was eager to share spooky tales, and to see the loving faces of my family, knowing with confidence that I had many more years with them. However, as each hour has brought on the seeping darkness, my fear has grown. I am quite surprised I am able to write this down at all, for until this very moment I have been unable to share a word of this creature's existence with anyone outside of the 20 men and women who were with me in that accursed wood. Although I feel as though the thing finds amusement in this act of letter writing. I can almost hear a mocking laughter at my ear, as though it knows the reader will take it as nothing more than some long-hidden, scary story from the delusional mind of some drunken author. But here I am, and all I can do now is write. Presently, I am a child again, locked in a dark room without a light bulb. Someone's hand is holding tightly at the doorknob, trapping me with my fate. Only this time my mother won't be on the other side to release me, and to take me up into her arms. The thing has been opportunistic, and knew that I would be here eventually. And, as each second passes, the vividness of the memory of it grows stronger and more terrible, each recollection more solid and pronounced, until I am almost certain that my bed is a tomb, and that by writing my last words upon this page, I have nothing left to do but to go, terrified beyond all measure, to my grave. And Jesus! I remember, I realize now, that it does have a mouth, a hideous, all-consuming mouth, and by God, if it isn't the worst part of all, oh my God, it hid this until the end. One last, petrifying act of maddening horror.
Well, it seems Adam found out the hard way that curiosity really can kill the cat, and that there are things out there, mysteries in the darkened woodlands, spirits which exist high above us, watching us, things that we shouldn't disturb, lest they drag us to the darkness of the Horror Story Corner. Thank you for listening, and as ever, sleep well. Hello and welcome, Fright fans, to the Horror Story Corner, where tonight we have a fiendishly fear-filled fable penned by me, the caretaker. It concerns a man named Gibson, a solitary man, a boring man, a man whose very existence is sustained by the mundane. That is, of course, until he takes a little fall, or what seems small at first. However, as our story progresses, he may just find he's taken a tumble right into the deathly corridors of the Horror Story Corner. I hope you enjoy Gibson's Fall.
Richard Gibson was a singularly dull individual who accomplished little and aspired to little more. His childhood was ordinary, his work life was monotonous, and his personal life, of the small amount that he had, was boring. It could be said of Gibson that he was so very ordinary that it was almost extraordinary, which makes the peculiar circumstances in the moments leading up to his death so odd in their stark contrast to his everyday life. Years had elapsed between Gibson moving into flat 16B and his ultimate demise. However, the residents of that dilapidated eyesore of a building, nestled cosily between the closed-down steelworks and the crumbling city's red light district, barely knew of his existence. His end began with a fall. Gibson had taken breakfast, toast on wholemeal, no butter, one boiled egg, and half a grapefruit, at his usual time of 7:30, and had completed this and his black coffee, no sugar, by 7:38. It was a meagre meal, but sufficient in setting up the day. He was a short, thin man, whose body required little in the way of sustenance, and the meal would sate him until his lunch of 2 cream crackers, no cheese, 15 grapes, 7 green and 8 purple, and 200 millilitres of orange juice not from concentrate, no artificial colouring nor preservatives. Meagre suited him. He wasn't exactly sebophobic, but he did have an unexplained and overwhelming fear of feeling too full. The uncomfortable, aching sickness associated with overgorging oneself was to him the stuff of nightmares. So meagre was plenty. Once breakfasted, and after the caffeine had started to take effect, he took up his briefcase, placed his neat domed black hat on his head, and slipped on his slender black tie, pulling it so tight that if his neck were but a millimetre more in diameter, he might have throttled himself. As he passed the mirror, that hung in the entryway, the only mirror in his apartment besides a small portable one usually found by the sink in the bathroom, he noticed a small crease on his shirt, which churned his stomach, and although the thought of being a couple of minutes behind schedule sickened him further, the weight of the crease was heavier. He removed his shirt, and taking a hot iron in hand, repeatedly pressed and steamed it for a full 2 minutes. He inspected it closely in the mirror for a further few minutes before he moved out into the corridor. He would usually leave at 7:40. Today it was 7:48. And it would normally still have been early enough for him to avoid all life inside of his building. However, on this occasion, and for some inexplicable reason other than the will of fate itself, he noted how positively brimming with life it was. The twins from the room 2 doors down were careering back and forth down the hallway, making a tremendous fuss, giggling and banging their grubby little hands all along the wall as they did. James Herbert, the grocer who lived 2 floors higher than Gibson, was lugging a huge sack of new potatoes up the stairwell, and making quite the clamour about it. He had a total of 6 floors left to go, and Gibson did not have the slightest inclination to offer him help. There was an obnoxious woman with too large a bosom and a grating voice, speaking loudly in the direction of her husband, a weed of a thing who was 1 meal away from not existing. Both were stood on the small landing between Gibson's floor and the one below, and from above came an annoyingly regular thudding of some elderly gentleman's cane. This unexpected pandemonium served to unsteady Gibson, to the point that he was quite unable to notice the stray toy that the twins had left carelessly at the top of the staircase. And, being in the rush that he was to make up the lost time, he stepped on it quite speedily and with no real way of righting himself. He fell down 15 steps in total, and in a state of utter confusion and shock, had let his body go limp. This action, as explained to him later by the paramedic, had saved him from some broken bones, although he had sustained a sufficiently nasty abrasion to the head which troubled him enough that he called in sick to work for the day. Dizzy and alone, he spent most of these solitary hours in silence, looking out of his small, dingy window and watching the ever-grey sky. It unleashed torrent after torrent of icy-cold rain down onto the umbrella-topped figures darting about below. They hurriedly found their destinations, then in time tired of their chosen endeavours before returning through the rain-sodden streets to where they had originated. It was like a sombre, orchestrated dance, beginning and ending in the same way. It reminded Gibson of death, and doused his spirit in the kind of dreaded understanding that only humanity shares. Casting his vision away momentarily, he noticed a small leather-bound book on his table that he remembered purchasing but not placing in that spot, and beside it was a slender blue and silver Parker pen that had been his father's, but which he also did not recall putting on the small table. This only troubled him briefly, but for that brief spell, trouble him it did. He was a meticulous man when it came to keeping order in his abode, and the fact that he could not remember putting an item in a specified location was a worry. However, he soon put this down to the nasty knock on his head, and resisted the urge to leaf through the pages of the book, even if there was an odd compulsion gnawing at him, telling him there was something important that had been recently committed to its pages. It was here, then, that Gibson first began to detect a slight buzzing or ringing, or rather something quite a lot unlike either, but so quiet or indistinct that it was almost beyond perception, let alone loud enough to accurately describe. Once he had perceived it, though, it may well have been deafening, or at least to the proportions that it seemingly later became. He was immediately frustrated by the sound, and could do little to distract himself from it. He tried to turn on his radio to drown and wait it out, but knowing that the sound was there, underneath it, was as troubling as the sound itself. He shut off the radio and began to pace his small apartment. He noticed that, stood or sat, and when moving to the farthest left or the farthest right of the apartment, the noise remained precisely the same. He covered his ears with his hands, and then he plunged his neatly trimmed but skeletal fingers into them, and both times the noise stopped, replaced by the usual cupped ear sound as if one were under water. However, he couldn't determine if it had actually stopped, meaning that the noise was external, or if the sound of the cupping was enough to disguise or mute the other. Obsessed and increasingly panicked by the steady, unceasing and near-silent sound, he lifted the receiver of his landline, a grey, no-frills object, with uninteresting push-buttons, and dialed the number of his local GP. The sound of the dial tone, the beeping of the buttons being pushed, and the ringing of the phone again disguised the frustrating drone, but the moment he removed the speaker from his ear, it was there, unchanged and continuous. "Good morning, Woodland View Medical Practice," answered a voice far too chirpy for a rainy Thursday afternoon in November. "Dr. Mukherjee, please," requested Gibson, not impolitely. "What is this regarding, sir?" At this, Gibson considered his response, and decided that a slight, almost imperceptible noise, so soon after a head trauma, was perhaps no real reason to interrupt a busy doctor's schedule. He apologised for any trouble his call may have caused, and then returned the receiver to its cradle. The noise was still present, but he figured, from a more rational standpoint, that it was either external, in which case it would cease eventually, or if it were a result of the fall, it should resolve itself given enough time. If that were not the case, then he could always contact the good doctor at a later point. The light grew dimmer outside, and it made Gibson tired, but he wouldn't sleep yet. Whilst the paramedics hadn't specifically told him he should abstain, he wanted to ensure he would again wake. So instead he turned on the television. There was some slow cooking show that made him even more tired on the one channel, and a pop music chart show on the other, which made him promptly turn the set off again. Instead, he thumbed the radio into life and listened to Tom Edwards for several hours. As the dimness gave way to twilight, and the twilight morphed into a thick darkness, Gibson decided that he should be safe enough to rest. And whilst the noise was still present, he found it easy in his worn-out state to drift into a swift slumber, pleased that the resulting sleep would obscure the sound, at least for a time. But the satisfaction did not remain with him throughout the whole of the night. It woke him. The red numbers of his clock stood out in the darkness, and whilst he found the brightness crass, he had to admit, in the early hours, it was more practical than his beloved analogue carriage clock. It was 4 minutes past 3, and the sound had grown just loud enough to disturb him. Not yet loud enough to have any true distinctiveness, but certainly an unquestionable fact now. Certainly real. He tried to force the noise away. Again he plugged up his ears with his fingers, then with earbuds. Then he tried to cover it with the television and the radio, which so happened to be playing his favourite record.
It had to be you. It had to be you. I wandered around and finally found the somebody who would make me be true, would make me be blue, and even be glad just to be sad thinking of you.
It called out to him like a siren song, trying to lull him, trying to tell him to rest. But it did not have the usual stirring and quelling effect. He tried fruitlessly to force more sleep, to make it through the night, but he knew that just underneath the everything that he had conjured to mask and stifle that singular, continuous noise, it remained. This became maddening, all-consuming, the only thing that Gibson could focus upon. So he shut it all off, he shut it all down, and instead he went to sit by the window as he had done earlier in the day. He pulled up one of his 2 cheap wooden chairs, the other was completely unused but reserved, just in case, and he looked at the small table with the black notebook and the pen that he hadn't placed. Again, this was momentarily distracting, and again he felt that he should open it and read and explore its mystery, but a dark dread set in and stopped the thought dead. He felt flushed, hot and a little breathless, so he propped the window open to let in the rain-cooled night air, and as he did, something miraculous happened, something that relieved Gibson in an instant. But being the cautious creature that he was, he did not accept the relief completely until he had sufficient proof. He closed the window and then opened it again. He repeated this 3 times with a short pause each time after it was closed, and then opened. When the window was closed, the noise reduced in volume, became minute, barely perceivable. But when the window opened, it became detectably different, more solid and less like a singular ring or drone, but something composed of more than one single note. After his short test, Gibson was greatly pleased, for the affected volume, by the opening and closing of the window, told him one definite truth. The noise was extraneous, and therefore was not related to the hitting of his head. It was not imagined or a symptom of the fall. It was coming from an unspecified region off in the distance, and more important than this, he was becoming ever more certain as he held his head out of the window, icy droplets of rain flicking onto the larger protuberances of his countenance, that this sound was some kind of music. Of the origin, type, instrument, one or many, he was uncertain, but there were almost the makings of a melody that was carried across to him on that sodden night's air. Satisfied and chilled by bitter winds, Gibson closed the window and returned to his bed. The clock seared 4:52 a.m. into his vision, and as he lay his head onto the pillow, he noticed a marked return of the dizziness he had felt earlier in the day. The music through the closed window became a singular hum once more, but one that was no longer quite as unpleasant, although it was annoying to him that it should have lasted for so long. There was a peace in knowing that its source might be explored rationally, should it refuse to quieten. He closed his eyes, and an embrace of slumber came on immediately. At 6:30 a.m. Gibson awoke to hear the sound very much unchanged, annoying but tolerable and ignorable. What was not bearable, however, was his dizziness. It had remained, worsened even, and so he called into work and requested the remainder of the week off. He stated he was willing to use his holiday entitlement to cover the absence, but having never taken a day of leave for sickness, or for a break in the many years he had worked for the company, he was told that he needn't bother, and that he should remain at home until he was well enough to be back at work. The sentiment touched him. Gibson had very few connections in his life, but he was a loyal man, loyal to his company and to his work, and it was nice that, whilst he had made no friends or even so much as an acquaintance, he was noticed and he was appreciated. He turned over, closed his eyes, and let unconsciousness take him. At 9:12 a.m. he breakfasted on a singular piece of brown toast, no butter, 200 millilitres of orange juice, not from concentrate, and an egg boiled. The weather had settled, and now, and even with the window closed, Gibson could detect differing characteristics within the sound, so much so that he again opened the window and leant out above the street The distance down to the ground and the sudden feeling of how easy it would be to let himself fall made him slightly queasy. There was a rush of something like adrenaline and a small voice that wasn't serious but told him to let himself go. This made him recoil and nudge the small oak table. As he did, he almost disturbed the stern-looking notepad and pen, which remained in their unconsciously placed state. And the action, for some inexplicable reason, filled him with an incomprehensible horror. But it wasn't disturbed, and the feeling soon faded as his attention once more centred on the bizarre noise. He closed his eyes and took in more of it now that the rain had ceased and the wind had slowed. It was certainly music, and seemingly from a lone instrument, although he could not determine the type. It was still too slight, and he was not an aficionado. There was no singing, no voice, just a melody, but so whisper-thin that it could barely be understood, barely commented on, barely taken in by the listener, and this frustrated him. There was, however, something recognizable about it. Perhaps it was a piece that he knew. He figured that its mystery was probably no more than a radio tuned to the third programme, classical, now named BBC Radio 3, and left on by some forgetful owner. The increase in volume could be put down to the listener increasing it manually the night before, and by the alteration in the weather this morning, and nothing more. He thumbed on the radio.
Some others I've seen might never be me, might never be poor, try to be more, but they wouldn't do.
His favourite song returned, and his stomach turned, slightly, at the oddity that it should still be playing. He shut it off, closed the window, and walked from one end of his small apartment to the other. He was still slightly dizzy, so he took up a place in his most comfortable seat, a fabric armchair, and decided to spend the day making up for the ridiculous sum of 72 guineas that he had forked out for his Murphy television set. They had sold them in many colours, including a ridiculous red. The adverts proclaimed that they did this to draw attention to its wonderful speaker system, and Gibson had to agree the sound quality was suitably pleasing, but he would not buy something in such a horribly overwhelming shade. He had opted for white, and that was fine. He spent hours flitting between the few stations without really noticing the programmes. Maybe the Love Boat, maybe the Incredible Hulk were on at points he didn't know. His mind was with the sound outside, and with his work. He didn't like taking time off. He didn't know what to do with it. He couldn't relax, and had spent much of his time avoiding the regular pursuits of his peers. He was not interested in sports, not overly into art or the theatre. He wouldn't often watch films or television. He would wake, work, tire, eat and sleep. The only occasional pleasures he would allow himself were books and music, and of those he was only interested in a limited number. He'd never been fascinated by women, nor did he believe that he would ever fall in love with one. Not again, anyway. He had only ever been with one lover, and had tried onanism twice, and although he did find a relief in it, the action itself was too crass and too shame-filled for him to repeat for a third time. He was repressed and dull, and that too was fine. He prepared a late dinner after not taking lunch, and left the plate in the kitchen whilst he switched between the television and the radio. There was nothing but static in the place of his usual favourite station, and after adjusting the dial to find nothing, he sighed and let the static fill the corners of that small, cold apartment. It echoed from the wood-panelled lower walls and nestled all along the cheap, heavily painted clothing. It found cracks and holes behind the peeling, dreary brown wallpaper to enter and hide within. Gibson took his plate and was moving over to the table when a single voice called out above the static.
For nobody else gave me a thrill. With all your faults, I love you still. It had to be you.
He dropped the plate at the sudden shock of hearing that voice unaccompanied by a melody. The resulting clamour chased it away and brought back the static, and after staring dumbly for a moment, Gibson left the dinner soaking into the old but heavily vacuumed brown carpet and switched the radio off with perspiring fingers. As he did, the noise from outside of the building returned, no longer disguised by the artificial sounds of his apartment, and for the very first time since he had heard it, he started to recognize it, or rather, he thought he did. The tune was jaunty, yet sad, fast-paced, but haunting, light-hearted, but something that encouraged the listener to fall in love. His synapses were firing, it was on the tip of his tongue, but he just couldn't call it to memory. Sidestepping his dinner, which was still being hungrily absorbed by the thick pile, he moved to and opened the window. Again he felt a rush and an urge when he saw the hard pavement sprawling out below, which he ignored, and instead he tried to focus on the sound, which was markedly louder now than it had been earlier. It was no use, however. It was still ever so slightly too faint for him to capture the memory of the melody, though he was suddenly struck by the fact it seemed very similar to the music he had heard at 9 a.m. that morning, and slowly began to consider that it might not be a radio, for what radio station, besides his, it seemed, would play the same music over and over from morning until evening? This he pondered long after he had tidied away his dinner, long after he had drained his cup of tea, milk, no sugar, which had served as a replacement for his meal, long after he had quietened the noise by closing out the cool night, and long after he had climbed onto his mattress and pulled up the covers tightly to his neck. The thoughts even followed him into dreams.
It had to be you, wonderful you, had to be you.
He woke with a start as the early morning sun had just begun peeking underneath the edges of his simple wooden blind. He threw the covers back, leaving them in a state that would have driven him to madness mere days before, and without removing his pyjamas and dressing into something entirely more appropriate, he threw open those same blinds and lifted the window. The sound hit him immediately, louder than it had been the night before, so that now he was utterly convinced of exactly what tune it was. Placing the words to the melody, he whispered out into the newly forming day. It had to be you. Wonderful you. It had to be you. It fit, and he took on a grim pallor as he shut the window once more and flung the blind back down. Then he eyed the radio and furtively moved towards it. He placed his forefinger and thumb on the dial and twisted it into horrific life. And there it was. Without thinking, he picked up the radio and threw it with something that wasn't rage, but not far from it, a kind of angry, shocked terror. It smashed and was silenced for good. But that melody, still calling from somewhere off in the distance, remained. It tapped at his windows and circumnavigated the blinds. It shook the stiff air until it vibrated in his ears, and though still delicate and weak, it may have well sounded like a foghorn, for it would have produced the same delirium-inducing effect on Gibson. In that moment he lost himself, and there came a sudden, merciful, black reprieve where he could remember little of his actions. When he came back to his senses, however, he stood in a ransacked flat, wallpapers torn from their place, one dining chair strewn and the other in splinters. Jars and plates and shards of glass adorned the kitchen, which was actually more of a single counter at the end of his living room, and the television was face down on the floor. In fact, the only thing in view that had not been touched was the oak table, and upon which, still immaculately placed, was the heavy black notebook and the Parker pen beside it. Shaken and dazed by his own outburst, Gibson fumbled through the wreckage for his phone. He found it, in quite the state, and was surprised that, once he had plunged it back into the wall, he heard the familiar lifeless dial tone ring out like a flat line. He thumbed in the numbers. "This is a pre-recorded message. I'm sorry, but the surgery is now closed. Please call back during normal working hours." The dead voice sounded. It was Saturday. He had forgotten that. He couldn't contact the doctors again till Monday. He would have to wait it out. And he did, sitting stoically on his one remaining dining chair, the armchair having been upturned and roughhoused so badly that the springs were visible from every angle. But as he did, that music increased and became clearer until he could tell that the instrument was some lone acoustic guitar. The strings were being lazily yet unceasingly plucked by ethereal fingers, and their sound was carried straight to him. Then started an irrational hatred and a series of thoughts. How dare this faceless, nameless player destroy his peace? How dare they continue to play his song until he could stand to hear it no longer? Occasionally the thought of his own radio would seep into his mind, the uncanny nature of the song playing each time it came to life. This told his rational mind that perhaps the fall had damaged something after all, and conceivably this was all an illusion brought on by some bizarre swelling of his brain. Gibson pushed these thoughts aside, however. They were scarier than obsessing over the sound of the guitar, and there was a single-minded solace in growing ever more furious at its player. Surely he was not the only one outraged. It was true. The sound was far from deafening, or anywhere near a level to be deemed a nuisance, but it was incessant, unending, and therefore infuriating. On Sunday morning, and after gaining not a moment's rest, Gibson suddenly struck upon an idea. The Little Bailey Theatre, down Bailey Road. It was just 2 streets over, and they regularly put on shows that featured dancing, singing, and music. It was plausible that should the sound system have been changed or improved, the music might reach him, and someone may have been practicing the song, perfecting it for some upcoming performance, or even more likely, it was some pre-recorded tape that had simply been repeating over and over in the theatre owner's absence. That was it! That must be it, thought Gibson, and in a state of frenzy brought on by the lack of sleep and obsession with the intrusive sound, he dressed quickly and ran out of the building in the direction of the small playhouse. The theatre was unimpressive, standing on a dreary grey road in a decaying city. It leaned against the surrounding buildings as though it may collapse without them. The windows were fogged, boarded, and covered in a thick grime. The doors were splintered, with their once beckoningly scarlet paint flaking off in great chunks and impressing upon the senses a feeling of leprous disease. It was a tired and near-condemned building, and if the city's officials had given a damn about their rotting carcass of town, they may have pulled it down as a danger or an eyesore many years ago. But for now, it remained, barely alive, barely holding itself together, and hardly frequented. Out in the cool air of the early Sunday morning, Gibson roused a little, and as he approached the structure, he could have sworn that the sound of the music intensified, making him surer of his earlier assumptions. He thundered several knocks against the pair of fractured wooden doors, which were far taller and carved more intricately than they had any right to be, and he continued to rain down mighty blows on the shuddering wood until a diminutive figure with some difficulty pulled one of the doors open. Gibson moved inside abruptly, which shocked the short, balding, and slightly tubby man, who looked nothing like but somehow reminded Gibson of Andy Capp. "What's this, then? What's the meaning?" fumbled the short figure, trying to understand the nature of his caller and to ascertain the level of threat. "Where's it coming from?" demanded Gibson, with no attempt at niceties. "Sir," stated the small theatre dweller, finding his voice, "it is a Sunday, and the theatre is closed. I'm afraid you're going to have to leave. If you have any queries about supporting the theatre or around any of our future shows, then you will have to contact us during our regular opening hours." "Who are you?" demanded Gibson, seemingly ignoring everything the man had said. "Roger Arnold. I own this theatre, and as I say, we are closed." "Turn off the music," ordered Gibson, unexpectedly, to which the theatre owner had no immediate reply. Gibson then specified, "The music. I want you to stop it. It has been days, and I can hear it 2 streets away." "Turn it off now. You must hear it." Confused, Mr. Arnold stated, "But there is no music. There hasn't been any music played in this theatre for months now." And at this, Gibson became enraged, letting out a torrent of abuse at the poor bewildered man, and with a final demand to cease the constant and incessant playing of the dreaded spectral guitar. Gibson struck Mr. Arnold with the back of his hand. Quickly, this sobered Gibson, and as he looked down at the thin coating of blood that stained the ring on his index finger, he felt a swell of regret and shame. "I'm sorry," murmured Gibson, in far too low a tone for the theatre owner to hear, and in a stupor he made his way back to his apartment building, realizing that he must have been mistaken, that he had convinced himself of the origin of that horrible music without solid evidence. For now, as he made his way up the staircase of his residence, he realized that the sound was distant, very distant, and terribly loud. Loud enough so that it may be heard from many miles away. Loud enough so it could stalk him, just him. Considering the distance between him and its source, and the mystery and the unceasing nature, made him feel sick, and he stormed into his apartment, shutting out the world with a tremendous thud of his door. Back in his living room, the music didn't relent. If anything, it became louder, clearer, and more maddening. Each note was slowly and carefully placed, but his mind took them and sped them up, turning them into bedlam, chaos, and turmoil. Then, and causing Gibson to fall from his one remaining chair, his smashed and broken radio burst into life, and there she was, singing to him again. Marion Harris's beautiful tones, now clawing at his eardrums like the most vicious of talons.
Nobody else gave me a thrill. With all your faults, I love you still. It had to be you, wonderful you, had to be you.
After the initial shock morphed into an ever-deepening indignation, Gibson stood, marched over to the radio, and stamped whatever remaining life it had out of it. And even though it yielded instantly, there was no relief, because that same tune continued somewhere unseen, somewhere off in the distance. And, unknown to him, he pulled the chair up to the window, moving the table with the undisturbed and heavy black book lay on top, with its accompanying pen carefully placed to the right-hand side, and, opening the window, he looked out over the gloom of the city. He was transfixed by the sound. He was growing both angrier, but also something else, something he hadn't noticed before, but which was slowly becoming apparent to his senses. He was yearning. His whole body, perhaps his spirit or soul or something akin to both, started to ache for the music. And he experienced a strange combination of both hatred and a deep longing. The longing intensified, allowing the notes of that hidden instrument to hypnotize and to mesmerize, and seemingly without conscious instruction, his body began to move. It felt strange. The kind of floaty, non-committal movement that occurs only in dreams. He was moving forwards, but it felt much more like being suspended than walking. Indeed, he hardly felt like an entire human composition, but more like a drifting consciousness led by the beckoning call of the music. He whispered, "It had to be you. It had to be you." I wandered around and I finally found there's somebody who could make me be true, and could make me be blue, and even be glad, just to be sad, thinking of you. And the words were electricity. They danced from his throat and dived off from his tongue into the thickening purple haze which surrounded his form. Only at very rare intervals did Gibson notice portions of the real world. There were the stairs of his apartment block, the rain-soaked road which ran parallel to his building, the small theatre where he had assaulted Mr. Arnold, and then streets he hadn't wandered, and fragments of buildings he hadn't seen, then endless portions of darkness broken by occasional glances of an impossibly starry sky, before plunging again into darkness as deep as death. Finally, the outline of a house, but bigger, a manor, a mansion, huge and imposing, grand yet dilapidated, and shrouded in an air of something which felt unspeakably cold and foreboding. There was the click of a door handle, the thud of heavy wood, and the music, louder than it had ever been, consuming all 5 senses so that he could taste the words and smell the melody, overwhelming and intoxicating. Then he roused. He came to, and his heart was a jackhammer against his chest. A prickling of fear seized his stomach, and he found it difficult to maintain a steady breath. He found himself before 2 large doors, wooden, but with an odd, shimmering purple sheen to them. They were carved and seemed to contain outlines of humanoid-style figures, but their mouths had been scratched away. Below the figures someone had written, "I know they have mouths. They will use them to consume the earth." Gibson tried to piece together his journey to this door, to remember what had led him to this place, but beyond the lingering longing for the music and the fragments aforementioned, he could not define the force that had guided him. And whilst his journey had felt somewhat like a dream, the dreaminess had ended sharply, and reality had seized him in an icy vice-like grip before this door. Beyond it, the music sounded more powerfully with its slow and deliberately placed notes. He reached out shakily and placed his hand on the handle of one of the 2 great doors. A shimmer of something close to but unlike colour cascaded over the surface as he pushed forward, and the door began to move. It took Gibson some moments to comprehend what he was looking at, and a memory of Paris pulled at his mind, back before the monotony, before she had left him. He had visited the catacombs and seen the long hallways of death. The floor of the room to which the large door had led was carpeted in a similar death, but the bones here were far worse, far more indicative of unordered chaos and a lurking danger. In the catacombs there had been a purpose, a reason for their movement, and they were arranged, cared for. Here it was anarchy. They lay in a chalky mass, each one sprawled as though they had been catapulted across the room rather than laying where they had fallen. And above them rose the loud, preternatural plucking of that hellish guitar. The bones were predominantly intact, with no visible breakage that may present a clear cause of death. The skeletons, though strewn, were complete, and amongst the sea of bones, like a leather-bound island, rose a tall Chesterfield armchair which faced a curtained window. Gibson shuffled through the bones, being careful not to raise his feet so that he might not step on and desecrate the remains. But he had to wade through them, for on the other side of that large chair, which while so everyday took on strange and impossible, but hard to perceive characteristics, was the source of the music, and it pulled at him hard. As he moved closer to the chair, he noticed that some of the bones retained flesh, and could not have been here for very long at all. In fact, the closer he moved to the chair, the fresher the bodies, until they were not skeletal at all, but fully formed corpses with horrific looks of anguish stretched across their tight, leathery faces, and whilst their numerous expirations indicated a similar fate for himself, he choked aside fear, and was overcome by need for the palpable notes. He pressed forward. As he reached the chair, he took a fleeting glance back at the door and considered leaving the mystery and the need to solve it unsated, This was a fallacy, however, an illusion. He could no sooner leave than he could refrain from breathing. It was compulsion now. It was need. He moved around the chair and manoeuvred himself so that he could see the incessant musician. In the chair sat a poor and withered ghoul. Its skin was taut and thin, bluish and mottled. Some of the fresher corpses by this unfortunate soul's feet seemed to retain more life in their limbs than it did. Of gender Gibson could not tell. Anything that may indicate such a thing had long collapsed to dust. The eyes were still fully formed, but yellowing with thick, dark, branch-like veins covering them. The expression of the face was completely set and unmoving in an unspeakable terror. But it was undoubtedly living. Its fingers, if you could call the splintered, bloody and receding stumps fingers, were playing the notes that had been driving Gibson to insanity. On it played, the strings making the raw tips of its fingers splinter further. Then, fixing a lidless, bulging gaze directly at Gibson, it spoke. "Please," it hissed and choked. "Please take it from me." And with these words, the guitar, a rudimentary piece of wood, but with the same shimmering purple that Gibson had noticed glimmering at the entrance to this room, was held out towards him. He could hear it. It was singing directly to him, and the melody had once again become pleasing. The instrument sang those familiar words. It had to be you. He closed his eyes and listened to the tune, and danced again like he once had, when the world had a fire to it, and his heart had passion. He saw the endless moonlit nights of his youth, and the wonderful opportunities before life became empty, numbing and tiring. "All you have to do," called a voice from beyond that enchanting moonlight, "is play. Play with all that you are. Play your song, your soul's song. Play it, and you will feel alive again. You will feel alive forever." With a sudden terror, Gibson realized he was mere inches from taking the demonic guitar into his hands, and he recoiled backwards in horror, falling against and disturbing the thick curtains which kept the room drenched in gloom. "No! Keep them shut!" cried the corpse-like ghoul from the Chesterfield as the curtain was disturbed, and feeling the dark force which permeated the room pulse with fear, Gibson turned towards the window and cast them open, drenching the place in light. He awoke in his room, his head pounding at the spot he had struck when falling down the stairs. At first there was a euphoria, an ecstasy of escaping his grim fate. His mind swam with her, with passion, with a full life left to live. But this all sank as the music returned, calling out from that darkened hall and secluded mansion just behind reality. And, though he wished more than anything to dismiss the memories of the room, with an entire cemetery for a carpet, as the pure fiction of his disoriented and dreaming mind, he could not. He knew it was real, and it waited for him. The music continued for days, for weeks, and with each note Gibson wanted to give in, he wanted to seek the guitar once more. He wanted to feel it pressed against his own fingers, and feel the strings tearing his flesh from his bones. He wanted to feel the fire of the earth, the passion in the mantle. He wanted to be burned alive and consumed. He envied the withered ghoul who had chosen pleasure until death, and all of the others that made up that room's macabre tapestry. But then rationality would return, and it would say that it wasn't worth his soul, that it was a trick, and there was nothing in the music but agony. He wrestled within his own mind, each passing second, almost unending. He didn't eat, he didn't sleep, he was turning it over and over. Then he decided. He looked at the black book on the table, finally understanding its reason for being. He took the pen into his hand and wrote, dedicating every mark to one person who he knew would never see the words. He wrote a beautifully tender goodbye, which made him feel something so pure and so white-hot that he knew he'd made the right decision. He knew that upon saving his soul, it may someday have the chance to rejoin hers. It had to be you, he wrote. Wonderful you. And with that, he opened his small 9th-story window and jumped out of it. Richard Gibson died as soon as he hit the pavement. Police responding to the emergency calls of onlookers forcibly entered his flat and conducted interviews with several members of the apartment building. The following is what they discovered. That morning, Gibson had left his lodgings, as was his usual habit. However, he took a nasty fall over a toy left at the top of the stairs. Paramedics attended the scene and found him lucid and well, with a minor abrasion to the head. He was advised to rest, and taking this advice, he returned to his rooms, alone. He was not seen again until 3 hours later, falling to his death from his window. Nothing inside of Gibson's flat was out of the ordinary, excepting 2 peculiarities. A record by Marion Harris was repeating on a small record player the line, "It had to be you, wonderful you," playing over and over. The second, and somewhat disturbing, was a black leather-bound notebook that was found on the table beside the window where Gibson had fallen to his death. In it, Gibson had detailed fantastic events that had happened since his fall down the stairs, where he'd struck his head. Events which have been presented to the reader as a narrative in the text above. However, these events did not span the 3 hours that all who had seen the incident had suggested had passed between the occurrence and his death. From Gibson's perspective, the events took place over the course of several weeks, perhaps even months. It should be noted that there is no evidence that Gibson ever again left his flat after hitting his head, or that the ramblings found within the notebook are any more than a fanciful mind in the full throes of a madness brought on by the sudden shock of his fall. However, there was one further detail that brings a slight unease to these events, and a chilling realism to the words Gibson committed to the pages before casting himself out of that window. 3 days following Gibson's suicide, a small theatre owner, Mr. Arnold, called the local police station to report physical assault. When he gave his statement, he spoke of a man who, on that very morning, and in a fit of rage, demanded the theatre cease the constant and incessant playing of a dreaded spectral guitar. When the theatre owner had attempted to reason with him, and explained that no music had been played in his theatre for weeks, the man's fury rose to a tempest, and he struck Mr. Arnold hard with the back of his hand. His ring had caused a small cut to Mr. Arnold's cheek. After this, the man mumbled something, and then fled. Astonishingly, Mr. Arnold's description of the man in question had alarming similarities with the size and countenance of the late Richard Gibson.
Well, what do we think? A descent into madness, perhaps. But then, how did the events at the theatre, which Gibson described in his journal, still take place? A conundrum, and maybe one only Gibson himself can answer. However, he's a little tied up at the moment, dancing an endless waltz to "It Had to Be You." Feel free to join him any time you venture into the horror story corner. For now, however, and as always, sleep well.
Hello and welcome, Fright fans, to the Horror Story Corner. And today we are celebrating because the channel has reached its first milestone of 100 subscribers. As such, and as part of the celebrations, I am releasing an audio of one of my own original tales. Now, a quick disclaimer. One of the characters in this story is Irish. However, my inability to conjure anything close to an authentic Irish accent means that I will be reading the part using my own accent. Also, there will be some adult language in this story, though this is infrequent. A final note is that the story is loosely based on true events, told to me by a close friend from Galway about an experience his grandfather had. And if you enjoyed this tale, please let me know in the comments below, as I'm willing to re-record it with my good friend as a guest, reading the part that is based loosely around his grandfather. The story is set in County Wexford and centres around a man named Seamus, who believes he's on a late night but rather routine journey out to look at an electrical fault on a small nearby island. Little does he know that on that island something awaits him. Something macabre, but not completely unfamiliar. And there's a sound too, one that he has heard before. After all, at night, it screams. I hope you enjoy. It wasn't long into the journey, the third or fourth evening, when we found ourselves, Jack, Connor and I, just outside of Wexford town in County Wexford, having travelled down from Dublin the previous day. With Cork, Limerick and Galway still on our list of destinations, and with the latter costing a considerable amount for the three of us. This was in no small part because we had to secure 2 rooms each evening, due to one of the party refusing to share. We had decided to stay out of the larger towns that fell in between our core destinations. Instead, we found cheaper places to stay in the countryside. After securing rooms at a small bed and breakfast for more than we thought was reasonable, we inquired as to the nearest place to get a drink, and was directed to the Dewdrop Inn. It was here, in this quiet, unassuming place, that I was told a ghost story. It was a story that was quite simple in its content, but one that has no less stuck with me over the many years. And though it is true that I didn't know the gentleman who relayed the events, nor did I meet him again after their telling, there was something in his fear and conviction that made me believe him, and moreover filled me with a kind of dread I hope to never experience again. The walk from the bed and breakfast to the pub was uneventful but beautiful. It took us past endlessly rich emerald fields and quaint coves. There was a small church nearby our destination that was mostly unremarkable. However, due to the surviving frame being quite barren, and the single turreted tower seeming so lonely, standing amongst its sparse gravestones, it conjured up the image of a church's skeleton. It was almost as though through its bareness it was revealing hidden structures, not meant to be seen by the naked eye. This was an odd way to reflect upon it, and is perhaps the only reason that I remember it. All of us were in good spirits. The youngest, who was born and raised in Ireland, was perhaps the most jovial of all, and had us laughing at stories from his home in Galway. It was amazing to me, being as I was from a large city in England, that so many of the homeless people in Galway were known by affectionate nicknames, such as Susie the Gob, a title that served the dual purpose of describing both her loud wails and the fact that she resembled a dishevelled goblin, or John the Goat, who would pass his time crying out in loud, wordless ramblings at passers-by, and then casually returning to eating his newspaper. The stories kept us engrossed, and when we arrived at the pub, we almost walked straight past it. The issue was that the building looked very similar to the houses in the area, with their whitewashed stone walls and low, dark-slated roofs. The only item that distinguished it was a small plaque that read "The Dewdrop Inn," which luckily Connor had spotted. Once inside, I was pleased with how light and pleasantly modern the place was, although many of the surfaces and chairs were wooden and varnished dark, which drained some of the cheer out of the otherwise brightly decorated room. The three of us pulled our stools up to the bar and continued our discussions around Connor's hometown over drinks. After the first round, a fierce, shrieking storm started up from nowhere, engulfing the small watering hole. It made us stave off returning to the B&B early and instead settle in for several more drinks. After Jack had bought his second round, and we had moved on to the topic of the itinerary for the next few days, the front door of the bar flung open, almost tearing from its hinges, and a dark shape hurtled through, falling to the floor. My immediate response was to help, and I picked the weary-looking traveller up, placing him on a stool a little distance from my companions and I. The old man was visibly trembling and feebly attempting to draw steady breaths. He was drenched from the storm and was making strange, low, muttering sounds that were impossible to decipher. I thought he may be drunk, but there was no discernible odour of alcohol about him. After considering an attempt to strike up conversation, I instead decided to move back over to my seat and settled on observing him. Every now and then he would pause in his mumbles, take a sudden, alarmed look behind himself towards the door, and place his hands tightly over his ears. Then he would lower his hands and return to mumbling. This continued for several cycles before he started to calm, and slowly he began to form actual speech. Finally, I turned towards him and asked loud but kindly if he was all right. He paused completely then and looked up at me. His eyes were a stormy blue, and there was an emotion to them that I had never seen before, a kind of pitiful sadness, and then something altogether worse but harder to place. He looked over his shoulder again, with his hands hovering close to his ears, and then turned back towards me. "A drink, son," he uttered, in a hoarse and fractured voice. "Whiskey'll do it." There are many strong accents in Ireland that, through the fear and madness this man displayed, would have been rendered unintelligible to my understanding. However, his was softer, akin to the region of Galway, and therefore easier for me, an Englishman, to comprehend. I ordered him a Jameson without any further inquisition and allowed him to drink it silently and in peace. He ordered another after draining the glass, and I noticed that whilst his shudder began to quell and his raspy breathing began to ease, he continued to look behind himself, and each time he did, he brought his hands towards his ears. Eventually, this too became infrequent, and then the man stared blankly forward, soundless and with unblinking, tearing eyes. "Are you okay?" I repeated later, leaving my companions and moving to stand beside him. The man didn't flinch. He didn't remove his gaze from the nothingness that he stared towards. "James is my name. From England. Birmingham. How about you?" "Fethard," he stated, dazed. He took another sip of his drink. "Just across the way there." And to punctuate his speech, he cocked his head to the right-hand side and gave a little nod. "If you don't mind me asking," I approached steadily and with caution, "what happened earlier? You seemed shaken." The old man's gaze switched over to meet mine, and the swirling blue of his frosty eyes bit at my question. "And if I told you, what then?" he spat just short of anger. "It's too late for me, and no one would believe me anyway. I see no point in it. I'm dead." He took a deep drink from his glass and walked towards the men's. I rejoined my friends, who had been watching and couldn't resist commenting, in a less than flattering manner, about the situation. An hour passed, and with some help from the plentiful libations, I had almost quite forgotten about the small old man with the misty eyes and the wild but fitting mop of white hair. That was until I felt a small tap on my shoulder, which was soft, as if done by some shy child. I turned to see the same old man, wearing an expression far less intense, and even slightly apologetic looking. He didn't quite raise his eyes to meet mine. "Seamus, that's me name. I thought I'd make your acquaintance. I want to tell you what happened. If you'd still be willing to listen, of course. I feel like someone should know, even if they think me foolish. It might be the last tale I get to tell, you see. As strange as the man's words were, what was stranger was the absolute conviction in his tone and mannerisms. It made it hard to resist the man, regardless of what his tale might be. Jack and Connor turned away from us, quietly but obviously laughing at the eccentricities of the old man, and occasionally looking towards me, as though asking if I was really going to listen to him. I was there, you see, the old man began without waiting for my approval. Over in Fetard. Over in a small flat. Well, small to you, sir, maybe, but to me, palatial. Not palatial, actually. That would be too far a stretch of the imagination for any man. Let's just say enough, then. All that I need, you know? Been a few rough years. Drink and drugs had their way with me. I got off 'em, though, a good few years back, and hadn't been at 'em long enough for it to cause any lasting damage. I took a sideways glance towards his whiskey, and he noticed. Oh, aye, this. Well, I ain't no saint, and I ain't gave it up completely, mind. What I mean to say is I'm steadier on it. Take it in moderation, you know. And no more drugs, at all. Off them altogether. I eyed the man, and it was true that there seemed to be little visible damage wrought upon him by drug misuse. Physically, he retained a good complexion, all of his teeth, and was by all accounts a generally handsome figure. If I had to hazard a guess, I would have placed him at around 60, but a solid-looking 60-year-old. He almost looked like Oliver Reed in his later years, although a lot less portly. So, as I say, the place is everything to me after some troubled years, and I have a good job again doing what I love. "Slanter!" a crowd cheered in the background, which caused the man to topple from his seat, grasp at his ears, and to shrivel down to his knees. I met him low and told him it was just a toast, offering a sympathetic tone. Somewhat embarrassed, he stood, and I walked him back over to his stool at the bar. After looking around for himself, he continued. "Sorry about that, son," he said. "Anyway, as I was saying, I'm an electrician, you know. Always been good with me hands, there, and been trained for many years. Well, there was no call for me a few years back, but it looks like the workforce has dwindled, so I was able to get me sent a nice job in me place, the one over in Fetard." I nodded to show I was still listening, not wanting him to be interrupted or to lose his train of thought, and slowly tugged at a nearby stool, sensing the story may take more than a few minutes. So I'm sitting down to some food, nothing fancy, just a bit of fresh chowder and a hunk of soda bread, a little of the black stuff to help it all digest, you know. Again, not chasing the bottom of a glass like in the old days, but pacing and doing it for leisure. I could tell he wanted to reassure me of this, and of the fact that alcohol played no part in this tale. Well, as I'm eating, the bloody phone lights up, and no one calls these days, do they? So it could only be work, otherwise people would just message you, wouldn't they? If it's a call, it's either work, bad news, or some bloody bugger trying to sell you that god-awful PPI thing. So I look before I answer, and it's the boss. He tells me there's been a blackout over on the islands. Well, you worry, don't you, when you hear of a blackout on the islands? You think, if something that happens to that underwater cable, well, that's business affected, tourism affected, everything affected. Turns out it's only the smallest island, though. Only one property affected. Only one property on it. Anyway, he says to me that he knows it's late and he knows it's getting dark already, and he's sorry, but the man who lives alone on that tiny island, Davy, is very old and wouldn't do well without the electric. So he asked me to see if it's a quick fix. Fuses, you know, maybe some damage to the wiring. Obvious stuff. Doesn't want me making any further investigations than that. But he knows I've got me currach. So if I can't fix it, I can at least bring the fella back over to the mainland where he'll be safe and warm and happy until the next day. I agree, of course. I have an heart, and it's mostly in the right place. And I know Davy well enough. The man stopped suddenly. His ears pricked, his eyes widened, and he looked out of the window to his right.
He began to shout and scream, and then he fell to the floor in what looked like convulsions. Whilst I alerted the staff and suggested they call an ambulance, he slowly came back to his senses, and then asked that I tell them not to call. The landlord gave me a glass of water, and I took it over to him. "None of that. I'm afraid it'll dilute what's already calming me nerves, and I don't want to end up in no hospital, son," he said. "Rather go out here or at me home." He further stated that he wanted to finish his story, and he feared that there was very little time left to do it in. After he refused the water again, I helped him to a very insecure footing. I reassured him that an ambulance wouldn't be phoned, even though I thought it might be good for him to get checked over. Jack and Connor had watched, shocked by the outburst, but had remained silent on the matter. When he seemed well enough again, and when a new bout of trembling had subsided, I quizzed him. I hoped that the questions wouldn't cause another collapse, but couldn't stop myself from asking. "What did you see? What was at the window?" He gently pushed me back a little and shook his head. "Best I don't tell you that, lad." His expression morphed from stony and grave to something softer. "I wouldn't want you to go looking for or spotting what I'm seeing. Besides, I need to finish my story first anyway." On my suggestion, we moved over to the end of the bar that was furthest away from the window, although it was still visible from certain positions. I decided to help him into a corner booth, as the seating was more supportive, in case he should have another episode. As soon as he was sat, he continued as though no time had elapsed. "I got in my car and tied the currach to the roof. Didn't take me long to drive down to Hook. You know Hook, right? The lighthouse." I didn't, and I told him so. "Well, not much to know. It's a lighthouse, and a couple of miles from it you got a small island. Just the one house. Old Davy's house. Like living away from the mainland. Didn't like the tourists, especially the English. The apologies. None taken. We're all bastards," I said. The old man smiled. "True enough." Jack and Connor came over at this point and asked if I was coming back with them to the bed and breakfast, since we had an early bus to catch the next morning. I said that I would stay for one more and hear out the old man's story. They nodded and left, figuring, as they told me later, that someone should stay and make sure the old man was all right. The bar was getting quieter now, and the old man noticed. He looked around with a smaller amount of the same fear that I had initially seen in him, and began to speak at a quicker pace. "So, away I go in the little currach. It's a still night, so no real trouble out there. No large waves and no wind to take me off my course. Been on much rougher, too rough, and I wouldn't have gone. Could have sent a younger man if that was the case. But at double pay, I was glad he called me. Plus I wanted to check on old Davy, you know, make sure he hadn't gotten himself into any kind of mischief. Even on a mild night, as it were, someone of his age could come down with a bad dose, and a young un might have made bags of the situation, so really it was best all round that I go. I wasn't as fast as I used to be on the currach though, and it took me at least half an hour, maybe a little bit more, to finish the couple of miles and get to the small island. But I got there, alive anyway. Not that there was much questioning that at the time, sea being calm and all, and me being in a fit state. Well, fit enough anyway. Much fitter than you see me in now, you know, after the shaking up I've had. So I pull the currach up onto the land and I look back at our beautiful country. Nothing but darkness though. Since the lighthouse went dark, you don't see much from the islands at night no more. Then I turn to face the small walk. The house is just on the other side of some trees. When they are barren, you can see it, but as we're getting deeper into the spring, they blocked my view. It was strange though. What was? I questioned earnestly. The storm shifted in his eyes. People say it's too quiet, don't they? You ever heard this expression? It's a little too quiet. I nodded. Well, people talk a load of shite, don't they? And I don't really pay 'em much heed about it, unless I experience it for myself. Otherwise, for all I know, it could be a load of bollocks. But it was, on that night, too quiet. Usually,
At all hours and in all conditions, I should be hearing the waves lapping up against the rocky shore, or seabirds circling and squawking. Heck, even on a steady night I should hear some sort of breeze, the islands being so open to the elements and all. But there was nothing. Now, I'm not a man to give himself over to wild fancy. That's not to say I'm a non-believer, mind. I do believe in, dare I say, much more than you ever might. But what I mean to say is, I know some succumb to anxiety pretty easily, and for those I feel sorry. Hellish by all accounts, trapped in your head, not knowing if you're dying or having a panic attack. At this point, I looked down at my watch, not purposefully or out of disrespect, but the old man liked tangents, and the early morning wake-up was drawing closer. God bless 'em, poor buggers, he said, shaking his head. Anyway, as I say, I'm not one for panic or worry without real danger. But there, in that quietness, I came all over in a cold sweat. Like my body knew before my mind that going out there was a mistake. I think my bigger mistake was ignoring them, because I pressed on anyhow, and when I got to the other side of those trees, I cursed bloody murder. What happened? I called, suddenly forgetting the need to leave and eager for the man to alleviate the newly presented suspense. Piss, he returned. What? I need a piss. Get us another whiskey, would you, son? That's a good lad. And with that he was off, although I noted that when he reached the toilet door, he paused for a moment, and his hand was shaky as he pulled it towards him. I went over to the bar and ordered him another Jameson, a double. The landlord asked me if the man was all right. I said that I wasn't sure yet, but assured him that I was talking it through, and he was at least more rational than he had been. At that, the old man exited the toilets, and we returned to our corner. Anyway, as I was saying, when I got to the other side, though, I cursed bloody murder. Why? What happened? Is this the reason why you ran in here in such a state? What did you see? I must admit, I did seem over-eager at this point. I recollect him looking slightly offended, like I was listening to some radio drama and forgetting this was his life. Hardly, lad, but it all leads to it in time, so simmer down just a wee bit until I get there, would you? I apologised. He nodded, and after looking back to the window at the end of the bar for a moment, relief spreading across his features, he was ready to begin again. As I say, I cursed. I first cursed Davy, and then I cursed me boss. I cursed Davy if he hadn't called me boss, and I cursed me boss if Davy had called him, and that lazy twat hadn't called me. Anyway, the reason I was spitting and cursing was that, as I passed through the final row of trees, I could see that the whole house was lit up brighter than a blooming Christmas tree. Every single window was pouring out light. It was as though someone was playing a practical joke. I mean, every perceivable way of lighting up that house was lighting it up. So I cursed until I was blue in the face. But even so, and even though it was bright enough in that part of the island to be viewed from the bloody space station, I couldn't shake off this horrid feeling and the overwhelming silence. You ever get dread in the pit of your stomach? One that's there for no reason? Yeah, I think I know what you mean, I replied, and the old man nodded. Yeah, well, I've had it a few times through the past, and I'll be damned to hell if those days weren't the worst in my life. It's like I say, son, I don't tend to give myself to flights of fancy, but I do have belief in other stuff, you know. That's why I'd never, even in my wilder youth, stray too far from our Lord and Protector. And good Lord, I need his protection now, so I do. There was a silence that was echoed by the now almost empty bar. The landlord had left his station and was busying himself in a back room. Besides ourselves, there was only one old couple. They were sitting opposite each other at a small, round oak table. Their faces were nothing but lines, and I wondered if looking that old could actually hurt. They were silent too, and judging by the distance placed between them, I assumed the silence extended much longer than on this one particular evening. So, I had this feeling then, and I couldn't shake it, the old man continued. I looked in each of the lit windows, wondering what I should do. The thought of going back onto the open water in my little curragh, what with the dread feeling and all, wasn't seeming too appealing. So instead, I decided to go and knock and see why Davy had called in the first place. You know, see what all this was about. But as I neared the front door, I noticed that it had been left ajar. And with that realisation stinging at my mind, the whole house, and my scent too, were plunged into absolute darkness. The lights turned out, I probed. Aye, son, and I'm not ashamed to say it, but the suddenness and the dread made me whelp. I must have seemed like a truly pathetic beast out there, hollering and wailing and stumbling down to the ground. I was glad no one was there to see it. A momentary loss only, though. As I say, I tend not to give way to panic, but in a real situation, with real peril, I'm no braver than anyone else would be. I composed myself real quick, though, and then started thinking about what might have been the cause of the outage. Obviously, there really was an issue with the electrics, and there'd been no storms. So I figured it could be a problem with either a larger appliance, washing machine, oven, that kind of thing, you know. Or it could be something to do with the fuse box, and maybe Davy kept flicking it back on, only for it to cut back out. If it was to do with the power supply to the island, there was little I could do myself, so I settled on trying to find the fuse box first. So, sorry, to clarify, I said, it was pitch black. You were on an island. You'd seen that the door to the only house around was ajar. You were completely by yourself, and you were still thinking about how the electricity had shut off. I asked almost in disbelief at this point. Aye, well, I had a job to do, he stated, matter-of-factly, as though the very idea he should leave and wait until morning hadn't even crossed his mind. And besides, I had a bag with me, me handy bag. Everything I need in there really is, like me torch, the one I use to look around the outside of the house. Powerful bugger it is too. I shook my head. Didn't you wonder why no one was there to meet you, to come out to your wailing? Didn't you wonder where Davy was, or why the door was open? Aye, yeah, the door did bother me. Couldn't think of why it was ajar. Only thing I could muster was that either Davy had gone to get some air, or he'd left it open for me, and he'd gone to bed or something. Anyway, I called out his name whilst I circled the building. No response, though. Took me a while out there. Problem is, you see, that those houses, the ones on the islands, ain't like your modern houses are now. They ain't uniform. And because they've been built out there, the owners have had more say in building them. Great for the owners, I should expect, but a nightmare for your average trade person like me. You just don't know where the fuse box might be. It could be in the house's head or in its arse. No telling. And my shouting for Davy wasn't helping. But then, all at once, the whole place lit up again. Caught me off guard too, gave me old Ticker a shock and dazzled my eyes for a bit. He stopped for a moment and looked again at the window, at the other end of the bar. This time, he didn't seem quite so relaxed. He turned slowly away, keeping his eyes on it until the last possible moment, before looking back at me. Should have time, I reckon. He saw the quizzical expression that came across me. Time to finish the story. Who knows? Maybe time enough to make it till tomorrow. He looked back at the window and then back at me, the storms in his eyes shifting to a new level of intensity. The door was moving. I could see it, and I could hear it, banging and rattling against its frame. Seemed a poor fit. Either the house had shifted, warping the doorway, or the door had swelled over time. But it banged and it rattled repeatedly without snapping to. Odd thing was this. Though the door was picking up in its ferocity, I swear blind that I couldn't detect the mere suggestion of a breeze. So why then did it move? Why was it moving? I leaned towards him, hands on the table. He leaned forward, matching my intensity with his own. Ain't got a fecking clue. He laughed and took a deep sip from his glass. His laugh was heartfelt, but brief, as though he had betrayed himself by showing merriment, and he seemed alarmed by his own volume, so much so that he had to check the window several times before continuing. So I goes over to it. Not bravely, but slowly. Not like a coward neither, but like a regular person. Cautious of things that don't usually happen. "Sorry to interrupt," I said. "But if the lights were on, why didn't you just leave? I mean, frankly, a door moving by itself would be enough for me to leg it all the way to England." He smiled, but did not laugh again. "Davy, son. I thought he may have had an accident. Maybe it was him shoving at the door, trying to get me attention. The fact that he hadn't responded to my shouting through an open door into a relatively small house meant that something wasn't right with him. Remember, his well-being, and let's be fair, the pay, were the reasons I went out in the first place. I wasn't going to get all that way and not check on him now, was I? So I went up to the door and I swear, it starts rattling more. And it changes too. It's not hitting the frame anymore, but it's stuck in one place and shaking, rattling, shaking. And the rusty screws pull against the wood, making this god-awful screech. And then, just as I'm thinking maybe I ought to turn back, nothing. Silence. And we are right back to too quiet. "Was Davy by the door? Could you see him?" I asked. "Nothing, son. And after calling his name loudly through the doorway and hearing nothing back but that accursed silence, I started to worry for his safety. Still, I was hoping nothing had happened, and that he was just, acting the maggot." "Asking the maggot?" My eyebrows drew up into an inquiry. "Sorry, messing around, playing the fool." "Oh, sorry," I said, not really knowing why I apologised other than out of politeness. "So, I think for a moment, either the door's been left open for me, or there's been some trouble and that's why it's open. Either way I should enter, right? Ain't no trespassing or nothing. It's for Davy's own good, and he'd see that. So I step inside. Now, this ain't no hobbit cave like you probably sat there imagining. To have your own place on your own island, you've got to have some considerable money behind you, and Davy had taste. His taste was younger than his years too, and the place was beautifully modern inside. Too modern for me. I'm stuck in an era of floral patterns, deep browns and heavy oranges, I'm afraid. But it was what was popular when I was younger, That's how the movies and TV shows did up their asses, so that's how we did up ours. Me wife and me, before, well, just before. And it's how I still do it now. What you think of as modern today will probably be what you keep into your 60s and 70s, and some young folk at the time will call it outdated. Comes around though, doesn't it? I see so many shops these days sprouting up, calling themselves vintage or retro. Comes around and then goes out. How it is. But we each get stuck in a period. Not Davy though. He liked to keep it new, keep it fresh. It would impress the young men he used to entertain, I expect. Make him seem younger and more relatable to them, "Davy's gay?" I asked ignorantly, expecting anyone from these parts to be a stoic farmer type, or someone for whom repression of any and all desires is a key part of their existence. "Oh, aye. Well, I mean, I can't say completely, but he's always preferred the affections and company of young men. Surprised he'd ring for an old fool like me to go out there and help him." The old man cast me a wry smile. So, I go in, and as I do, the strangest thing, the door closes behind me. Now, I'm not talking your scary movie slam. I mean your real life could be something natural, slow creak to a close. And I couldn't help but watch it. I was, what's the word? Something, I think. Like hypnotised. Transfixed, I offered. Aye, transfixed, that's it. And I didn't snap out of it until it's fully closed. I don't know what it was, but this feeling of dread was getting worse, almost painful by this point, and I felt a mighty bit sick. So I turned from the door and looked at the familiar stuff that was around. From the hall, you could see the large kitchen and living area. Kitchen had one of them islands, with an electric hob and wine storage. Lovely. Couldn't fit that in my kitchen. Can barely fit me sen in it. Microwave takes up half the counter. Still, lucky, based on my choices to have a roof over my head. What choices? I couldn't resist asking, and he paused. I could see that he was searching his own mind for the right words or scanning through memories. He looked at me sternly. Drugs, lad. I told you that already. Drugs. Cocaine, amongst others. At that, he pulled down his white, wrinkled shirt sleeves, hiding scars. Lost the family. Lost the home. Lived out there for a bit on the street, you know. But don't let it colour your view of me. I was never a liar. I never hid it, if I was asked straight on it. And I ain't touched it in a long time. It ain't the cause of this story. Not knowing this man, it would have been easy to cast off this recount as an affliction of some lasting mental effects of the drug misuse that he had admitted to. But there was something of earnest, something of absolute truth and beauty about his... what was it? Eyes? There was something that made everything he stated sound and strike me as wholly genuine. Anyway, the drugs and the street are another story, and if that story's for anyone, I'm afraid it's not for you, lad. I didn't say anything, nor did my features, and instead I just waited for him to continue. The lights cut out again, and I couldn't figure it. Nothing was running. In the silence I would have heard it. I doubted it'd be the fuse box, because I couldn't think of nothing that might have shorted it. And even if it had been shorted, then who was turning the lights back on? It had to be the power to the island, or something to do with the wiring outside of the house, I reckoned. But I thought I'd check on the fuses nevertheless. Now, it was a trait of the houses on the other islands to have the boxes, if not outside, up in the attic, or in the utility rooms. Out of the way with the storage, you see. I figured this might be the case here too. The place was well put together, pristine you might say, and any ugly detail as to how an house really functions below all the finery would be hidden away. So I took my torch and took a cursory look around downstairs. I found a small room with a washer and a dryer, but no fuse box, so I made my way up the stairs with a view of going up into the attic. Reaching the top, I scanned the landing with the torch, and that's when I thought I saw something. Around the frame of the furthest door. Fingers. My initial holy shits turned to shouts, because I thought it was Davy, you see. Strange thing though, as soon as I'd spotted him, the fingers, and looking awfully pale too, I might say, they whipped themselves out of sight. I watched the same spot for a time, but I didn't see him again. You didn't run! I would honestly be crapping myself. Why didn't you get out? He could see the disbelief filling me again and took a moment to explain. Look, of course, listening to all this, it's very well to say run and get out, but honestly, you don't know what you're going to think or how you'll react until you're in it for your scent. All I knew was that Davy had rang. I knew Davy personally, and I reckoned it was him needing me help. Now, had I known any more at this point, or had I known anything beyond the dread in my stomach, well, of course I would have fled. And when I realised too late what it actually was in that house, I did flee, tail between my legs and as fast as my arms would row. But as yet, I still thought I was there to help, you know. That's why I didn't run. As for the paleness in the fingers, well, that only made me reckon Davy was more ill than I imagined. What he said made sense, I supposed. But really, running through the situation in my own mind, I found it hard to believe that I would stay after seeing fingers wrapped around a doorframe and then disappearing into the darkness, as if that of some watching spectre. I shivered and let the man continue. So, I turned the corner into the furthest room. Spare it was, and only a small one at that. I cast my torch around, but it's the damnedest thing. There's no one in there. Then I get this feeling, this horrible feeling of being watched from above. And though, as I say, I don't take much notice of wild fancy, I get this real strong feeling something is above me, in the corner of the room, and I slowly bring my torchlight up to it. What was there? I couldn't help but call out. Nah, nothing. Load of bollocks. I was just being afraid of the dark. And although I could have sworn I saw those fingers, I started telling me sen that it was only the shadows dancing in the torchlight and these old eyes starting the tricks of age. Told me sen it could have been floaters. So I leave the room and I get back into the hallway. I point my torch up and I see the way into the loft. Only a small little square, but big enough for an adult, or at least an adult that hasn't been indulging in too many drops of the black stuff. I also spot a long stick with a hook at the end, propped up in one of the corners of the all. No doubt Davy used it to open the loft hatch and pull down the folding ladders. Now, don't get me wrong, I hadn't given up that Davy might be somewhere in the house, and as I was doing all this, I kept calling out his name at points, but there was no return on me calls, you see, and I figured that it would be better to search if I could see what I was doing. So I opened up the hatch and I pulled down the ladder. Then I made me way up into the attic. No sooner was I up there when the old house flooded with light again. Gave me a start, but only a small one. The old man paused and looked hard at his remaining whiskey. He looked back at me. Top me up, would you, lad? This next part's going to be hard to get through, and I fear the whiskey ain't. I replenished his glass and bought myself one for good measure. Then I returned to the table. Just take your time, I said. There's no need to rush. At this, he almost chortled, but instead he took a quick glance over at the window and then took a deep draught. I took a look over too, and couldn't help myself from imagining cold, pale fingers wrapping around the frame of the window. I almost gave myself chills. The next thing I knew, boy, was pain. All-consuming, maddening pain. It felt like I'd been struck around the head by something heavy, heavy enough to kill a man. But there was no strike. I hadn't been hit. It was a scream, a deafening, eardrum-shattering wail. So powerful and so diabolical it was that it sent me head swirling, and all I knew was searing agony. Made me want to be sick. As the pain subsided, lad, it was replaced, at first by a stronger dread than I've ever felt, and then unparalleled fear, for I knew the scream. I'd heard it before. The man began biting at his thumbnails and rubbing his fingers hard at his eye sockets as he did. It looked like he was trying to push his fingers right into his brain and scrub away at the memories. You'd heard it before? He kept his eyes tightly closed. Aye, on the Aran Islands. I was there fixing telephone lines of all things, and I heard her. Thing was, back then, there were others around. They heard her too, and she wasn't there for me, but I still fled just as soon as I could. There's only one creature on the whole of this earth that makes a sound like that. Like what? I pressed. I can't describe it, son. It's like an emotion. All of the most dreadful emotions you can muster, wrapped up into a sound that pulls at your very soul. Words have no mastery of it. You can only know if you hear it, and I pray to our God for your soul that you never have to. What was it? I pressed again. Banshee. His eyes burst open, alight with terror. Banshee, son. And you know what they say about banshees, don't you? I can't say that I do, and my tone betrayed me at this point, for when he named it, when he actually gave a name to the subject of his supernatural recount, I found it just a little too magnificent to believe. He spotted it right away, and was flushed with an abrupt rage. "To hell with you then!" he bellowed, almost knocking the table as he stood. "I needn't finish! I can see I've left very little of an impression on you. Too ignorant and too close-minded." "Wait," I said, feeling apologetic, but not knowing how to react. Surely, I remember thinking, he couldn't expect me to just believe in so wild a tale. And yet, what harm was there in going along with it, being swept in by it, if it would appease the old man and give him some comfort? Please, wait. It's not that I don't believe you, it's just... Come on. I've never seen the slightest hint of the supernatural. It's just hard to take in is all. The old man snapped out of his fury with a sudden look of alarm. He turned back to face the window, as if checking if his outburst had given him away to whatever he believed lurked out there. "Sorry, lad. I just don't want you to think of me as a rambling fool," he said, lowering himself back to his seat, but keeping his eyes fixed on the window until I spoke again. "Well, no matter what you say, I don't think that." "Thank you," he smiled, and it was about as heartfelt as I felt he could summon. "So, Banshees, what do they say about them?" I asked. He took a deep breath. "They say if you see a Banshee, it means certain death." After he said this, he took on a new visage, one I hadn't seen before, one of tiredness, resignation and defeat. "As I said, I had heard the one on the Aran Islands. But that is the distinction. Herder, you see. Herder. You can hear a banshee and flee with your life, long as you don't look at them. But hearing the scream alone is terrible enough. I wish I could make you understand the horror of that cry, and yet I wish with all my heart that you never have to. When I heard it in that attic, I was trembling, much like I was trembling when I first passed through these here doors. I ain't ashamed to say it, but I was crying. I was scared, son. But I remembered, you see. I remembered me own grandpappy telling me that if you see a banshee, if you see it, it means certain death. And that was me hope. The lights were on now, so I knew what I had to do. "What?" I demanded, again becoming consumed by his words. "I had to make it out of the house and back to my curragh. Heck, I might have had to make it all the way back to the mainland, with me eyes closed. Long as me eyes stayed closed, I couldn't see her, and I thought, at that point, that I may have just outsmarted her. So I closed me eyes, and I tried to leave. It was about that time that the storm kicked up. Oh, nothing too large, but not forecast and odd, you know. Howling wind, some heavy rain, but from nowhere and filling the house with haunting, hollow sounds that echoed around me. I moved towards the ladder and almost fell out of the loft hatch, just catching myself before I did, but holding my eyes tightly shut. Then pain, searing, pounding and horrifying pain tore through me again, and this time I did fall. The old man lifted his tattered shirt to reveal that his skin underneath was bruised with the deepest blacks and purples. I think I gasped. I fell hard, and both me side and me head was thick with pain, but it wasn't worth me life, son, so I kept me eyes closed. It made me realise, you know, why all those horror movies and stories are set in the dark. You know what the most terrifying thing was about having me eyes closed? She could have been right in front of me, and I wouldn't have had a fecking clue. And that, more than most anything else at that moment, was utterly terrifying. The not knowing, the not seeing, the darkness. I tell you, that's true fear. I kept going though. I refused to let her get me. If I didn't open me eyes, if I didn't see her, then she had no power over me, I figured. I pulled me wretched body up as best I could and dragged it along the hallway. I put me right foot out in front of me and felt me way to the top of the stairs. And there I waited. Pain again, but this time I was prepared. I had a feeling, a gut feeling along with a dread, that she wanted me to fall, wanted me to knock me head and knock open me eyes. But I had been too shrewd, I reckoned. I held on to the rail and kept me set upright until she stopped. The pain drifted off slowly and I began to make my way down the staircase, one that definitely had more steps going down than it had coming up. But finally, I had my hand upon the handle of the door. I was so close to a breath of relief, so close to fleeing to my boat, that I almost dared to dream I'd make it out. But then she did it. She screamed, son. The man's eyes flooded with tears, and he cast his vision down to his glass. The scream was so close that it caught me off guard. So close I could feel her breath in me ear, and I couldn't help it. Oh, I begged me body not to do it. I begged God not to let it happen, but it was like the sound alone was peeling back my eyelids. They sprang open, and I was a fecking dead man. There she was, almost floating above me and looking down at me poor doomed spirit. Her eyes were dark and vacuous,
except for two luminous orbs that seemed to float in the dark oval eternities. Her mouth was just as vacuous as her eyes, but wider, studded all round with sharp, pointed rows of teeth. And although there was barely a shape to it beyond emptiness, there came this feeling that she was giving me a sickening smile. Her skin was taut around thin muscle, and the flesh was of a bluish tinge. I recognised her long, bony fingers from the door frame, but they seemed more skeletal than I had remembered. She had no fingernails, and the flesh at the end oozed with dark liquid. But none of this was the worst of what she was. The worst was knowing that taking in any vision of this accursed creature was looking at my own death. She reached towards me, and my body became stone, petrified. I managed to close my eyes again, but it was too late. I couldn't unsee what I'd seen, and then, I shouted, but the old man didn't even flinch. He didn't seem to even notice I was there anymore. He took another sip of Jameson and blankly continued. She took off my shirt. Softly. Softest and gentlest touch you've ever felt. Like a mocking pity. And then came the sounds of splashing water. I opened my eyes, searching out the sound. I'd seen her after all. The only reason I'd closed them was to shut out some of the horror. But I wanted to see if I was right about why she'd taken my shirt. And I was. Been here. They say they wash the clothes of those about to die, and she washed mine. Once finished, she put it into the sink and moved out of the room, leaving me alone on the floor. Then what? Then what happened? I shouted more forcefully, and this roused him enough to look up at me. What then? Then I had to leave. I had to spend the next hour alone in the darkness waiting to die, thinking I'd never see life again, never again talk to someone else. She left me alone, and I fled. I could see him there, in my mind's eye, and imagined how utterly terrible it must have been for this man. Reality or not, he believed he had seen these things, and the suffocating fear he would have felt must have been unbearable. First was the terror of making it across the tiny island, constantly looking over his shoulder, every second wondering if he would make it to his boat alive. Then, in the thick darkness and pouring rain, he had to row alone for over 30 minutes, with his eyes fixed on the island, every moment expecting the beast to emerge from the shadows, to grasp him and to swallow him whole. When he made it to the land, there was the sheer vulnerability he must have had to endure before fumbling out his car keys, wondering if his delay and manic attempts to place them into the slot brought the thing closer, brought his death closer. Finally, there was the drive up the darkened road towards the pub, and, no doubt, he would have been peering constantly in the rear view mirror, waiting for her skeletal hands to reach up from the darkness of the back seat and throttle him in his chair. Even the run from the car to the bar door must have felt like an ordeal without end. The horror of it all was not just in the viewing of the creature, but in every moment he had spent alone since. And, just as I was about to console myself by the thought that at least now he was warm and amongst company, his eyes began to widen. He rose from the corner bench, stepping forwards, and pointed madly, his face drained of all the colour that had been slowly returning to him. "No! I'm not ready!" he howled, looking out of that small dark window, and for a moment, caught up in the hysteria and drama of this strange evening, I thought, for the faintest flickering of a second, that I glimpsed something wavy, silvery and smoke-like, and then a flash of two glowing orbs, almost eyes. "Begone, she-devil! I call out your name, Banshee! I call out your name, Benir! And with these I command you to depart! You'll not have me! I am strong and I ain't ready! So with your name I cast you out! With the names of Jesus Christ and the Holy Father, God himself, I cast you out! I am protected by the Lord, and by the Holy Spirit, and by Jesus Christ. My soul resides with them, and I am protected. You will not have me. You will not have my life. You will not have me. He stopped, barely drawing breath, and stared for a long time at the gathering gloom. His eyes remained fixed and unblinking for many more minutes before he began to utter the words. I think that worked. I think... But he was cut off by his own manic and blood-curdling screams. Screams I had never before, nor never since, heard another human make. She's inside. She has me. I can't escape. She's death. She proclaims death. She brings my death. And holds it out to me in her blue, withered hands. I'm dead. I could do nothing but stare at the old man in horror. Can you not feel her breath at your neck? Can you not perceive the cascading wires of hair that brushes at your arms? Can you not feel that skeletal hand that reaches right through your chest? For God's sakes, man, she's behind you! I turned immediately, and though I both perceived nothing nor saw nothing, I was shaken, and my body became chilled all over, bursting into gooseflesh. When I turned back to face the old man, which I did slowly and with an immovable caution, he was gone. The only trace of him left being a half-finished whiskey and the slight movement of the front door closing to. I did not dare walk back to the bed and breakfast that evening, and instead had the landlord call me a taxi. It had to come over from Wexford town, and it wasn't cheap. But I was thankful for the company, and I gave him €10 extra to wait outside of the small inn until he saw I was inside and the front door was closed. The following morning, I managed to delay my party's travels by 1 day. They thought it was foolish, but I wished to make some short inquiries within the local area. After speaking with folks around Templetown, Fetard, and some of the other small regions of County Wexford, I gathered the following. Davy insisted that he had never made a call that indicated any loss of power, and was in fact not on the small island that night. Instead, he was drinking and staying with a friend on the mainland. The old man's boss, Arthur, swore blind that it was Davy that had called, and couldn't possibly have been someone posing as him. He knew the voice well. However, Arthur noted 2 very odd things. The first was that the call had been very distorted, as if by a strange static, but a static that sounded almost like a wheezing, or at times a fuzzy electrical sobbing. The second was that, try as he might, he could not locate a call record from the previous evening, other than when he had called the old man. Further to this, in speaking with some of the locals closer to the coast, several of them reported hearing a sombre sound drifting in from the sea, like the call of a dying whale, but more haunting, more terrible. Finally, after knocking on the door and ringing the bell of the old man's flat, and receiving no answer, I spoke with many people in Fetard, and none had seen him return home. His car remained at the Dewdrop Inn, and his curragh remained on the shore unclaimed. To this day, and it has been several years since, I often wonder about the man, and hope that it was merely some delusion of the mind that he had seen that night, and often think that all else could probably be put down to coincidence or trickery. However, and when not trying to ease my own mind, I feel more strongly that what the man had said was truth, and that those terrible tones that sailed hauntingly across the sea that evening were the vile vocal notes of the vision he had seen on the small island. And of his life, I try not to speculate, because each time I do, my heart inexplicably begins to quicken, and in my mind's eye I begin to see a picture of the creature he described, a creature who grasps my own clothes in its bluish withered hands. At this point, I immediately stop thinking and push anything relating to this tale from my mind.
for that is an image I hope to never fully conjure. Thank you for listening to my tale here at the Horror Story Corner. I hope you can join us next time for our next foray into dread. Until then, pleasant dreams. Hello and welcome, Fright fans, to this, the Horror Story Corner, where today we have a wholly original fear fable. It's a tiny traversal into the realms of terror and centres around a man at the end of his rope. Luckily, a creature known as the Little Man reaches him in time and serves to provide a new lease on life. But what are the Little Man's true intentions, and will they lead us all to the dark recesses of the Horror Story Corner? I hope you enjoy The Little Man. It was shortly after 11, and everyone else was asleep when the Little Man came to me. I was looking into the mirror and flossing as the small, bony hand and yellowed nails wrapped around the door, tapping almost imperceptibly. It gave me a start to notice the fingers rapping and tapping, and he took my recoiling at them as an insult. Pulling his entire being into the room, I saw the anger and offence on his features. I thought he was here to harm me, and although he barely reached my knee in height, a primal fear made me curl into the corner of the room beside the bin. The Little Man can't speak words, but he can think thoughts to you. He says it's a talent of his. He can think thoughts right into people's brains, and I can hear him just as clearly as if he had spoken. He could also send emotions. On that first night, he sent me pity, and he sent me feelings of safety, friendship. I looked at the Little Man again. He had eyes that were too wide, and teeth too large and too square, some blackened and some broken. His mouth was a crooked, wavy line supported by a sagging, crumpled and broken jawbone. His left arm was so long and so thin it made me queasy, and his right arm was so short it was barely more than a hand. His legs were equal in size. He was naked and hunched, hairless and sitting on his haunches. He smiled, and I began to like him. He taught me things, told me that it was okay to feel blue. He reminded me that things wouldn't always feel the way they do now. He said he'd see me through it. It's a good thing, too, as I had set aside the razor and warm water in the sink for after I'd finished my teeth. I didn't want to do that now, though. I put the razor blade away, and I emptied the sink. I looked into the Little Man's eyes. They were eyes that some would find scary. I can still find them slightly unsettling when the large veins pulse with a dark throbbing crimson, but when you look into them and when he thinks into your head, they can be quite calming, almost musical, not unlike a softly sung lullaby. He told me he thought it would be a bad idea if I told others about him, but I disagreed. The next morning, at breakfast, I introduced the Little Man to my wife and children. They ignored him and were quite rude. The Little Man pulled my daughter's chair out from under her. She fell over and smashed her face onto the breakfast bar I'd built for her and her brother. There was a lot of blood, and my wife thought it was strange when I laughed, but the Little Man was lying down and making angel shapes in the spilled milk and blood, and I couldn't help myself. Then my wife lied. She said that I'd pulled the chair, said that I needed to stop playing sick games. Some police officers questioned me, but it was okay, because I let the Little Man do the thinking for me, and he did some great thinking. He told me I should say that the girl fell, that things with the wife hadn't been good, that she was looking for excuses to leave. The police didn't have any evidence, my word against my wife's. My daughter didn't know, said she hadn't seen. She had to have reconstructive surgery. Lost a lot of teeth, I think. After I'd settled in my new flat, living with the little man, he suggested that he should come to work with me. I told him not to bother. Told him that work made me think bad things about myself, made me want to do bad things to myself. I told him about the razor, and told him how he'd saved me that night. The little man didn't look surprised, but he did look like he was decaying. There were new holes in his face that were oozing black liquid. Sometimes his face would make a mess on the floor, but I didn't mind. I could clean that up. The little man had been good to me. The little man thought into me, putting his voice in my head. I noticed how loud it sounded, much louder than the voice that I thought with. He said that it would be good for him to see my work. He said he wanted to be there for me. Said that we could work out a way for me to be happy. At work, people were mean. They put piles of documents on my desk that made me sad. They shouted at me for being at home sick and told me that I was useless. One mean bully said that he was surprised my wife hadn't left me years ago and that she'd already blown everyone in town. The little man grew red, demonic. His body swelled with faces of rage that pushed against his skin, revealing hidden monstrosities beneath his thin, pale blue flesh. He thought for me, louder than I'd ever heard. He told me that I should wedge the 2 doors to the office closed, and that he would take care of the rest. For a time after that, it was suspected that I'd set the fire that killed everyone. I was a little mad at the little man for making it seem like it was me, and when I told people about the little man, they all thought I'd lost my mind. They can't see him like I can, I've noticed, and that makes it hard for them to believe me. Regardless, I still trust the little man. I can't help but trust him, and I can't help but do as he instructs me to do. His thoughts have just gotten so loud. I lied to the police, told them I'd gone out for lunch when the fire started. A lot of evidence burnt up, but I could see they thought it was me. I could see that soon I'd be put in prison. Tonight, I asked the little man what I should do. He thought it was a good idea to kill my wife and children. I liked the way he smiled when he said it. He asked me if the razor blade was still in the bathroom for afterwards. I told him that I would check, and I will. I can hear what he's thinking, and it scares me a bit now. What scares me most is how good of an idea the little man is making me think it is, because I could swear that there's this other, quieter voice, an old voice that used to be in my head, and if I'm not much mistaken, it's screaming at the happy demonic face of the little man, the newly empty sockets that still drip with the rancid rotting leftovers of its eyes. The old voice is crying over what I'm going to do to my family, and it's trying with all its might to make me stop and run away instead. But I can't hear it very well over the thoughts of the little man, and it's so much easier to let him think, and let everything else just stop. Let everything stop.
Well, looks like our protagonist has been led astray by the little man, and has committed inexcusable acts. But what of this strange creature that can think its thoughts straight into you? Is it corporeal, or just some demonic incarnation of severe depression? One thing is for sure. If you should ever hear his ethereal thought whisper drifting out from the horror story corner, you must lock all of your doors, bar all of your windows, and pray that he doesn't make it to the inside of your mind. Thank you for listening, and as ever, sleep well. Hello and welcome, Fright fans, to this, the Horror Story Corner,
where today we are celebrating reaching over 500 subscribers. Thank you so much to everyone that has subscribed, listened, liked, or commented so far, and for helping this small community of horror lovers to grow. In response to this, I am today releasing an original horror tale, written by myself, and one of my personal favourites, as whilst I wrote this, late into the night, I managed to give myself a little fright. It's a terrifying traversal into the realms of revenge beyond the grave, born from betrayal and wickedness. It's a story presented by our fear-filled narrator James Adler, and concerns the events surrounding the suicide of his cousin's wife. However, all might not be as it seems, and revelations will place all involved before us, here in the Horror Story Corner. I hope you enjoy. He will swing. Account written by James Adler, 12th of August, 1912. The following is a full and frank account of all the information that is relevant and which pertains to the mysterious circumstances surrounding my cousin, Stephen Adler. Although what I write is factual, I must admit here to an expanding and romanticizing of the narrative, as is my habit as a professionally established writer. Although the sources contained herein are a combination of my own memories, discussions with members of Papplewick, and an account written by Stephen, descriptive sections and deductions have been made by me. Having laid out this caution to the reader, I will now commence. Delirium had seized upon Stephen's mind in the cold winter of 1890. His wife had been found dead. She was hanging from the pronounced rafters of an equipped but unused nursery. Her untimely demise had affected Stephen greatly. This was augmented by the note left in her own hand. Although I had personally not read it, he recounted it to me in his somewhat more lucid ramblings. It stated, "It is you, Stephen, that is culpable for this sin. No further options are afforded to me, and it must be so. I pray God is forgiving." Due to the fragile and rambling condition that he found himself in, I felt charged to provide the man lodging. My wife, having raised our two fine children and consoled them through fever-driven nightmares, took to the task of nursing him quite well. Distancing himself from Newbury House aided his wailing spirit well, and after 2 days, the bizarre febrile of the mind dissolved. It left in its wake increasing logic and strength. On the 4th day, he arose and managed to make it down to breakfast. Until then, he had taken to either denying food entirely or having to be fed, a task my poor Isabel cared for the least. This morning, however, his moods were enlivened, and all previous shadows around him seemed softened by the breaking light. It was a brittle and tentative state, but one that struck me as deeply encouraging. Upon his appearance at the dining table, I instructed the kitchen to provide a heavy serving, and one complemented by all the items that aid in the strengthening of body and mind. He ate briskly, at first without word, but once his ravenous state began to be quelled by the well-equipped table, he would break occasionally from eating and begin to engage in small discourses. I must add at this point, to any eyes beyond my own, and those of our Lord, that I commit only as close to fact here as memory will allow, and whilst words may change by the dimming effects of time, their meaning shall be as close to the original as I may summon. The conversation I am about to present is at the earliest point of all the events related in this story, and occurred some 22 years prior to it being committed to this page. Further aspects of this recount are closer to our day, and therefore their prose shall be truer. Our conversation went as such. "What is to be done with regards to the funeral? Has she been seen?" Stephen asked, with a developing firmness to his tone that I admit had me taken aback initially. Still, he waited politely, and once I had assessed his readiness for the seriousness of such a discussion, I proceeded, arrested slightly by caution. "The house has been made up as such, but few have visited her. It is a wicked thing to take one's own life, a sin. There can be no hiring of mourners, and any parade we might attempt shall be slight. None will afford us the horses, and I have enquired at length. At least day burials are no longer out of the question. She can be committed to the earth, and may at least find some peace." My words were purposefully restrained and factually accurate, containing as minimal emotion as possible. I did not want to place any further pressure on Stephen's weakened mind. "A sinner, yes, but also my wife," was his reply, and against my better judgment a sudden flash of fury came into me. When next I spoke, I did so with less logical reasoning. "You say such," said I, feeling a rush of blood warming my cheeks. "But through her deeds she has stained your good name. A tarnish on my own, too." "Suicide, Stephen." "What is good in a name? I have lost my wife, sir. That is all. Names are worthless. A good name will not alleviate my grief." At this juncture, there was a palpable sense that Stephen's mind was again descending, so I alighted and carried the subject away to friendly and more airy planes. "It is blissful that we should behold such amounts of light this far into the winter." "There is no light without her," stated Stephen, with a barren and melancholy look, the once bright twinkle that shone from his eyes becoming hazy and dim. "And yet the day still begins, the sun takes its usual place. We continue." This was an attempt on my part to allay his tormenting emotions, but instead he turned upon it with a vile and somewhat surprising anger. "Cavalier, callous and cold!" he shrieked, spitting towards me. "Your kindness is not wanted if it is to be tinged with such disregard. Summon me a trap, I wish to depart." It took some time after this to soothe his rage and convince him that I meant no disrespect or ill will. Eventually, though, resolution was found, and he agreed to stay until her remains had been laid. The prospect of returning to the site of her death was enough to shackle him, and although still flushed with a vermilion anger, he retreated to his room and took to further rest. Stephen and I conversed very little until the funeral. Him, still angry that I had taken the stance I had in condemning his wife's actions, and I, not wanting his anger to evolve into anything akin to madness. On the day before she was to be buried, there was an area of contention with the church. It was instructed that her body was to be laid separately from the graves of others. There was some discussion around the souring of the ground and the unhappiness of the families of those that already rested there. This tragedy was averted by providing the priest with a heavy purse of coins. However, it did stir an amount of condemnation by the general townsfolk, and further darkened their outlook towards us Adlers. The day itself was bare of visitation, but Stephen took to the task of overseeing the burial of his wife like a man, and I felt pride in watching his stern, unfeeling features. After all was done, I offered to accompany him home. He immediately refused this, and requested distance to allow his true torment to surface. Are you quite certain?" I asked, almost paternally. "You and Isabel have been good enough to me, my dear fellow. I wish to place no further imposition on the two of you. Go home and get some rest yourself. No doubt, whilst caring for me, you too have become tired. You look it, and though you pretend otherwise, the events have taken their toll on you, dear cousin." At this I laughed, improper as it was due to our current location and the circumstances we were in. And Stephen roused a faint smile himself, even if he didn't feel like doing so. "Walking 70 paces to your house is hardly imposition, my good man, and you do not need to trouble yourself with my tiredness or the ill effects events have had on me. Just make sure you are well. Are you sure I cannot walk with you?" "I am certain," said Stephen firmly. "I must begin acquainting myself with the solitude that haunts the widower." Again he smiled, but this time a little less, and with eyes that drifted downward. And looking at him, haunted seemed an apt metaphor. There were new shadows to his face that I had never until that moment observed. "You will join Isabel and I for dinner soon, I should hope?" I asked earnestly. "That I will, cousin," replied Stephen. With that, we parted company at the cemetery gates. I returned home in silent contemplation, but somewhat satisfied that for the most part this macabre affair had been laid to rest. Not 1 hour later, I was stirred from a light afternoon slumber by a monumental pounding at my door. At first, I was a small amount trepidatious in opening it, but I quietened my nerves with reason and summoned my courage. Once opened, an initial relief began to fill me upon seeing my cousin. However, this was short-lived when I saw the ghastly expression wrought upon his features. It was like a man standing condemned before a firing squad. He was worse than on the day he had taken lodging with us, and more of a wraith than a human stood before me. I quickly shielded him from the prying eyes of the village, and acquired not a small amount of brandy. The man was so far afflicted that his trembles were visible, and I feared that he had had another episode of his earlier febrile. I took the fellow by the hand and led him into my study so that we would not be disturbed. I procured a thick blanket from one of the children's old bedrooms and enshrouded him. The weightiness of it seemed to please and quell him in a manner not unlike the slow soothing of an infant. He drew deeply from the glass of brandy, and so quickly that many times he coughed and sputtered. The desired effects began to take hold as he again became more of himself. I waited longer, encouraging him not to speak until he was able to do so. His eyes pierced me as they attached themselves to my form, and his few words, whilst unassuming at first, became disturbingly unsettling the longer they were left to linger. The most dreadful of all was the line he repeated most frequently, and this I can record word for word as though it were etched permanently into my mind. In almost a hypnotized stupor, he repeated, "She has stayed with the house." Few other perceivable utterances were given, nor, I should say, I failed to retrieve any further fixed meaning from the man, so I opted instead to aid him to retire. With some effort, I managed to escort Stephen to the attic room, and provided him with enough heavy eiderdown so that he was both comforted and warm. He slipped into a slumber easier than I imagined, and I lingered by his bedside, repeating the phrase he had stated. This one fully formed idea. She had stayed with the house. And what he had meant by it plagued me late into the evening, so that, even upon the arrival of my dear wife, I found it impossible to leave my study, and betray my solitude and fixation. She did call on me to check that I was well, but receiving only a scowl and silence, she began to exit. It was not my usual habit to refrain from greeting and showing kindly affection, and the abstinence would no doubt leave her somewhat startled. Hence, before she could fully remove herself from the study, I took her softly by the shoulders. I allayed her dismay by stating that it was due to Stephen that I had become so ponderous, and, sated by this alone, she too retired to bed, not requiring or asking any further explanation. For my mind to seek relief and to cease playing those words over, I found no further option than to investigate the macabre state of affairs for myself. Before doing so, I looked in on Stephen, but finding a restful sleeper, and even a semblance of serenity in his brandy-sedated state, I left him to his dreams undisturbed. Not wishing to wait for the morrow, I took a heavy coat, scarf, and sturdy boots, and bore out into an unwelcoming night, filmed by thick fog that hid the sky and made the few traces of moonlight beautiful, but redundant in aiding my sight. Mercifully, the distance was short, and having walked these cobbled and uneven streets for the better part of 4 decades, I arrived at Newbury House without incident. The sensation of the place had altered, and the air, already deeply chilled by the full throes of winter, cut deeply. The frame of the manor stood forth from the mist, and was oddly illuminated against the darkness by some hidden and almost preternatural source. Indeed, even on such a starless and deep night as this, every stone and crevice of the facade was visible. It had taken to its features something of a haunted quality, one never noticed by any passer-by before this evening, but now unmissable and undeniably there. It was an offness, slightly away from centre and correct, and dreadfully unsettling. I wanted to make haste and to scout the place, so that I may return home to a warm fire and strong drink, but found my conviction waning. There was no approaching a thing so suddenly ghastly, not if one wished to retain a semblance of sanity. Instead, I kept my heels close to the edge of the pavement, and sought refuge in keeping a distance between myself and the building. However, no matter the distance, I could still hear Stephen's words, and alone, in the dark and the mist, they seemed even more ghoulish. She has stayed with the house. I took a moment to compose my emotions, to steady my nerves, and to remind myself, despite my failing fortitude, that this was reality, and not the fever dream of some horror-obsessed narrator. After quelling myself for some time further, I turned my attention back to the manor. At first I sought shapes in the surrounding land. It was vacant and enveloped in the thickening mist. Next I proceeded to run my eye over the many casements. They were empty and mainly curtained. I had taken my time to expect all but one, and it was in this space, between looking from the penultimate window to raising my attention to the one belonging to the nursery, that my soul was seized by a grave foreknowing. There was an attempt by my own body, I believe, to divert my sight and shield me from what I was about to witness. But inquisitiveness overruled preservation, and my eyes continued on their preordained path. Prior to the moment I am about to relate, I had heard of the peculiar expression of one's blood running cold, but until I saw that figure, I had had no true experience of it. It began as a firm disbelief, but morphed into a thrusting chill that forced all of the air out from my lungs. Then came the odd sensation of wanting to cry, as though within one single vision all illusion of safety and rationality had drained away to reveal a world more bitter, more wicked, Because there, in the unlit room, the one designed to welcome new life, she swung by her neck, hanging from the rafters. One of her hands, so awfully bone-like, clawed at the noose around her rope-burnt neck. The other reached out toward my very soul and implored me to set her free. There was terror, yes, and it was deeper than any I had ever known before. But there was also an unspeakable sense of tragedy. I feared, yet I mourned this poor beast. The pure whites of her eyes showed no hatred, only suffering. But this could not dispel the shock of her presence alone. The fact that she had indeed remained with the house was enough to render me incapacitated and in a petrified stupor. As a momentary aside, I assume you, as reader, question my vision on a night of such overwhelming blackness. You too might question how well I could see the nursery window from my position at the roadside, several meters back from the building. I must admit here that I too have wondered how I saw so clearly on that so foggy of winter evenings. But weather and darkness were irrelevant. Space and perhaps even time were strangely transmuted in that moment, and though the figure hung in the window, the space between myself and the glass exited, so that I found myself placed beside her. Every detail swayed in a horrific fashion before me, her lips bluing as the temples throbbed to push fresh oxygen to her dimming mind, ultimately failing. She had regretted her actions, that was apparent. Her face was not of a woman that wished to taste death any further. I was surprised by how determined she was to claw at the rope, until her fingernails splintered and tore out. It made it impossible to believe that she wished to taste death at all. Everything in her wanted to live. Then, without knowing exactly what, I perceived that there was something else. A dark mass gathered by the door of the room, and from this shape I could sense a pure hatred. I think it was watching her. I think it wanted her to die. Without conscious thought, the words "I am sorry" exited my lips, and with them I was released from this vision, space returning and throwing me off balance. Tumbling hard onto the concrete, I hit my head into unconsciousness. After some time, I know not how long, I awoke and stumbled away, part crawling. Though dazed, I took great care not to look at the manor window again. Bafflingly, by the time I arrived home, Stephen had awoken, gathered his few belongings, and had taken his leave. I learnt this from a frantic Isabel as she tended dutifully at the gash that still scars me today. Apparently, he had left in a mixture of fear and fury, and stated that he needed to be as far away from this town as possible. After what I had seen for myself at Newbury, I could quite understand him wanting to place some distance between himself and the manor. I did not blame him nor judge him for fleeing. I was, however, greatly concerned for his welfare, and whilst I would not restrict or hamper his flight, I did send word of his leaving to family and mutual friends. I asked that should he make contact with any of them, that they should inform me immediately. I did not hear anything of Stephen again for a very long time. And as the days gathered into months, I began to fear the worst. Finally, as the months formed years, I gave up hope of ever speaking with him again, although the optimist in me placed him amongst the living still. The years that gathered between then and now are of little relevancy, and pertain only to the personal matters of my own life. My experiences bear no further insights to the narrative as a whole, as, since the night that I saw the horrible and pitiful spectre at the nursery window, I have had no further dealings with the world that seeps from the shadows of our own. At least, not until very recent developments, which I will relate to you shortly. Before I do, it may be of small relevance to note that in the first few years after Stephen departed, Newbury fell into the hands of the bank and was let to a succession of different but reputable persons, some of whom I had the pleasure of entering into discourse with. By all accounts, reputable though they were, few tenants remained in the house much longer than several weeks. It was said that many were plagued by visions and clamours rising from the depths of the occult, and whilst I never heard word of any physical harm that befell those individuals brave enough to reside within Newbury, I did hear of one poor soul who, convinced they were visited by a spectre driven mad by a murderous desire for revenge, attempted to hang themselves in the very same room that Sarah, Stephen's wife, had died. Upon hearing this story, it did make me wonder if the dark and angry mass that I sensed, watching from the corner of the nursery, observing Sarah's suicide, may have been the same creature that pressed this fellow to want to kill himself. It also made me question if there was some supernatural interference in my cousin's wife's sad departing, and the thought of it chilled me. The gentleman who attempted to kill himself was apparently seen by a physician who recommended admittance to Millbrook Asylum. After this, and a string of other peculiar circumstances, the house was propositioned for sale at a figure absurdly below its worth. Yet no one bought, and as further time mounted, the house groaned under years of disuse, and began to wither and decay. As previously stated, during all of this I had heard nothing from Stephen at all, and then, quite without warning, I received a letter that he was to travel from London and arrive back in Papelwick. This letter I received but a few weeks prior to this very day. To state that I was jarred by finding him to be both alive and well would be quite an understatement. However, knowing that he would soon return home filled me with joy and an inexplicable trepidation. I couldn't completely explain the latter, but I assumed it related in some way to what I had seen immediately prior to Stephen's departure all those years ago. Herein I have enclosed a copy of his letter for perusal by the reader. Dearest cousin, with such a noble and caring heart as the one that nursed me back from the very edge of the abyss, I know that you will forgive me for never writing before. I thank you too for not making chase beyond the words you sent out to our friends and neighbours. It was a simple necessity to put our shared town and the memories within as far from my mind as possible. And, truthfully, it may have remained that way until I myself fertilized the oxeye. Circumstances have now changed. As you know, I had a penchant for the game of whist, and of throwing my wealth towards the pockets of other men. As such, I find myself with little remaining. Hence, I am counting upon your generosity of spirit once again. If it is suitable, I wish to stay with you and your darling wife, Isabel, who I trust is quite well. I would not consider such imposition if I were not desperate, my dear friend, but it is in desperation that I beseech you. You will find enclosed a return address. If my request is too great, then please do state so. I assure you, you will not find me sore, only understanding. Although it is a terrible thing to me that I must again revisit a place haunted with the death of my darling one, who you know I adored with all that I am. It can only be good that I am again able to be acquainted with my own blood. I hope that you will feel a surge of happiness in receiving my presence, but for now I am, as always, your affectionate cousin, Stephen Adler. From this point we communicated by letter, and for convenience by telegram. I offered Stephen lodging for as long as he should desire it, and he expressed a high amount of gratitude. The last correspondence stated that he was to arrive by hired carriage. He would have taken the train, but due to the coal strike making conveyance by that method a momentary improbability, the former was preferred. It should have taken 2 days. After 5, I had heard no more, and decided that somewhere on his route his mind had altered. I sent telegrams, but none were answered. 2 days following my last unanswered telegram, and taking us to slightly over 4 weeks from the day that I now write, there was an unexpected knock at my door. I readily attributed it to a delayed Stephen, but upon opening it, I was surprised to see David Pask, the local baker. He was deathly pale, and of a pallor that suggested he was near to fainting. I took him into my study promptly, and, once I had rested him in my high-backed chair, closed the door too. When I observed the first colours of life blush into his cheeks, I made comment. Again here, I shall present the dialogue as best as my recollection will allow me. However, it is done so without the collaboration of those involved, and whilst the general idea will remain, the content may not be exact. I believe I began by stating, "Mr. Pask, are you quite well, or are you in need of a doctor?" The man looked so affrighted, I feared that he may never speak again, but after a moment's pause and several crossings of himself, he spoke. "I have seen the most ghastly of apparitions. O Lord, protect us." He crossed himself further. "Where, and of what?" Although I knew the answer before it left his tongue. "Newbury," he whispered, and his face contorted at the utterance. I felt the same curiosity of cold blood seize me as it did on the night that I saw Sarah. I had passed Newbury on many occasions since the event, and not one of those times did I dare fashion my gaze so that it may meet the inside of the nursery window. After a time, passing by with bowed head had become my wont, erasing any chance of placing my vision anywhere near that casement. Suddenly a surging life broke out of the baker, and he clutched undignified from his knees at my sleeves. "You must come with me. Come with me to Newbury this instant. There is a darkness about the place which you must see," the baker preached, almost as a vicar in sermon. "Was it her?" I inquired, wishing not to have my question answered. "Her? No." At this, David seemed taken aback and slightly puzzled. "It is him, your cousin, James. It is Stephen." With this revelation, my own fear dispersed slightly, so that I became more acquainted with the need for action. "Is Stephen hurt?" I inquired, but did not provide enough room for an answer. "I will go with you, David, although that building is one that I have wished many times were rendered to fragments. It is a place that I knew some day I would have to return to. Is Stephen waiting there? Is there some mischief afoot?" "He is dead," the baker placed quietly and simply. "Dead?" I pressed, with an abruptly frantic tone. "He swings from the same rafter as his departed wife." I felt my own colour slip. For years, nothing. Perhaps even with my optimism, imagining that he had already met his own end, and then hope of reconciliation before news far ghastlier than mere death.
2 suicides and 1 attempted suicide, all in the same manner, all in the same room. It was too much for a gentleman, and I admit here that I descended somewhere below full comprehension of the events taking place. It was my Isabel, who had in later years adopted a particularly strong and calm manner, that managed to rouse and level me. Darling, darling, it is so terrible and so shocking, but your strength is needed now more than ever, she entreated. These words echoed around until they gained a semblance of meaning, and then that meaning bore acid within me until I found myself stood, and almost fully together. I am sorry. Perhaps the constable was the correct course of action, the baker said, still white, and with shame lowering his brows. No, you were right to alert me, but the constable should be informed, I stated. This needs to be properly investigated. I shall accompany you. I was earnest in this resolve. You will most certainly not. The shock of such could kill you, Isabel countered. Alas, perhaps you are right. I feel my age. It is weighing heavily at this moment. David needed to hear no more, and though still in shock himself, he set about quickly in reassuring me that matters would be taken care of. I sat, redundant, and allowed Isabel to provide me comfort. In the following days, the funeral was completed for much less coin and with much less condemnation than that of Stephen's wife. The vicar had been sympathetic in his temperament, and there had been softening views of suicide generally, as we moved from our hard Edwardian to our new Georgian sensibilities. The matter was then closed in my own mind, and to protect my nerves I did not turn to speculation regarding some preternatural and malevolent spirit. As I saw it, or as I wished to see it, Stephen, having been on the point of financial ruin, and seeing the house in which his wife had taken her own life, became so overwhelmed with grief that he clambered through the wreckage. Once firmly in the spot of her death, he took to doing the same. A terrible but completed tale. Then, 1 week before this very day, the constable came to my door. As Stephen's only living relative, he saw it fit that I should possess his last words, written in a shaky hand on several small pieces of paper found in Newbury. But before he took his leave, the constable warned me that their content was rambling and nefarious. He suggested that there was very little use in the reading of them, other than to see that Stephen's mind was clearly unwell, and recommended that I shouldn't. But ultimately, he left that decision to me. It is regretful to state, but having studied them closely, and in a rash effort to save my own stability, I committed them to flame. However, reflecting on the situation and deciding that it is worse to keep the whole burden of knowledge to myself, for the words remain fresh in my mind no matter how I try to erase them, or to bury them in some dark recess, I have instead decided to keep record of all these terrible events. Hence, I will add what I have learned from the papers here, and what I have since learned from other villagers. Then I will leave it to the reader to decide for themselves the meaning and authenticity of the whole affair. And I hope, in the act of doing so, I can create some small space in my own mind to again let in some light and peace, which may someday lead to a restful night's sleep. Again, and for the final time, I must state that, as this is a telling in my own words, I can but only apologize as to my dramatic and descriptive nature as an author, committing the words as if they were fanciful fiction,
affords me more bravery to continue. And continue I must. Stephen arrived back in Papelwick 2 days after I had received his last telegram, and urged his conveyance to slow, allowing him to alight at the edge of town. Too much inactivity caused his limbs to take on a dim ache, and he required some good country air. Along his excursion he took to the homeliness of a quaint eatery, and indulged in a plate of rather splendid meats and cheeses, and accompanied it with beer. He found, to his liking, that the charges were much less than that of the city, and in spite of his financial issues, his pocket remained undented. A little tighter around the waist, he continued along to the heart of the town, but somehow, and quite without his knowing, he happened upon the cast-iron gates of Newbury. A curious flutter of an imagining was born in that moment, as he stood looking at the magnificently high gables. The stonework remained immaculate, if not a slightly darker shade than he had recollected. In the many years it had not lost everything of the initial charm that had drawn him towards it. Perhaps it was that immodest, luring charm that led him into wanting to enter again. He felt no ill towards the structure, and did not find the building intimidating. In fact, it was rather welcoming, excluding the surrounding gardens, which had been overcome by weeds and unruly wildflowers. Carefully, his eyes moved towards the window of the nursery, and there, in the window, stood only vacancy. The imagining grew in force until it was almost said out loud. If chance would allow, he could live there again. Surely, after all the years of disuse and with the support of his wealthy cousin, he could acquire it once more. Perhaps, in time, make a healthy profit, which could furnish his love of gambling for many more years. Feeling strong and almost overcome with an odd excitement, the old fear of the place had vanished entirely. After all, what could there be to fear in the dazzlingly bright beams of summer which surrounded him? He pushed open one half of the gates, and it cried out in the agony of 20 years of dormancy. Suddenly his heart took on a quickening rhythm, which somewhat cleared his dreaming mind. He paused, considering if his current actions were the correct course, and he almost turned away. But the smiling sash windows and the pleasant air of the place took him. There was an inviting scent carried on the delicate breeze, and, though he believed it was mainly thought rather than material, there seemed to be a quelling song entering his mind and drawing him forwards. He moved through the gate and up to the grand door. It was ajar, and in that short moment there was a final swelling caution that tried to pull him back. It tried to send him towards Isabel and myself. It tried to send him to safety. But it was ignored. Inside, it was a thoroughly different state of affairs. The open door had allowed months of weather to distress the house, leaving only a remarkable shell with ramshackle and sodden innards. It was hard to see through the dimness. Thick dirt had buried itself along the insides of the windows, and permitted no telling as to the time of day. It became dimmer still as Stephen heard the tall, heavy door thud to a close. He turned to it, and banged himself against it, fumbling at the handle to no avail. It remained tightly closed. Defeated, he turned back to face the hallway. There was no sense of charm in the place at all any longer, and instead it was replaced by a foreign, searing unease. Then, and with an almost complete certainty, Stephen felt that something there meant to cause him harm, and he turned about again to face the door. Strangely, and although Stephen was able to move about the rest of the house as freely as any man, as he approached the door, he felt the air thicken to an almost sludge-like consistency, so that when he was in reach of the handle, he could move no further towards it. Moving away, the imperceptible force relented, and thinking it just a fancy of the mind, he attempted to make the door again. The peculiar sensation ceased for a second time, and a third, before Stephen could make no mistake. Something was restricting his escape. He was trapped within the manor. Abandoning all hope of exiting through the main threshold, he turned, and with a quickening pace began to detect his immediate surroundings. Half memory led him through the darkened hallway and to a door in the far left corner. Opening it, he entered his old study. As the main gas lines hadn't reached Papplewick on his departure, and as Stephen figured in all likelihood still hadn't, the custom was to burn oil. However, the oil had been used up many years before his return, and so he began searching through an old desk. Inside a small drawer in the lower right-hand side, his hand landed upon 2 small candles, and a lighter. Look appeared on his side as a weak flame bore forth when he struck it, and lasted only long enough to take to the candle before extinguishing. As the flame rose, and began a slight illumination of the room, he felt himself breathe deeply for the first time since he had entered. He used the candle to move over to the laden window. His first action was to challenge the integrity of the casement, but alas, after several attempts it was clear that it would give nothing to his force. So instead, using his sleeve, he tried at length to remove the thick gatherings of dust and grime that had amassed over the passage of time. This endeavour also proved fruitless, removing only superficial specks and allowing no further light to quell his growing disquiet. Frustrated, he turned to leave the study, and moved back into the hallway, gaining a sight of the front door. He charged towards it, favouring speed over caution, but he was met this time with an equally abrupt force, which threw him back and knocked him from his feet. After a few moments, he rose again, and manoeuvred his view back to that of the entrance hall, and here he considered varying recourses. To his immediate left was an entrance to the dining hall, which led on to the kitchen and then through to the servants' quarters, all of which were now quite empty. Before him was the door that led to his study, and a flight of stairs containing 15 steps in total. To his right was the long corridor, which had at one time been pleasant for musing in the summer, due to the fine art he had hung, and the 3 large windows that ran across it. It was here that his eyes were fixed when he first made out her form. It began with nothing more than a flicker, but in the preceding moments a mass quickly began to develop. The shape was adorned in a white flowing garment that around the legs and wrists of the wearer seemed adjoined to her thin, blue-tinged flesh. It cast from its essence enough fluorescence so that the thing alone might have been seen, but around it the darkness gave the impression of growing ever darker. Fractured and yellowed nails hung loosely from the hands and feet of the spectre. It was undeniably her, even in her bulging, strangled death complexion. It was the tormented spirit of his very own wife, though the apparition was far more sinister and abhorrent than any moment in her life, or of any visiting nightmare Stephen had experienced since her death. The mouth, affixed in too toothy a grin, stretched to sickening proportions, so that the corners rested almost at the eyes, which themselves were bulging white, with no irises or pupils to speak of, and traced along their surface were throbbing red veins, fit to burst and spray cascades of congealing blood at any second. Every bone must have been broken in that horrible neck, for the sound it made, a tearing, clattering, scratching, was indescribably dreadful, and the head swung and hung limply by her shoulder. There was something she clung to, something which swayed within her grip, and with a sudden surging horror, Stephen saw what the spirit held out towards him. It was offering a rope with a noose tied at the end. "No!" Stephen wailed, his eyes bulging almost as much as hers. "I will not! You will not do that to me!" And he spat towards her defiantly. Then the spectre began to flicker again, this time vanishing and recurring, as if in and out of existence. Each time it again became visible, it returned closer with more menacing a gleam. It continued to do so until it was mere inches away from Stephen, and cast out the rope so it might wrap around his neck. Stephen dodged the noose and turned, with a heart close to beating its last, and he moved in long, fast strides towards the dining hall, but as he reached the entrance to the room, the Banshee rose before him again. He then attempted his study, but once more her figure returned to deny him access. He found quite quickly that he was surrounded by her form on every side but one, the staircase, and he became acutely aware that she was restricting his movements and leading him down a path of her designing. Dashing feverishly to the top, he found her again, stopping him from moving down the left side of the corridor. The flickering grew in speed, and at points she was almost entirely upon him, rope swinging for his neck, broken fingernails clawing for his jugular. Facing her and moving backwards, he quickened his pace to try and increase the distance between them. From behind, he could hear a heavy, swinging weight and a creaking from the rafters. She was driving him towards the nursery. She meant for him to suffer the way that she had suffered. She meant to do to him what had been done to her. Anger grew from beneath Stephen's fear. He would not bend so willingly to her deathly desires. He was the man, and hell, beast, or otherwise, he would not yield to her. Directly prior to the moment she was to lurch forth, providing him no recourse but to collapse through the entrance to the damn room where he was to die, he motioned swiftly to the right, and instead launched himself into one of the guest bedrooms. With haste, he took a sturdy chair and placed it at the handle of the door, hoping, no matter how futile, that this gesture may somehow restrict her entry. In his shock, he had let the candle fall somewhere along the landing, but he had retained both the silver lighter and the second shorter candle in his breast pocket. After striking the lighter several times, it finally produced just enough of a flame to light the wick. It was in here, and by that small, dying light, that he managed to gather some papers and writing equipment from an old writing bureau, and on those papers he documented what I have here elaborated. There were 3 more entries in his hand, beyond which I have already related, and here I may record them precisely. The first said, "My confession." However, no confession was ever given chance to manifest. The second, and in slightly rougher, more jagged lines, but still notably his, were the words, "My candle is extinguished." The final entry read, "She is in the room." Stephen wrote no more. But there is something besides, something that causes my mind the most trouble, and allows credence to his dreadful words. Amongst the small bundle of papers, there was one more sheet. A short piece, but not of Stephen's hand. The writing was quite different, and there seemed to be some rage contained within the strokes. In presenting this last element of the terrible affair to the reader, I hence put my mind to it no more, and upon submitting this story for publication, leave it for those more capable of delving into the realms that turn mortal men into quivering wrecks. It read, I only wished to be unbound from a hostile and untrue wedlock. He only wishes to leave this house, but he will swing. He will swing. He will swing as I swung.
Well, well, well. It seems there was more to poor Sarah's demise than meets the bulging eyes. And what of Stephen? Well, I'm sure he's still somewhere in Newbury. Maybe he's just hanging around. Regardless, it seems that he has received his just deserts, and is now forever a member of the darkest regions of the Horror Story Corner. Let's just hope that it's enough to let Sarah finally rest, lest she remains, waiting until the day that she may take out her murderous revenge on any man who has wronged a woman and is dreamily drawn through the cast iron gates of Newbury House. Until next time, fear fanatics, and as always, sleep well.
Hello, Fear fans, and welcome to this, the Horror Story Corner, where today we have a new, wholly original tale. This is my most recent piece, and one that is grounded more in reality than my usual work. As such, I must warn you that there are certain segments of this tale that are suggestive of murder and sexual violence. Therefore, listener discretion is advised. That said, I hope you enjoy. He has a way. I sat at platform 1. Nothing had made me take the seat which I took. Well, nothing consciously, at the very least. From it, I looked over platform 2, not really thinking anything specifically, but pausing for a moment from thought to simply observe the other side. I used to do it a lot when I was younger. I would sit and just notice that I was alive, notice that I was present, and then notice everything around me in that moment that was present too. It was grounding, and it made me feel more connected to the earth. I needed connection when I was younger, and so it quelled me. It was as though by noticing I was here, it made the feeling that I was here stronger. At times, I felt that if I didn't notice myself, then I might not exist, and that used to terrify me. As we get older, and as we get given more responsibilities, I'm speaking generally of course, I think we lose this ability of noticing to some degree. It's understandable as our existence instead becomes defined by our job role, our children, our wealth, the size of our cars, our houses, and so on. Don't get me wrong, though. Capitalism's quest isn't entirely consuming. On occasion, we're drawn from our thoughts to appreciate beauty, and this beauty is usually something very small, like a cool breeze running across an otherwise stuffy room, a butterfly flapping delicately into our vision, or something equally insignificant, that pulls us away and makes us notice that we are alive for a short while. It's nice, though, when we can find the time to make these thoughtless, present periods longer. So whilst I could, I took a moment to observe and be present, but even that eventually turns back into thought. There was nothing special or interesting about the train station. In fact, if anything, it was tired, a little dull, and ugly. 2 ramps with iron railings led down to the long tarmac-coated platforms. There was no graffiti, and the signage was clean, sharp and new, but it was just lifeless. The shelters, which were identical on both sides, were held up by black-painted steel girders, with the ones that ran parallel to the roof having diamond patterns cut into them to make them look less industrial and harsh. It didn't work. I found that areas around Birmingham and Birmingham itself were better when they embraced their hardened, industrial, red brick face. That is honest, and there is more beauty in honesty. The people on Platform 2 were insignificant, tired creatures, almost grey in their complexions. There was a man, drunk and slobbering utterings into his phone. He paced forwards and backwards and hobbled slightly as he did. The others on the platform paid him no attention, and eventually, after several loud profanities and mumbled curses towards the Lord, he ended the call and sat on the last bench on the left. There were 3 other people on the platform. One stood slightly out of the shelter, smoking, and the other 2 sat in chairs with one empty space between them. They were looking down into their phones, and it amused me. Close, but worlds apart. My mind wandered back to the days of school, where we were given strange, juxtaposing life lessons regarding others. We were taught that in order to do well in the future, it was vital we should be sociable and confident in public situations. However, it was also equally important to remember to never talk to strangers, and that if we met someone in life who was friendly, yet unknown to us, they most definitely had ulterior motives. We were taught that being a team player and working with those around us is important to succeed, and in the following lesson we were taught that the world is vicious, it is dog eat dog, and in order to survive we must be competitive, we must come first, we must strive to win. We are taught to love our neighbours, to hold others close, but to sit silently during assemblies and pretend we have nothing in the world to say to our friends who are literally sitting right beside us. Otherwise we'd be scolded, not literally, put on the warning board, be ridiculed in front of a procession of others. We were taught that talking to one another was a vital skill, and yet drilled into us was the fear of speaking in our classrooms. Paradoxically, we would learn about our rights and our freedom of speech, yet our freedom was only allowed at certain times and in certain situations. And this was the result. Someone talking through a phone screen, whilst not daring to look at a real person sat beside them. "Don't you dare talk in assembly! Don't you dare talk in the train station!" It was sad to see just how far away these people were from each other, and yet physically they were so close. I wondered, if not for our enforced stoic nature, would we have more lovers, more friends? Have I been sat next to the person who could understand me most in this world, and instead of talking to them, took out my phone and liked someone else's comment on my social media wall? It was at this point that I began to notice the girl beside me, and pondered whether my chosen position was not more deliberate than I had perceived. It was a hot summer's day, hot enough for shorts, but being early, it was not yet uncomfortably warm. I saw her legs out of the corner of my eye. They were long and bare, pale, but I liked that. I moved my vision slightly, trying not to be obvious. She was wearing jean shorts, and on her lap sat a lunchbox with a leafy salad and pieces of meat. It must have been boring, as I was sat right next to her and couldn't detect any odour that would suggest flavour. I didn't judge her too harshly on that, though. Whilst an interesting lunch is, well, interesting, it doesn't do anything for a figure, and if her legs were anything to go by, other areas of her physique would probably be quite good too. Diet culture may not have long-term goals, but in the short, I was thankful for many of the results. Here, though, my curiosity was piqued, and not being at all a coward, I turned immediately to take her in. She wore a light-coloured denim jacket that suited and didn't jar against the darker shorts. Below it was a cute little yellow buttoned-down blouse with a faux lace white neckline. She wore gold-rimmed spectacles that were slightly too large for her, and ones I suspected weren't prescription. From her complexion I placed her at about 25, and I'm good with ages, so I think I was accurate. She had full lips, but a cute, toothy smile, and her breasts were well proportioned but not overstated. She was symmetrical, and I appreciate symmetry. Others may prefer quirks, and in some respects I do, but I feel a woman should be symmetrical if they are to be called beautiful, and she was beautiful. I let my vision linger for too long, and she caught me staring. Now most people would be shy at this point. They would turn away and pretend that they weren't looking, that their stares were merely passing by on the way back from looking at something else. Not me, though. I kept my eyes on hers, and I smiled. I smiled long enough that she bashfully smiled back and looked down towards her food. I had caught it, though. I had seen an indication in her pupils. They dilated minutely, and that was all I needed. I knew she was attracted to me, and why not? I've always been attractive to the opposite sex. I've always found it easy to get what I need, whether it be sex or companionship, or even, if my tastes strayed further, I would be aptly provided. Yet, it is always thrilling when a new person should deem you attractive, and from her short glance I could tell she did. I used to consider in the mirror what exactly it was that women found attractive in me, as I am not conventionally handsome, and though I seek symmetry, I am far from symmetrical. I have a nice smile, my brown eyes are deep, and my hair is well looked after. I always smell nice, and I have good teeth. However, I believe it's more to do with the confidence. They sense what's inside me. They see my nature, and they can't help it. They are drawn to it. They can't resist. It's natural. Animalistic. A message called out from a nearby speaker. The 8:50 train to Stratford-upon-Avon calling at Birmingham Snow Hill has been delayed due to strike action. The next train arriving at Platform 1 will be the West Midlands train to Birmingham Moor Street at 9:33. The girl next to me sighed, and I saw a way into conversation. Need to get somewhere? I asked, again smiling at her. She shot a small smile towards me, not as large or as bashful as the previous one. I'm just meeting someone. I don't like to be late. Ha! I laughed. You should tell that to some of my female friends. Why, I've got one who you can guarantee no matter what time she tells you, she'll be at least 3 hours late. Her little smile returned, and I thought I detected a small laugh. It might have been to appease, and appease it did. She was incredibly cute, and I found myself very quickly attracted to her, but I was a calm man. I could control myself outwardly, and I knew how to rein in the intensity. So I paused the conversation and waited for the right amount of time to pass. I waited until it felt right. I waited until I could feel her wanting me to speak again. She didn't make a show of it. There was no turning of her head, no slight cough or verbal indication, but I knew. I'm good at knowing how others feel. I'm good at reading them precisely, and I'm good at knowing when to act. I could feel her wanting me to turn, wanting me to speak again, and I left it. I left her wanting me. I looked down at the navy and rose gold watch that ticked the minutes away on my wrist, and smiled broader as they passed, because I knew each one made her want my words more. I could smell her perspiration, felt it dripping down her chest, and still lower. I could hear her thoughts crying out, "Why hasn't he spoke to me again? Surely he feels this connection between us. There isn't long until the next train. Oh God, Anthony, please talk to me." And I'm not a cruel man. At this point, when she really needed me to speak, when she was teetering but not yet careering off the edge, I did. What do you do, if you don't mind me asking? I kept it so cool. This was perfect. Asking about work, making sure that we don't stray too far too soon. She'd see that I was a gentleman, see that I'm not one to jump to my impulses or instincts, even though it was clear that we were both feeling them, both feeling electricity. She feigned annoyance, feigned reservation about talking to me, and I liked the way she played the game, but she answered because she had to answer. There was a need in her. She was drawn to me, and I wanted her. I'm an archivist. Not that you want to know much about that. It's boring, really. I was enchanted by her modesty and couldn't hold back. Archivist? How could that possibly be boring? You hold by the very role volumes and collections of history. You are a keeper of civilizations that, without your touch, would wither into dust and be forgotten by the minds of all men. And women, she added with a smile, and I had to very quickly hide the look that I felt seeping into my features. There was more silence between us, and at first I was a little downhearted, even maddened, that she hadn't shown me the same respect by asking what I did. That was until her eyes stole across to me, and told me, in no uncertain terms, the game she was playing. She wasn't asking, not because she was uninterested, but because she wanted me to chase. She wanted me to act. They really are very similar when it comes down to it, I suppose. She wanted a brute, forceful in his want, and that is what I delivered. "Dinner," I said, full of confidence and hardly looking in her direction. It felt much less a question, and more an order. "What?" she asked, pretending coyly that she hadn't seen this coming. I knew otherwise. "Dinner, tonight, after you're done with your friend in the city. I can meet you at 8 if you like. I know a place that does excellent pho, casual, but excellent." "I'm sorry," she uttered, looking over at me, and just as I was about to set the meeting in stone, as I believe she truly wanted, she added, "It's my boyfriend that I'm meeting in town." I flushed red, and my eyes fixed on her. She saw the heat in them. Not anger. I must stress, I'm never driven by anger. Never. It was heat. Briefly, though, I could detect fear from her, so I corrected myself and forced the true emotion out of my face. "Oh," I said, this time doing the feigning myself. "I do apologize for bothering you." Utter shit! I wasn't bothering her. She wanted it, and I knew it. I'd known it since we looked at each other, and she knew it too. So why then should she put this obstacle in the way? It didn't endear me to her. How could I be endeared to a slut? It didn't make me want her any more. Less so, in fact. Who would want someone who has been used up and tainted? So why did she say it? Why would she say it? Why? What was this messed up game she was playing? Before I could get completely lost deep within myself, a million miles away from the thoughtless peace I had experienced upon my arrival, the train pulled up to the platform, and she got on. I followed her, and sat a few seats away, in a position that made it difficult to see her. Difficult, but not impossible, thanks to her reflection in the window. As I watched her, she took out a book from her bag and began to read. obviously finding any excuse to not trace her vision along the train to seek me out. Soon, however, she became truly engrossed in the book she was reading. I saw it wrought on her delicate face. Fear, sadness, maybe a touch of anger, and then I became intrigued. I was intrigued by what she was reading, but the reflection in the window was too faint, and the distance made it impossible for me to see clearly. I got up and moved past her. The way that she was facing meant that I couldn't get a clear look at the book as I moved down towards the restroom, without having to look back at her. If I did this, I would appear needy, and neediness never succeeds. But on the way back, I saw it. I saw both the book and I saw her eyes. They were flirty, and they were happy to see me. They were smiling at me. Those eyes and that book, the bitch. I didn't like this game. Why would she do this? Why would she read 1984 in front of me? The one book that would turn lust and desire into love and destiny. The one book that brought my soul to life. A tale of restraint, of hope, love and defiance that slowly morphs into one of fear, hopelessness and utter despair. It is the only book I've ever thrown across the room in rage, and that is the most glowing and affectionate a review I can ever hope to give anything. It made me feel. But just like the rats held out in front of Winston Smith, this book being held out in front of me was done so in some sick and twisted manner. I was being presented with all I could ask for in a creature: beauty, intelligence, and taste, and yet she had wedged between us a boyfriend. Why? Why would she do this to me? Did she want to destroy my last hope, my resilience? To tease me with all that she was and leave me empty and frustrated? No. I could see the want in her eyes. I knew that she knew we were meant to be two. So why? Then it struck me. I had been an absolute fool, almost descending into madness over something really so simple. The game hadn't changed. It was the same. She only wanted more action than I had given, and of course she did. Such a prize is not so easily won. They just want action. She wanted me to fight for her, to prove what she already knew, that whoever this boyfriend was, if he was real at all, I was superior. I was the clear choice. I was exactly what she needed. Gleeful in my summation, I took my seat and waited. At Birmingham Snow Hill she alighted, and that was my cue. It was time to be assertive, to give her the love scene she required. "Wait!" I called after her, hiding the sheer delight I was experiencing. She turned. "Is everything okay?" she asked. "I'm sorry," I said. Not sorry at all, but carefully gauging her reactions, and taking my time in the words that I chose. This is crazy. I know it is. I know you can't just hop off a train at a stop that is definitely not the one I wanted, by the way, and call after a cute girl who already has a relationship. I know that it's mad, and I know I shouldn't do it. I wasn't mad, and we both knew I had to do it. I could see in the curves of her mouth, in the position of her body open and waiting. Even in the way that both her feet pointed directly towards me, she was receptive. This was working. She needed me. "Well, yes," she laughed. "This is a bit mad, and it's kind of cute. But I meant it. I'm seeing someone." She was softening. She was giving me the chance. She was allowing me to win her. "I know," I said. "And usually that would be that, and I wouldn't dream of doing anything so impulsive. But I just feel like... And I know we've just met, but I feel like there could be something good here. It's strange, but I feel this connection. Besides, I'm seeing someone too." This was the complete wrong thing to say. Her expression changed to frustration in an instant. That doesn't make it right. Jesus! She howled, and for a moment became very ugly to me. That makes it worse. I've got to go. She turned to storm off, but I hadn't lost yet. I took her hard by the arm and then loosened my grip immediately, hoping she didn't detect how forcefully I wanted to pull her towards me. Is it serious with him? She turned back. You have a girlfriend. What does it matter? See, I shouldn't have said that. You're right. But we aren't serious. Not really. We haven't been together long at all, and I would never usually chase someone whilst with someone else, but I've just never met anyone like you. Sorry, that sounds crazy. I just mean, it's odd, you know. I just feel something here. Don't you? I saw her soften again. Please. Is it serious? Not yet, she said, and gave me a route way back in. I smiled. I couldn't help smiling, and she called me out on it, which made me smile more. So, I said, if you and him aren't serious, and if my relationship isn't serious, why don't we go out for dinner tonight? No, she returned, and suddenly I began to feel as though I was being toyed with, and I bit down hard on my tongue to suppress what I wanted to say. But luckily, she continued, not tonight, but if you were single, I might think about making myself available too. At this point, there was a look in her eyes, a look I was familiar with. She was taking me in, and very visibly wanting me. It was lust, and I gave her the same look in return. Okay, done. Let me have your number, and I'll let you know the moment I'm single, which, believe me, won't be very long. At this, she giggled, and her whole soul became somewhat lighter. They always tend to, when they finally stop playing and relent. She pressed her name, Emily, into my phone slowly, and as she did, I imagined her fingers tracing my skin, her nails pressing into my flesh, drawing fresh blood. After we had exchanged numbers and she was out of sight, I crossed to the opposite platform. I had planned to collect some items for a romantic night with my partner, but I no longer wanted that. I wanted my relationship over. I wanted it over tonight. There was no way I would let it linger on. Every moment that my new love was away from me was a moment she could get closer to her current boyfriend, and I didn't want to even contemplate that. My separation had to be tonight. Outside of my house, I hesitated. I knew she'd be in there waiting for me, and usually I wouldn't end things so soon, so suddenly. But you can't control love. You never know when it might happen, and surely she would understand that. Surely Rachel could see that doing it for love is too pure a reason not to. I entered the house, and after locking the door and securing the 2 bolts, I placed my keys in the bowl beneath the mirror. I looked at myself. I had a kind-looking face, and I had kind eyes, deep, brown, and kind. I supposed the kindness made it easier. Looking back down, I took a second set of keys from the bowl and moved to the kitchen. I went over to the countertop. It was a mess, but I would clean it. I would clean the whole place once Rachel had gone. I would make it perfect for Emily. I took the longest and sharpest knife that I had, and then made my way to the basement door. I unlocked it and moved into the darkness. Rachel didn't make a sound. She couldn't make a sound. I had made sure of that. She could barely breathe. I took her into my arms, and momentarily felt something of the original passion I had for her, before Emily's easy beauty had drained it so thoroughly. Then I cried. I really did think there was more to Rachel, and when I had met her, I thought our time together would be longer than it had been. I cried for the time we no longer had together, cut short by a truer love, and in a way, I suppose I cried for Rachel herself. She was young after all, and I'm not a monster. I have a soul and feelings. If I had known about my upcoming chance meeting with Emily, I may not have even taken her. Although the more honest part of myself knew I probably still would have. I lifted the knife, feeling her sob and shake below me, and set about my task. When it was done, everything was silent, save for my own heavy, and I must admit, slightly excited breathing. But that too soon began to quell, when suddenly there was a vibration, and my immediate thought was that Rachel had somehow survived. However, I nearly laughed out in joy at my absurdity when I realized it was nothing more than my phone that had given me the start. I pulled it out of my pocket and unfolded it. The name Emily flashed across the screen, and I felt my heart begin to quicken. The excitement in my stomach rose. The message read, "You ended it yet?" And she had placed an emoji at the end with its tongue poking out. I wanted to taste that tongue. I typed in my reply. It read, "Yes, I did." I placed here in the centre of the message a winking face and added the words, "When is our first date?" I put 2 kisses at the end and no more. After all, I didn't want to seem too eager. I pressed send. Then I sat there, and as her reply buzzed and the screen lit up my heavily blood-soaked face, I smiled. Thank you for joining me today, listeners. Oftentimes, the most terrifying of tales are not rooted in the supernatural, but instead stem from the everyday, the evils that occur within the natural world, evils from the twisted and terrible minds of those around us, who may act upon sickening desires or grim impulses, people who find amusement or even pleasure from the pain and suffering of others. And this is a terror that is sadly not solely existent within the realms of the Horror Story Corner. Good night.
Hello and welcome, Fright fans, to this, the Horror Story Corner, where tonight we have a terrifying tale of torment, written by yours truly. It concerns a man facing his own death, a man with a secret that burns at his mind and drives him to confess. He should be careful, however. This confession may not quite lead to salvation, and instead, it may just bring him here, to us, in the Horror Story Corner. If you like this story, please comment below and feel free to listen to some of my other original tales, which have all been neatly packaged into a playlist entitled Original Horror Stories Written by the Horror Story Corner. And if that doesn't scratch your horror itch, why not look into Stephen Sinclair's or Mike Yonis's original work, which also feature on the channel. For now, however, I hope you enjoy the confessional.
Everything, until Stanley reached the tall stone steps, had been a blur. There was a persistent ringing in his head and a searing pain in his sinuses. They were tightly congested, which made blowing into the cotton handkerchief laboursome, and it produced no small amount of blood. The pressure behind his eyes was the worst it had ever been. Squinting, and with hazed vision, he looked up at the imposing building, so solid and stern, so sure in its singular purpose, almost arrogant. He wasn't a religious man, nor had he ever been inclined towards believing in an afterlife. However, when there is a visible and tangible number of days left written beside your name, strange things begin to happen in the mind. It clutches at something, any form of hope. At first, Stanley had felt the overwhelming urge to confess to the girl's brother, but he came to his senses before knocking at her front door. Flashes of confrontation, fury, and a much swifter death than the one he was awaiting dissuaded him from pursuing that particular route of forgiveness. So instead, and still not thoroughly convinced that he would reap any benefit, he found himself at church. Yet on the cold, hard steps, a harder and colder reality seized him, and he questioned how it could be that a priest or any mortal could hold sway over the forgiveness of a divine force. Furthermore, and to that point, how could there possibly be a divine force? Stanley had seen firsthand the darker, festering nature of our rotten earth, which would be enough to drive the belief out of even the most pious and devout. He pondered there on the steps, crumpled and unmoving, thinking between the flashes of agony. Men and women passed him by without making eye contact, assuming he was some homeless down and out. He felt the regret and the guilt flood into him, tearing at his being, causing a sickening dread to fill his stomach. Before, all he had ever felt was anger, and in the periods between the anger there was nothing. A cool nothingness, far less than indifference. Emptiness couldn't describe it either, because the term conjures a sadness, and really there was no emotion at all. It was a coldness that didn't bite. It allowed him to be methodical between the periods of anger, and it kept him from prison until the point that his own body had given him a death sentence. "Are you coming in?" called an ethereal voice that snapped him away from the ever-thickening gloom that his thoughts were becoming. He stopped, realizing that although the door of the church lay open, and that had been the direction of the utterance, he could perceive no physical presence. Indeed, after throwing several glances around the immediate vicinity, Stanley could see no one around at all. He had, however, heard the voice, though it was not outside of the realms of possibility that he had imagined it. It had been a stressful 24 hours. At least, he thought it had. Much of the time didn't quite make sense, and there were large periods that were missing. He remembered speaking with the doctor, who had been blunt about the extent of the cancer. Then he remembered being at her front door, the light from the living room bathing him in much the same way that it had the first time he had been there, peering in through the bay window, unseen. He was good at being unseen. Just another fixture of the world, an unassuming face within a more vibrant and exciting crowd. Then, after he'd pulled himself away from her house, he was here, on these steps. There was very little in between these disconnected moments. The thought of the blank spaces and missing links in his memory made the dread pull tighter at his stomach, as though there was something terrible in the forgetting, something macabre that was just out of sight and waiting to pounce. He dismissed the worry and focused instead on his pain and guilt. "Are you coming in?" the same ethereal voice repeated, stronger and more definite. Stanley cast his gaze towards the door quickly and saw something move just out of sight. Instantly, yet struggling for balance, he got up and, forgetting his musings momentarily, he ran as best he could to the open doorway. But as he peered inside, and as his eyes adjusted to the contrasting dim light, he saw no one. Just an empty church narthex. But not an unimpressive one. He was stood at the western entrance and was greeted by 3 large inner doorways, the central of which being the largest and grandest. adorned with a striking top architrave featuring faded but still beautiful gilded carvings of what looked to be Jesus and his disciples engaging in some form of feast other than the famous Last Supper. A fittingly large chandelier hung just above them, and illuminated 5 miniature painted domes in the ceiling, each intricate and lavishly decorated in paints of deep red, striking purples and glistening golds. The grandeur was apparent, but a new and bizarre choking anxiety inside of him, born from the oddness of the voice and the lingering feeling that the gaps in his mind were blotting out something devastatingly important, strangled out all appreciation for anything noteworthy or of beauty. Not that Stanley ever paid much attention to such things in the best of times. He stepped toward the doorway, wanting to quieten his nerves, wanting to find the source of the voice, imagining that as he did, some force would work against him. Some god would bar him from entry and strike him down, or perhaps the tumour would consume his brain instantly, putting an end to him. Neither of these occurred, though, and once inside, he stood for a moment, allowing the coolness of the dim room to sweep across his heated body. It helped his mind clear as he steadily drew in the air and noticed his own slow breathing. Well, you've passed the threshold. Nothing for it but to come deeper inside now. Come, share your troubles. The voice was again ethereal, so much so that Stanley questioned if he had heard it or thought it himself. Its indistinct nature was beginning to agitate more than alarm. There was no one in the room with him, and no clear line of sight of anyone in the part of the nave that he could see. Choosing to dismiss it as either advancing cancer, fancy, or tomfoolery from some unseen presence, he decided not to let it become his central focus for the time being, and he moved toward the door that was furthest to his left, noticing 2 votive stands with money boxes at each side, and he considered lighting a candle. He felt around in his pocket, but there was no change, and, not wanting to further his sins, left his chosen candle unlit. As he moved past them, all but 2 extinguished in his wake. Once through the door, he was struck by the vault ceiling that was a mass of crisscrossing stone lines which climbed upward from the large stone pillars and ran down the length of the nave. They created an odd effect upon the senses, and somehow both extended and shortened the length of the building. It made Stanley oddly queasy. The air was stiff, as it usually is in such establishments, but there was something else in it. It was very hard to detect and easily dismissible, but there was a scent of something wholly unchurch-like about the place, a sort of subtle yet omnipresent sense of rotting or rottenness, or something the opposite of holy. Move forward. You have almost reached your intended destination. On the left. This voice, though unrecognizable, was seeming ever more existent only in Stanley's mind, and this both concerned and settled him. The concern stemmed from a fear of his advancing ailment, but the settling feeling occurred as he realized there may be no hidden watcher, no supernatural voyeur that knew his concealed purpose, just an angry tumour consuming his brain, just the darkness of a natural approaching death. He did as the voice instructed and traced his vision down to the left, whereupon he noticed a small yet ornate confessional made of sturdy-looking dark-stained oak. For some reason, Stanley had imagined these structures curtained or with the penitent's doorway open for viewing by the public. However, this confessional had heavy-looking oaken doors with carvings that may have been depictions of the Garden of Eden. There was a prominent snake in the centre, an apple held tightly within its mouth. The middle of the structure was adorned by 2 angry-looking figures that Stanley could not place, and were no doubt some likeness of disapproving saints. Their scorn almost made him want to turn around. After all, he thought, who were they to judge him? Come in. Seek your salvation. the same voice called out, but this time it had a single, definite origin, and had emanated from the right side of the confessional. Following the instruction, there was almost an agonizingly strong feeling of dread in Stanley's stomach, which had slowly intensified the further he had gotten into the building. It warned him suddenly, much more violently, against advancing. Yet burning stronger was his curiosity, and his new need for forgiveness. Both of these drove him to open and enter the left door of the confessional. Inside, he was pleased that there was a comfortable-looking chair to sit upon, upholstered in a deep red fabric. Again, this went against his preconceived notion of confessionals and the idea that he would need to kneel before God and the priest. Once seated, he looked to his left and noticed the shadow sitting on the other side of the obscuring latticed opening. Both parties remained silent for some time as Stanley shifted uncomfortably in his chair, not knowing how to begin. "Hello," he said finally. "Was it you that called me in, Father? Should I call you Father, or is it Lord or Priest?" There was no immediate reply, so Stanley continued to fill the silence awkwardly. "I heard you, I think, outside on the steps. You could sense I was troubled, no doubt?" "When was your last confession?" the priest uttered, and the voice was the same one that had called Stanley to the confessional. I must be honest, Father." Stanley let out an uncertain sigh. "I've never confessed to anything before. Not to a priest, not to a teacher, not to my mother, no one." "Are you Catholic?" inquired the priest. "I'm afraid I haven't had much of an appreciation for religion throughout my life, Father, but I'm now driven to take some solace in it. Your candour is appreciated. Shall we begin?" "I'm sorry, Father. I've seen movies, but I'm not sure how. I mean, I don't really know what to say. Do I need to cross myself and then say, 'Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned'?" There was a low but audible laugh from behind the veiling lattice. "That's fine. Let's step away from the formalities, shall we? Just begin. Tell me what has brought you here, and why you are feeling troubled." It's hard for me. I'm dying," Stanley said, feeling stupid, helpless, and more than a little lost. "I'm sorry to hear that," returned the unseen listener, seemingly solemn. Then the ridiculousness of this ritual hit Stanley, causing him to feel with a sudden need to exit, to be back, out, onto the street, away from this confessional. He flushed with want for solitude and isolation that could be afforded to him by returning to his meagre flat, blotting out the daylight and curling up deep below his duvet. "You don't need to go," the priest placed, apparently reading his thoughts. "I can tell when a penitent... when someone is uncomfortable. I understand, but I assure you, confessing to me will do you no harm, and ultimately, you may feel better. Even if you aren't religious, or more so, if you do not believe in a God or thereafter, you may still find some solace in another human being knowing your story. Beyond religion, that is what I offer you, my son." These words quelled Stanley somewhat, and he eased himself back into the surprisingly comforting chair. "Okay," he said. "And everything I state is private. You can't tell anyone, even if it's bad, even if you judge me for it." "Do you fear my judgment?" asked the priest. "Well, no, but all the same, it would be going against the church for me to disclose anything that you state, even to the police. The punishment would be severe. Besides having broken my sacred duty, I may well be defrocked. Believe me, no matter your sin, it will not leave this confessional. Stanley started to relax. Never in his life had he been given the chance to speak so frankly and without consequence, to fully delve and divulge what he was, and the thought that this could be done without any repercussions transformed the fear he had been feeling into a slow-building exhilaration. I think, Father, I'm just going to talk. And I'm going to talk about many different things. Some may be connected, but they might not be. I tend not to analyse causality. I leave that to minds more inclined towards psychiatry, or is it psychology or sociology? I don't know. I'm not particularly book smart or any kind of smart, really. I suppose that ultimately I do wish for forgiveness, but more than that, I wish to be known by at least one other soul on this earth. I didn't know that, not until you just made it so accessible to me, but I do want it. I do. Maybe then, in some way, I'll go on after my life is drawn to an end. Through what you hear today, you'll carry me with you. You, by the very act of listening, become sort of a vessel for the darkest part of me, my inky black soul. I'm going to start, Father, if that's okay. Stanley was struck by his own level of politeness, by how much he cared about ensuring he was courteous to the priest. He had never behaved this way toward anyone before. He had never felt the need for platitudes, and yet here he was, feeling things, no doubt due to the realization that he was dying, but a changing and less harsh man, perhaps one who could be forgiven, absolved. "You may tell me all you wish," stated the priest. "Unburden yourself. I shall listen without comment until you have finished, or unless you speak in a manner that warrants response. Speak and unburden yourself." Okay, well, I guess I'll go back to childhood. I was a meek one, runt really. Most of the rest of my family were tough, often getting into fights, in trouble with the law. Built, strong, hard, no emotions, or at least not showing any. My mum and my dad were standoffish, cold towards me. I don't recall ever being hugged or anything close to it, really. Meanwhile, beatings were a regular staple, and my dad was quite handy with the big brass belt buckle. I was never quite sure why they had me. I may well have been a mistake. They never said, never would. And if there was something I wanted to know, well, I reckon they would have taken pleasure in not letting me know it. They weren't the worst parents in the world. They just weren't any kind of parents, actually. They just drifted on with their own lives, feeding me, watering me, and providing little else. Anyway, they died when I was 13. Car crash. I was in the back. Most of it after the impact is a blur, but I remember standing in the cemetery, their bodies being lowered into the ground, and feeling nothing. No emotion, just cold. I think that's what I felt for most of my life. I never really fit in. Never truly laughed at a joke or felt friendship towards a peer. I don't really understand emotions. Well, not all of them anyway. But I reckon I've looked at how they look long enough to fake them pretty darn well. I used to be quite proud of it, as a matter of fact. Just how much I could seem like a human, walk like a human, talk like a human, and appear human to all those around me, without actually being one. Being different, What am I thinking? A humanist such as yourself. Of course you don't. I moved in with my aunt after their deaths. My parents, I mean. And she used to touch me. The less said about that, the better. It probably had some effect, but it makes me sick to dwell, so I won't. She died too. The bitch. Not that I really felt much about it. It's just that Stanley paused to collect his jumble of ideas, just for a moment. Today, Father, for the first time, Things seem to be getting to me, and I'm not sure why. It's perplexing, if that's the right word. You'll forgive me if it isn't, though, right? But it's perplexing and a little maddening, and I don't need it, Father. Not with dying, I don't need it. I've been treated badly, you see. I could go on about it. I won't, but I could. The scorn, the beating, the spit in my face, buckets and buckets of it. Honestly, I could go on until I'm quite mad, and until it would make anyone else quite pitying, Father. But I won't. I'll stick to my sins, because for some reason, God only knows why, today they're really starting to burn at my soul. Today I can honestly say I've grown a conscience. The priest coughed, as though he wanted to say something, but he didn't. He let Stanley continue. So, I was 18. No real prospects, no real friends, and no family. And I had a shitty job in a small flat. Same flat I'm in now, as it happens. And as I said, I didn't really have many feelings. There was certainly no desire to better myself, no ambition. I heard that psychopaths are often very successful because they can just bully their way to the top with no remorse. I feel like I could have bullied my way up and felt nothing, but I didn't have the drive. So I suppose I'm not a psychopath, or at least not a very good one. I stagnated, only really feeling lust and occasionally anger. The lust I'd save by saving up and hiring cheap oars. The anger, well, I don't know really. It'd always go black when I was angry. Here, the priest chimed in, softly and delicately. Did you hurt someone, Stanley? There was a momentary silence before he clarified. What I mean to say is, in these anger blackouts, was anyone hurt? Couldn't really tell you, Father, Stanley placed coolly. A couple of times there was blood on my hands that wasn't mine. A couple of times the people who I was talking to before it went black were missing afterwards, but I can't say nothing about it for sure. No memory of the black spaces in between. And honestly, I never really thought about those times again till now. I had no strong inclination to feel anything about them, you see. But it's so strange, Father. This dying thing has me shook because I'm starting to feel sick. Anxious, I think, is the right word. See, I studied emotions a bit so I could emulate them from time to time, and I know how they are meant to look, as I've said. I was even proud of it, but now I'm getting them. I'm finding the actual feeling different to how I imagined it, so I apologise if I use the wrong words. Anyway, when thinking about what I could have done in those periods of blackness, I think I'm anxious. And today, too, I have these even more horrible blank spaces in my memory, and I think I'm anxious about them too. Is that normal? Is it normal to feel sick when you aren't sure what happened? If there's a chance that you hurt someone, then yes. Yes, I'd say so. Stanley withdrew a cigarette and a match. He ran the match down the wall of the confessional, igniting it on the second attempt and then lighting his fag. He waited for the priest to tell him to stop, to tell him to put it out, but he remained silent. They both did. And Stanley smoked 2 cigarettes to the nubs. He was about to withdraw the third when the priest said, "I believe your habit is quite sated. Let's continue with our confession, shall we? Or is there something you're trying to put off?" Lust. Stanley lowered his eyes and surveyed his palms. Lust is what I could feel, Father. You know how hard it is to feel nothing but lust and anger? Lust being the only good thing. And what do you do when you've got no money, Father? Just pumping it away to the cold light of your TV screen. A man starts wanting to taste some flesh that hasn't been bought, wanting to feel the heartbeat of someone who wants him too. You get sick of the repulsion. You find it harder to stay hard. Stanley paused for a moment, shocked that the man behind the veil was allowing him to speak so candidly, so disgustingly freely. He wondered why he was choosing to put it so vulgarly and suspected that a part of him wanted scolding, wanted to be told off. A dark part of him didn't want to be accepted or forgiven and instead longed to be driven out before he could finish. But he was also procrastinating. He didn't want to talk about her. So, I did what anyone in my fucked up situation would. I went out and I started looking at real women, and at first, looking was all I did. I'd go out to a bar or some cafe and I'd watch. I'd watch for a real long time, until someone caught my interest. Then, when I'd found the right one, I'd undress her in my mind. I'd picture her undressing for me. She'd be getting excited, because she could have me. I imagined all the dirty nothings that would leave her pretty lips as she neared, tonguing at my ear. I imagined what she would do to me. Then I'd stop, Father. I'd go home, and I'd masturbate. But like anything, needs and addictions evolve, don't they? I started to masturbate in the pub or in the cafe. I'd do it under a thick coat, and I'd keep my face straight. Straighter than any you've seen. I made myself look especially bored. No one caught on. I was too good at it. I used to be proud of that. I tell you though, I don't feel nearly that way right now. Anyway, after a while, even that didn't do it for me no more. So then, you see, I started to follow them. You're awfully quiet in there, Father. I'm starting to not like it. Starting to wonder what you're thinking. I never gave a shit what anyone was thinking before, but this cancer has got me screwy, and now I'm caring what you're thinking. You wishing you could turn me into the cops, Father, is that it? Stanley began to sweat, and his heart pounded. All of this was new. His body was becoming alive with high doses of chemicals, electrical signals firing through synapses, all concocting new sensations that were hard to manage and deeply troubling. It aided him. It burnt him. I'm just listening, quelled the priest, without any type of scorn detectable. You are here to be forgiven. It means you are finally regretting your actions. And God is listening. Not just I alone. I will not judge you. But as long as you continue to be honest with me, I will absolve you. Just like that. Stanley found this prospect suspect and difficult to accept. Not quite, said the priest. But so long as you are truly sorry, truly seeking absolution in life, and truly ready to begin anew, then forgiveness awaits you. Now tell me the rest. Suspicious of the priest's motive, and suspicious of a God that would allow forgiveness of such a creature as himself, Stanley continued regardless. I'd follow them home. I got caught the first few times and ran off, but I got better at following. Then I touched myself as I watched them through their windows. Sometimes if I was really lucky and waited in the darkness long enough, they'd touch themselves too. Later I gained a bit more courage, and I started knocking on their doors. I wanted them to see me. That was all. I wanted to show them how good they made me feel, how much I wanted them. I thought that maybe it would make them want me too. But they just got scared. Silence abounded from the priest's side of the confessional. Now listen here, priest, Stanley cried with an abrupt, vile anger. I don't want you smutting this up. I ain't no damned sex offender. That's for damn sure. I didn't touch no one who didn't want me to touch them. Well, no one besides the hookers, of course, but they wanted the money at least. So get that out of your head. That's a sin I don't need to confess to. The silence remained. Well, as I was saying, he continued, calmer but not entirely over his outburst. They got scared, and I was only trying to show them, trying to let them know that they made me feel good. It was the only good feeling I could feel, but they screamed, and they ran for their phones, and they shouted at me to get out, and it went black. I don't know what I did. I might have hit them, I might have killed them, but I never did anything sexual, so you get that out of your head now. Stanley spat. Are you even listening in there? He was beginning to raise his voice once more, but the priest's calm manner lulled him somewhat. "I am still here, and I am still listening. You are not done, and I do not feel a need to pass comment. Any judging or guilt here is yours alone. And if you have truly never felt these sensations before, then I understand why you are finding all of this so difficult to comprehend. But I implore you, finish. Tell all, even that part that I sense you wish to share the least, and then we can find your salvation." "Can I have salvation, Father?" Stanley asked earnestly. "Continue," said the priest. After the first time I followed a girl home, I slowly got better at it. Eventually I developed a set of rules for not getting found out. I never went to the same place more than once, never followed the same girl, and made sure no one recognised me by obscuring my looks. Chose places with less cameras. After I'd somehow gotten away with the first blackout, I knew I had to make every conscious choice around preservation. Otherwise my only pleasure in life would be taken from me along with my freedom. This continued for many years, and I got very good at it. I can't remember the exact number of blackouts, but nothing bad ever came from them. I was too careful in the lead-up, too precise in the selections. But then I broke my own rules. Suddenly, something profoundly shocked Stanley, and he gasped loudly, toppling out of his seat. His head hit the frame of the oak door hard, and it dizzied him. He heard muffled words from the booth next to his. They became more solid. "Are you all right?" I said, called the priest with genuine concern in his voice. I cried a tear." "What?" I cried a tear," repeated Stanley. "I've never done that. It freaked me out a bit." "You poor thing," placed the priest, with tones which emulated distress. "It is clear you have done wrong, but to never feel, to never cry. I cannot imagine a more terrible fate than to be utterly devoid of emotion." Stanley held his gaze on the teardrop, which rested on and covered half of the nail on the back of his index finger. He was wondering if he should somehow try to save it, and the sentimental nature of his thoughts caused his heart to quicken, making him feel faint and hot again. He took his place back on the seat, and cast the teardrop aside. "You were saying," said the priest, his shadow shrinking as he neared the veil. "You had broken your own rules." "There was a girl, Ali." He shuddered and paused for a moment at the sound of her name. "Don't sound like much, I know. But you can't tell from her name. I was struck by her. Obsessed, even." "Love?" inquired the priest. "No, Father. If I could have felt that, then maybe I could have been saved." Stanley felt more tears building behind his eyes, but he repressed them. "Obsession was as close as it got, I think. I have this strange memory of love, something I felt for someone in a blur when I was very, very young. Love felt simpler, if that was love. Who knows, really? I don't. Can't really understand a thing about emotions, but it didn't feel like it looks in the films, or the way they sing about it in songs. She was beautiful, though. The most beautiful. Like nothing I'd ever known. She made me break my rules, made me follow her more than once, made me go to the same cafe night after night, until I was known and noticed. She made me sloppy." "It sounds like you were smitten to me." Taken aback by the priest's ignorant candour, Stanley began to fill with a violent rage, the kind that usually precedes a blackout, and he spat vile swears and curses through the metal divider that, once finished, he could not recall. "You're right, of course," stated the priest. I should not give my opinions in such a matter. However, I would appreciate it if you also held me in some higher regard than you have just demonstrated, and refrain from using such language in the house of the Lord." Stanley lit another cigarette and finished it in silence. As he stubbed it out on the oaken side panelling of the confessional, he continued, as though his outburst hadn't happened. "I used to watch her, through her bay window. See, she would sit there and read. Sometimes the moon was so brilliant against the pane she could see without her reading lamp. Other times she'd have it on, but always dim, as though she had worked out the exact lighting needed to consume the pages before her at pace, and with a hunger I could see but not quite grasp. Every time I watched her I found myself turning towards her front door and placing my hand on the handle. It was always unlocked. Obviously she was protected from the horrors of the real world. If she knew exactly what could be let in, that door would be tightly shut up. But it wasn't, and I would open it just a small amount, and I'd breathe into that room. Then I would stop. I never masturbated to her. I never did anything. Obsessed. I felt like I needed her for some reason. A need greater than my lust or anger. I think slowly the ritual grew less in its satisfaction, and though there was this strangeness to my thoughts, like I could watch her for eternity, I eventually wanted more. More than passing her my breath through a crack in the door. After the 7th or 8th time I pushed on the door until it was completely open, I entered the living room. I wanted her to see me. "Oh, God damn these tears!" Stanley called, as they would no longer yield to his will. "No, Stanley," interrupted the priest. "The tears are good. God bless those tears." "No, curse them! They're a curse!" "Wait, Stanley." The tears stopped as quickly as they'd burst forth, and were replaced by a dreadful feeling tingling its way across Stanley's skin. How did you know my name?" Stanley shakingly inquired, noticing that he was again becoming fixated by the horrible dark blanks within his memory. "Who are you? Why the hell have I come here?" "Oh dear," said the priest in an utterly other tone to the one he had used before. There was something harder, grittier within it. "I do hate it when I slip up like that. I don't do it often, Stanley, but when I do, it ruins the whole fucking game." Stanley's heart began to pound. There was something deeply wrong here. How had he got into this church? Why had he followed this strange voice inside? He felt some deep knowledge clawing at him, warning him, telling him to get out, to be away from this man. I need some air. Can we pause for a second, please, Father? I need to get out," he called, half ordering, half pleading. "Out?" the priest questioned in a sickly, macabre tone. "I'm afraid that's quite impossible now." Here, Stanley noticed that the oak door in front of him had entirely vanished, leaving nothing but a solid oak wall with not a hint of a crevice that would suggest a route to exit. Panic set in, and his body sprang up, ramming itself against the wall repeatedly. As he did, he could have sworn that he heard the priest laughing, quietly, but maniacally, behind the metal lattice which separated them. "Let me out, priest! Let me out right now!" Stanley demanded. What trick is this? Some kind of magician's box? Put the door back, you freak!" "Sticks and stones, Stanley. Better a freak than a moron." "There is no out, you idiot!" "Magician's box. That's amusing." Then the priest cried out in joyous exhilaration. "Out doesn't exist! There is only here. There is only us. Oh, Stanley, Feel the exquisite claustrophobia of it all. The only existence is in the few feet we share. Nothing and no one beyond us. You and me, and an eternity of empty space. Can you feel it, Stan? Can you taste the oblivion? Continue, Stanley. Your confession, Stanley. Confess every single detail to me. Confess every sin. Confess. It's all you'll find yourself able to do. Continue your tale. Stanley felt his own body force itself down onto the chair, which had lost all of its comfort. The deep red of its material became liquid, running like rivers of blood, enveloping him, wanting him to drown. The cushions became stone. He was in a tomb. He was imprisoned in a cramped wooden coffin, and all he could do, all he could form were the harrowing sounds driven out from his throat that formed the words which continued his story, that formed the remainder of his confession. As the words left his motionless lips, his lifeless form collapsed, paralyzed, unable to move, restrained by an invisible spectre and an overwhelming fear. I thought, if only she could see me, if only she could gaze back upon my face, if she could feel how much I wanted her, how much I needed to be inside of her, then she'd understand. Then she'd want me. I killed her. I killed the most beautiful thing I'd seen. I was given this death sentence, this brain cancer, this rotten, malignant tumour shortly after as penance for my dreadful deeds, inserted into my head by a supernatural spectator to pay for my sins. Ever since I found out about it, I've been able to feel feelings, and all I've wanted since I've been able to feel is to apologise. I didn't want her dead. I didn't want her blood on my hands. I wanted to watch her, read and smell her and touch her. I needed to apologise. And first I went round to where it happened, the house where I killed her. I saw her grief-stricken brother through the window, but I was too much of a coward. I couldn't go in. I couldn't face him or what I'd done. And so I came here. I came for the forgiveness and absolution the Lord may afford me. Stanley's forced speech stopped abruptly, and had the muscles in his throat been working, he may have sputtered and choked, but his whole body remained paralytically lifeless, and at the will of some hidden, demonic commander. Laughed the priest like some asylum-bound jester. Although all was still and lifeless in the box, a sudden cacophony kicked up from outside. There were howls of demonic music, scream-like chords, calling forth from 100 hellish viols. Stanley began to feel that he was being spun. There was a pressure pushing him further back into his chair. It was as though the confessional had become caught in some otherworldly maelstrom, or nightmarish hurricane. Above the clamour of the hellscape beyond the oak prison rang out the voice of the priest. "You fool, Stanley, every single time! You'd think this would get old, but my goodness, there is a pleasure in it, Stan. A sick, a damaging pleasure that I can't help but feed upon. Oh, I do apologise. You don't mind me calling you Stan, do you? Stan the man? Speak up if there's a problem. Anything? No? Well, all right, Stanny. Oh, Stan, there's a pleasure in the teasing and a pleasure in the moments just before you realise what's going on. Then there's the ultimate pleasure, the one that comes from pulling you apart with my own teeth and drinking down every part of your accursed soul. You're such a moron. Such an idiot, so stupid! You didn't kill her! What? Stanley screamed, unexpectedly free once more to respond, as though the shock had triggered some deep fighting part of him, which sprang into action. He shouted into the growing storm, which howled and reverberated in his mind. But I went in! I saw her! She made me mad! Then there was blood! The priest laughed and spat and raged and swore simultaneously, along with the accursed music of the pit. Then the metal veil between them began to bubble, hiss and melt straight onto Stanley's preternaturally restrained left arm. It liquefied his flesh and solidified around his bones. The agony was unspeakable, but he had no power to react, no volition of his own to withdraw his arm. He even found that once again he could not speak, he could not scream. He had to bear the torturous, searing torment in silence, trying desperately to clasp his unblinking eyes tightly shut. He felt his head turning towards the space in the wood where the lattice had been. He didn't want to see what was on the other side. However, he was now merely a pawn to whatever the driving force was behind this supernatural tempest. Without warning or wanting, his eyes brought into vision the twisted and furious face of the beautiful girl from the bay window's brother. "You don't remember, do you? You never remember." The brother's face contorted and shifted, melted and multiplied. It became solid, then liquid, before reimagining itself into a half-horned beast and a half-smiling jester. "Well now, it's my confession." The brother's voice was his own, but was tinged by a second, quieter and more feminine. "Now it's my turn to talk. When you entered the house that night, it wasn't my sister who was waiting for you. It was me. She'd seen you the last 2 times, following her home. Both times, it was on the same day of the week. She'd noticed you too, watching outside of the bay window, and heard your hand rattling at the door. Looks like you weren't as good at being unseen as you thought." Stanley began to quiver, to shake, almost in a seizure-like manner. He was attempting to force himself up from the chair, attempting to escape. The brother laughed mockingly at his attempts, and the corners of his face grew into a dizzyingly high smile with nauseatingly jagged edges. "And if you escape, Stanley?" called the priest. "Where would you go? Don't you get it, Stanley? Don't you realize where we are yet? Or are you just choosing not to remember now? Stanley! There is nothing beyond the space which is needed for me to torture you. Nothing exists. If you weren't paralyzed and you pounded for 1,000,000 years at the wood before you, you would never make so much as a dent. Because nothing else exists. There is nothing outside of your coffin, Stanley. Nothing. Only what I will there to be. And I will nothing. Nothing for you but an eternal prison. Now listen very carefully, because when I finish my story, it'll all come flooding back in. I promise. On the very last word, your stubbornness will subside, and you'll have no choice but to remember. I can't wait, Stanley." The brother's tone grew ever more clown-like, ever more cruelly joyous. "I can already taste the unceasing horror. I'm getting tingles thinking about your anguish. Here we go. She knew you were coming, and so I was waiting for you. You lunged at me, Stanley, hands pressing tightly at my throat. Remember this?" Here, the brother pushed his face close to Stanley's, so he could see his own struggling and petrified reflection in the brother's bulging, reddening eyes. The brother was choking and gagging and taking on a terribly bluish tinge. Suddenly and violently, the maelstrom consumed the confessional whole. Stanley was tossed from side to side, spinning and swirling to a hideously unending depth, until the living room, her living room, melted back into view. Stanley had been transported back to the night he had entered her house, but it wasn't Allie in front of him. It was the brother, and he was choking in Stanley's hands. He noticed very quickly that he could move again, and Stanley wasted no time in pressing his thumbs harder into the brother's windpipe, feeling it crush and cave within his vice-like grip. The brother fell to his knees, dying, and Stanley knelt down with him, matching him, pressing his face close to the dying man's glazing, fogging eyes and smiling into them. Then something odd pressed itself against Stanley's stomach. It didn't feel like much at first, just cold. However, when he looked down, he saw the brother's hand holding on to the handle of a knife that was deeply embedded into him. Blooms of blood began to ooze across his t-shirt. He started to weaken and lose his grip around the brother's throat. He could feel his consciousness failing. He was dizzying, becoming close to passing out, but instead he used the small reserve of strength he had left to punch the brother hard in the face. This created a small gap between the pair and gave Stanley just enough time to pull the knife out of his own guts and drive it into the jugular of the brother. Stanley collapsed shortly after, shivering on the floor, and the last thing he saw before darkness descended was his own blood crawling its way along the rough and raucously patterned carpet to mingle and combine with the blood of the brother. After the darkness, Stanley came to, back in the confessional. He retained the ability to move and the ability to speak, but now the box was closed on all sides, and Stanley could gain no sight of the brother, though his presence could still be distinctly felt. "We killed each other," said Stanley in a slow, dawning realization. "And now we're here. Together. Our blood." The brother cackled blissfully, seemingly from all directions. "But don't you see?" Stanley shouted finally. "You're in hell too. It's not just me. You've given way to revenge. You've let your desire for it corrupt you." Stanley stood. "It's not I alone who must suffer through eternity, but you as well. You must suffer in your anger repeatedly, forever." As Stanley called this out, 1,000 versions of his own terror-stricken face, echoing down a mirrored corridor, appeared in front of him. Each mirror contained a familiar event, a past torture served up by the brother. But each one was set against differing backdrops, different locations, differing contexts. "You've become a demon," Stanley continued, momentarily blotting out the truth of his infinitely looping, hellish existence. "You're torturing a soul committed to hell. You're in the thrall of Satan. You're as much of a monster as I am," Stanley cried, as the memory of a billion horrifying endings pushed their way into his mind. A never-ceasing slew of torment that he had been through and was still going to go through forever. The brother smiled menacingly from somewhere beyond Stanley's perception and began to chortle maniacally once more. "Oh, I know, but the way I see it, I'd much sooner be on this side of the pitchfork poking than the one being poked. And I'll tell you something, Stanley. After all these millennia, I may have given some way towards madness, but the look of absolute dread on your face every time you realize your fate still gives me the shivers. I could drink your anguish like the finest wine." The brother paused, and then inhaled an excited breath. "Oh, I feel it, Stanley. Don't you? We're about to start over anew. I wonder where we'll go next time. One thing is for sure." The brother's mocking voice suddenly seemed impossibly far off and was fading fast. "I'll see you in hell!" Stanley's vision became clouded as the swirling hellscape of his infinite screaming faces grew colder and dimmer until there was nothing left but darkness and silence. Then there was no existence at all for a while, until there was again. Stanley fell against the cold, hard steps that led up to the courthouse, not knowing exactly how he'd gotten there. He couldn't quite recall why he had been summoned, and his mind was thick. He knew he had to enter. He knew he had to fight for his life, to protest and grasp at his freedom. Surely they couldn't know about the girl. He'd thought about confessing it to the brother in the past, but he hadn't. No, that wasn't it. That wasn't why he was here. But the pieces didn't quite make sense for the moment, and there was something else too. It was as though, in the darkened and unclear sections of Stanley's memory, there hid a secret. Something he couldn't quite grasp, almost as though it were being purposefully obscured. And he'd be damned if it wasn't something truly terrible in its nature.
Well, looks like Stanley figured out the mystery. Or rather, figured it out again and again and again and again forever. Fear not, though, listeners. The brother's wrath may not last eternally, and should Stanley ever be released from his recurring torture, we have a wonderful place saved just for him. Here, in the Horror Story Corner. Thank you for listening, and as ever, sleep well.
Hello, Fright fans, and welcome over to the Horror Story Corner, where today we are again celebrating another milestone in the life of the channel. We've just reached 250 subscribers, putting us a quarter of the way towards 1,000, and I would personally like to thank everyone who has subscribed so far. I've been overwhelmed by the response to what is a passion of mine. It is wonderful to build a community of horror fans who share a love of creepy and horrifying short tales of the macabre. Today, and in response to our milestone, I will be sharing another original tale. This tale is the first short horror story that I ever wrote, and is entitled The Chair. It's a fiendishly frightening and cautionary tale about a man named Arthur, who is interested in accumulating fortune and very little else. He attends the sale of a recently deceased woman's belongings. There is nothing of value there, and he decides to leave. Before he can, however, he is stopped by a man with a proposition. He will give Arthur a large sum of money in exchange for taking away a rudimentary chair, one that doesn't come alone, but with a ghost story. Little does he realize the acquisition of such an item will cost him much more than the sum he receives, and will place him right here, before us, in the Horror Story Corner. Please let me know what you think to the story in the comment section below, and if you enjoy what you hear, or if you enjoy any of the other classic horror stories on the channel, then please think about subscribing. There will be further original stories as we hit further milestones, and a live reading of one of my favourite stories that I've written, The Tour, if we can make it to 1,000 subscribers. For now though, I hope you enjoy The Chair. An eldritch feeling tingled through Arthur as he slowly awoke. He was groggy and unsure of his surroundings. The air was laden with a thick mustiness, and his body ached. It was clear from the pain in his back and neck that he had rested there for some time. Blood fought its way down to his extremities and brought them back from a cold numbness. Blinking several times to regain focus, he noticed the southwesterly view that extended outward from the large Victorian windows. He was in his attic, yet he had no recollection of why he had come, nor any valid reasoning for being there. He stood with some difficulty, and could barely feel his legs through persistent icy tingles. Once some function had returned, he carefully made his way over to the window. It had not been properly cleaned for a good portion of time, and it was clear that the layers of dust were fighting their best to obscure any sight beyond the glass. So much for a maid to help with the housework, he thought, scratching his nail down the window pane and coating it thoroughly in grime. Whispered an ethereal voice, which doubled the icy chill throughout his veins and tugged sharply at his gut. Arthur lived alone, and so the presence of any other voice was an unwelcomed one. He turned and surveyed the room, but it stood completely empty. At the sight of the nothingness, and with its unbroken continuation, his thundering heartbeat began to quell. He eventually reasoned that the voice had been so delicate, so diffuse, that it may have been nothing more than a lingering call from some fading dream. He rubbed his eyes with the knuckles of his index fingers and then took in the room anew. It was spare in every sense of the word. It had remained for years completely unfurnished, and with no particular purpose or function to speak of. Having no family, and even fewer visitors, and the house already allowing ample space for items acquired over Arthur's many years in buying and selling, the attic was pointless. It was strange, then, that he should awake here. As try as he might, Arthur could not recall the last time he had entered this room, let alone spent any significant portion of time in it. Then, and almost as though it merged suddenly into his reality, his attention turned and centered on the sole item besides himself that occupied the space. The object gained more corporeality. He hated the chair. Although he thought that the term chair was too solid a description for it, it was abstract if he was feeling generous, and he was not a generous man. Undeniably, though, and more so over the years in his possession, there came in, viewing the thing, an odd feeling, preternatural and unsettling. In terms of its physical presence, it was little more than a poorly sanded tree stump, varnished dark with some chemical that had given it a peculiar purple sheen, hammered along one half of the circumference with crude iron spikes about 2 inches between each one, and all measuring different lengths. This provided somewhere uncomfortable to lean, which suited the uncomfortable, splinter-riddled seat. There were no carvings. There was no fabric to soften its edges. Nothing of beauty or redeeming about the whole of its composition. The thing looked more like some unfurnished torture device than it did a place to rest, and the thought that he had awoken in it suddenly chilled Arthur, although he could not place exactly why. Normally he would not have taken in such an object, but the chair had come with a story, and the man who told it had been quite adamant that it should leave with Arthur. He had first come across it in an irregular fashion, having attended a sale at an elderly woman's house upon her passing, though the location of acquisition itself was not odd. Earlier in his life, Arthur had been to many of these kinds of sales, as well as any other one may imagine. He was a collector and seller of various curiosities, and keenly believed in finding hidden treasures in the most unassuming of places. On this particular day there was nothing of interest, however, and he had settled on leaving. Structurally, the house was in no state of disrepair, but the lady owner must have had some strange habit of hoarding inconsequential stacks of peculiarities. As such, Arthur found himself digging his way through a particularly large stack of old local newspapers to clear a passage in the direction of the door. Before he could make it, he was confronted by the woman's beneficiary. "Leaving, sir?" the faceless mass inquired. Faceless in Arthur's memory, anyway. Arthur had a knack for recalling very minute details of conversation and tone. He could also detect a deep meaning from seemingly insignificant facial expressions. All of these could reveal the shortest route to an acquisition or profitable sale. But as for the people, their looks, the colour of their eyes, the subtle differences in the shapes of their features, he took no interest. Words are valuable and may equate to further accumulation of wealth, if you notice the telltale nuances of inflection, he would say. But appearances are usually showy and of no true use. "I believe I have seen all that I wish to," replied Arthur, not wanting to enter into anything even remotely in the vicinity of pleasantries. If I may, there is one item I would very much appreciate you looking over." The man's tone was earnest, but there was something else within it, buried below the gentle and melodic features. Arthur failed to place what that something else was, but it intrigued him nevertheless. He allowed the, perhaps stout, gentleman to lead the way, which, with the innumerable quantities of useless personal effects filling up every conceivable nook of the building, took longer than Arthur desired to allot. He did, however, take a small pleasure in watching the man toil, and almost cried out in joyous alacrity when a precarious pile of large, worn boxes toppled and struck the man heavily on the shoulder. Finally, they entered what at one point may have been the dining room. It was too small to be a sitting room, and there was no sign of any other purpose, but Arthur believed he could make out what looked to be a small table under the reams of bills, shopping catalogues, and toppled mountains of coupons. The man pushed through, and there, beside the dust-addled French doors, stood the chair. The man gestured towards it. "I have no time for jokes," scoffed Arthur. "Where is the item that may be of some interest?" This is it," replied the man. The tone appeared to be the same, with only a slight increase of the mysterious aspect, and Arthur was desperately trying to place it. The man must have noticed the quizzical nature of his countenance, for he continued. "It's a very rare type of wood, so I'm told, hence the odd colour. Purplish sheen, you'll notice. Fine, almost imperceivable, but it's there, especially if it catches the sun correctly. It's not a colouring or a varnish neither. It's natural, one of a kind, I should think. Probably worth a lot, just for the wood, but as a chair..." Arthur scoffed loudly again. "That is not a chair. It is barely anything. Who carved it? A blind woodsman?" Well," continued the man, sounding slightly hurt, as though the comment had attacked him personally. "Be that as it may, I believe there is a great value to it, and I'm willing to let you have it as fair as I may offer." Arthur's patience had grown weary. "I will leave it. Good day," he uttered impudently, and with a dismissive wave of his hand. "Wait!" the man called as Arthur was making some effort to leave the room. The tone was clear this time, and all at once Arthur recognised what the mysterious element had been. He turned back to face the gentleman, and can still remember the momentary look of absolute horror that glimmered from his eyes. It was fear. "You have my attention, although it is both brief and fickle," Arthur cautioned. "With this at the forefront of your mind, explain yourself." "I insist you take it," implored the man, with a voice that flitted between fear and panic. "No," replied Arthur, stoic. "I have no need. It's free. Surely you can make some little amount on it." "No," Arthur insisted once more. "I do not deal in small change. I have asked only for an explanation. If you cannot, or more likely will not furnish me with such, then our business is concluded, sir." I will pay you." "What?" Arthur raised a brow suspiciously at this notion. He had seen fools part with their money easily before, for the wants of their wives or children, for the needs of their addictions, or for their pointless collections. But he had never seen someone so utterly willing to throw away their meagre wealth. I will pay you to take it away," the man repeated with a more stony and serious voice. "You are a fool, and I am tired of you." Arthur turned another time to exit. £500. This made Arthur pause, and he looked back to eye the man, who stood firm and still. Sensing someone who had taken leave of their senses somewhere within their grief, and fearing not for taking full advantage of such, Arthur proposed a counteroffer of 1,000, to which the bereaved swiftly acquiesced. "One stipulation," stated Arthur. "Yes?" asked the man, with a new sound of relief flushing through his utterances. "I will only take it should you explain to me, to my complete satisfaction, why you wish rid of it so greatly. If I am unsatisfied, or if I believe this to be some form of scam, I shall leave that damnable thing where it is." Silence abounded. "Ah, then it is as I assumed," chimed Arthur. "Good day, sir." "No, wait." There was a choke in the man's throat. "It's nothing, really. It's only..." "Only what, man? For goodness sake, spit it out! What is so utterly awful that you would pay a stranger £1,000 to remove it? What has you acting like such a coward and falling over your words? Speak, or I will leave." "Well, it's just superstition," countered the man. "A laughable affliction, not something I suppose that you would believe in." "It is true that I am not superstitious, nor am I one to believe the mad ramblings of another. But as I have previously stated, and am pained to have to state again, it is a condition of me taking the accursed item, and on that I will not budge. Now will you tell me the truth of why you wish it gone, or not?" Arthur began to feel an impatient vexation, but the man was subjugated, and his shoulders lowered. "Fine. I will tell you," he said. "But I don't expect you to believe it, nor will you find it satisfactory if you aren't a believer." "Damned if you do. But luckily, my fellow, I am quite apt at telling if someone is lying, and you have been such an appalling liar so far. Even if I don't believe you, I will simply think you mad, and take your stupid chair anyway. Be earnest, and you have nothing to lose." Arthur smiled, smug and victorious. The man sighed and began. "I grew up here as a child. My aunt and uncle took me in. Why has little relevancy, so I won't go into detail. But I remember the place being very different to how you see it right now. I know it looks full to the brim, dingy, tight, messy. The abode of a feeble and broken mind, but it wasn't always like this, not until my uncle died. The house used to be pristine and beautifully kept. My aunt was almost regimental in its cleanliness. Though since my uncle passed, this collecting habit started, and the newspapers and clippings... Well, I suppose what I'm really trying to impress upon you is that this household was normal. My aunt and uncle were normal, salt of the earth, good people. We were a normal family." "What has this got to do with anything?" Arthur cried out, becoming heated and starting to flush. "I do not wish to know how clean and ordinary you are. By your absurd behaviour and by the very state of this house, I have already seen first-hand the type of family you are. Now explain to me why you wish rid of the chair, or kindly stop wasting my time." The man nodded and lowered his head as if in shame. "Okay. I'm sorry. You're right, I suppose. I'll move on, and I'll focus on the chair. I don't know how the chair was brought into the house. My aunt would never say where it came from, only that my uncle was helping an old friend. It wasn't here when I left at 18, and I didn't see it for the first time until I was 21. It arrived at a time that I was becoming a man. Not chronologically, I mean, but
the age that we venture out and strive to make a name, or leave a mark, or gather money. The age when visits to the parental home become fewer and further between. I know that generally in a person's late 20s and early 30s there is a renaissance of sorts, a renewed interest in the past and of strengthening family ties. But at that point I was solely focused on building a future and having all the fun that independence affords us. Arthur was grating his teeth so hard that he swore the man could hear it, and cast him a detestable look which alone spoke the words, "Hurry up." "Sorry," continued the man. "The first time I saw the chair I was visiting for Christmas, and as I went in to surprise them, I found my uncle sat upon it, his eyes wild and unblinking. He was having a conversation, but there was no one else in the room. What was odd too was that there was almost a purplish tinge to the air in there, and the closer I moved towards my uncle, the more every other sound in the world seemed to be drowned out by something else. Voices, I think, but also that colour, the thickening purplish haze. Then it was like the room flooded with air, and it was strange. It was as though I hadn't even noticed it had gone, but I was struck by how much I needed to breathe. Like when you surface after spending a minute or two underwater. I heard my uncle take an equally desperate breath, and then for the first time since I had entered, he noticed me. His eyes zeroed in, and they were full of something horrific, a look I had never seen him give before. He screamed at me to get out in a voice that I could swear was not his own, a voice that seemed to claw at my very essence, deep, ancient and terrible. I left the room and slammed the door.
"What is this?" demanded Arthur.
"So your uncle had lost his mind and given you a fright? For the last time, man, why do you want rid of this chair?" "I really am sorry." There was a shaky desperation in the man's tone. "But there's no shorter way to tell it, not if I'm going to make my reasoning clear." Arthur sighed and looked down towards his pocket watch, and at length he stated, "Fine. £2,000 will grant you 1 hour of my time. But mark me, sir, if this is wasted, and you do not, at the end of your story, leave me thoroughly satisfied and furnished with the money that through a verbal agreement is now rightfully mine, I can guarantee that some wooden stump will be the very least of your woes." The man agreed to Arthur's conditions and to the new sum of £2,000 before continuing. I found my aunt in the kitchen crying. I asked her how long my uncle had been in there and what had been happening. She would tell me very little, only that my uncle had made a promise to keep the chair and that he wouldn't pass it on. He wouldn't rid himself of it. She told me that the time he spent sat on it had increased lately, and that the state I found him in was becoming more and more unbroken, with only brief periods of lucidity. At that, she instructed me to leave. I refused several times and insisted on staying. I insisted that I should be there to help, but she would not let me, and before I knew it, I was out in the cold, bewildered and hailing a lift back to the city. Afterwards, when I would call, there would be no answer, and if I attempted to drop by, the door was shuttered tight and my aunt would call out for me to take my leave. Over time I grew a little bitter, replacing the supernatural event in my mind with a growing reasoning that they simply did not want me there. They were glad I had finally grown and wanted rid of me. Foolish, I know, but the mind of an adolescent always centres their reasoning around themselves, blaming themselves. I never saw my uncle again. Apparently he grew ever more obsessed with the chair, screaming about gateways beyond imagination and raving about bridges to a permanent hellish limbo. He died sitting in that chair. When I saw my aunt again, when she finally allowed me entrance at his wake, She told me that it was cursed, that she was sorry for having sent me away, and sobbed deeply.
Cursed! Pah! So, she was as mad as your uncle had become, Arthur interjected suddenly.
He paid no heed to tales of witchcraft and make-believe, and wanted no more than to know directly the causal force behind this man's bizarre conduct. He wanted only to know exactly why he would pay so very much to have this item removed. Stung by Arthur's coldness and lack of humanity, the man seized his anger and forced it not to emerge. Instead, he focused on the task of relaying his story. She never really said what the curse was exactly, but in the months that followed his death, she insisted that she repeatedly saw my uncle. She said and was convinced that at times something within that chair was mimicking him, calling out to her to join him and to sit herself on the accursed seat. She stated that often something within herself made her want to acquiesce to the chair's request. But it was the strangeness in my dead uncle's tone, and the slightly wrong proportions of his shadow figure, for that is how she described his visitation, that filled her with enough suspicion and dread to pull herself away from the hellish allure of the thing. Other times, though, she said that she would see my real uncle, and she was convinced that this version was him. The difference was confusion and fear. This shadow creature, for that is how she still described him, seemed dazed, would stumble madly about the place, and then be pulled back towards the chair with flailing outstretched arms. Sometimes this figure would charge at her, trying, as she believed, to force her out of the house and away from the chair. Gradually she became obsessed with the idea that somehow my uncle's soul, from the simple act of dying upon the chair, had fused with it, and that it was now her duty to free him. She went to work collecting, and I saw no harm, in the beginning, in allowing this delusion to work towards a natural end. But it became compulsion, and rendered the house in a state far worse than you see it now. It was soon filled with newspaper articles of the macabre, photographs of strange beings, mysterious objects, and other antiquities. Anything that might help her in her task. She became fixated on books of the occult, and was maddened each time a chant or a mantra or a spell would produce no effect. It became intense, wrong, deeply disturbing to see her. It made it difficult to continue visiting. I did not wish to see another family member succumb to madness, and rather than try to help, rather than stay to support, perhaps seek medical intervention, I took the cowardly option and retreated back into my own life. My visits became fewer and fewer. Towards the end of her life, as she withered due to cancer in her brain and lungs, I did begin frequenting the place more often again. And here is where she took an even more obsessive interest in that chair. It resided, buried under years of accumulated hoardings, in the exact place that my uncle had passed. But as she grew closer to her final breath, she kept repeating that the chair was calling to her, that it wouldn't leave her alone, that the chair wanted her soul. And in every conscious moment she could hear a chilling rhythm, a beat made up of words. The words, "Come to me." She kept saying that she had to die in it. She had to go to the thing and be with my uncle. It called to her. It was reaching out, beckoning her with sounds and sweet perfumes. In her final hours, she must have left her bed, which is very strange, because her illness had left her emaciated. She had not been lucid for several days and needed around-the-clock care. She could barely even raise her arms. To think how she could have had the strength to make it down those stairs. God rest and blessed her poor soul.
Arthur punctuated this aside's inconsequence by withdrawing his pocket watch again and flicking his eyes from the object to the man.
Well, she too, just like my uncle, was found dead in the chair.
So that's it. 2 of your relatives coincidentally die in the same chair, and that is why you are willing to pay a stranger £2,000 to take it away. Superstition and death. A tale of other worlds and ghouls from people clearly sick in the mind, and you take leave of your own senses. If you really hate it that much, why not just take it out the back and burn it? Why not just throw it away? Arthur stared in disbelief. You don't think I've tried? The man's eyes suddenly filled with intensity. You don't think I've gotten rid of it already? You don't think I've attempted to burn the thing? To set ablaze the very item that pulls to the forefront of my mind the suffering of those that raised me? It belongs to me now. It won't leave me. It comes back. It is mine. And I can't make you understand without it being yours, but I feel that I belong to it too. It's a damnable feeling. It's as though those iron spikes are slowly piercing through and hooking at my soul. And the only way I think I can rid myself of it is for it to belong to someone else. Or for someone else to belong to it. He began to calm again. No. It's not just that they died in it. That is not the sole reason that I will pay so much to have it gone. He paused, searching for the words. I do not wish to deceive in these matters. I suppose truly, if I didn't tell you everything, then the guilt would eventually outweigh the joy of ridding myself from this wicked thing. Despite himself, Arthur began to take a slight interest in the man's words. Go on then, he said, studying the man closely. I will refrain from interrupting until you are quite finished. The man drew a deep breath. I decided to stay here after my aunt's passing. I know the state of the place is awful, but in truth, I had intended, and still do, to live here. Regardless of my current tale and the terrible subject that it centres around, this was my home for a large portion of my life, and I have warm memories of it prior to all that I have disclosed. I wish to have my own family here, and to raise my children in the place that I have felt most loved. Furthermore, once cleared up, it's quite a decent space. I reasoned that by resting here for several nights, following my aunt's passing, I could get it cleaned up more promptly, and so I stayed. It was a mammoth undertaking, and one that I had underestimated. Years of accumulation aren't so easy to scrub away, and I spent much of my time making imperceivable changes. Slowly, darkness descended on the first evening. Arthur pulled some boxes together, sensing that the story would take some time to complete, and fashioned himself somewhere to sit. The man had proven chatty, much to Arthur's disliking. He preferred people who were like him and to the point. Still, he was now decidedly willing to put up with these ramblings for the high sum he had been offered, if all he had to endure was superstition and a ghost story fabricated by grief. The day had passed quickly, and as I said, due to an extensive volume of paperwork needing to be carefully looked over, I had done far less than I had wished. I had brought with me some food to last for a few days, only scraps that would not need cooking. I don't know if you've seen the kitchen, but everything is still buried, and there really is no way of cooking anything. Not without a lot of time and some great effort. So I ate and chose to get an early night. I had moved most of the boxes and papers away from my old bedroom and into the others along the hallway. This provided me a space on the bed and a small walkway to get to it. This was the first thing I had accomplished, and I was proud to see some slight headway. It meant I could retire whenever I felt the need. It was quiet, and I slept deeply until around 1. Suddenly, and without prelude, there was a single definite scream. I sat bolt upright.
heart immediately drumming, my eyes searching the darkness for any indication of something amiss. After the initial fright began to subside, I rationalized that it may have been no more than a waking dream. But as I sat there, eyes still staring into the gloom and gradually becoming as awake as you or I are now, it called out again. Strange though, it seemed like a wail more than a scream. Something sad, something to be pitied, but powerfully loud. Cynicism wrote itself in the corners of Arthur's mouth as the man proceeded. I must admit, I hesitated to do anything at all at first, but a third and much more horrific scream, as if someone were being tortured to the brink of their resolution, brought me to my feet. I don't know why or what exactly I would do, should I find the source of the distress, but I moved over quickly, by instinct, to turn on the lights. As I moved the switch up, nothing happened, and try as I might, no amount of repeated flicking could get them to work. So I stood there in the darkness with a thumping heart, and I started attempting to hold my breath, or to at least slow it. I don't know if you've ever heard your own breathing in a situation that requires you to be deathly silent, but it suddenly becomes as loud and as boisterous as a brass band, so slowing it made me feel slightly more at ease. It took so long for the next scream to occur that I had already begun to reassure myself that its cause had been resolved. I tried to force myself to believe it had been no more than a trick of the tired mind. Yet I continued breathing slowly, and was as silent as one could possibly be. As it called once more, echoing and reverberating into all accessible space, the door which I stood beside began to pound and vibrate vigorously. At the same time the air grew dense and harder to pull into my lungs. There was a chill to it, noticeably cooler than it had been before, but caused by no draught. The trembling of the door quickly transformed to a pounding that rose into a haunting crescendo, and I felt the hammering of my heart thrashing in time with that horrific rhythm. It was a regular and forceful beat that seemed to contain the power to rip the door from its very hinges. I pressed against it with all the strength I had, and as I did I felt a stabbing cold from it pass into my own skin, which pricked, almost as though an ethereal finger were drawing itself along my flesh. The pity that I had attributed to the sound of the scream had now vanished, and instead I realized there was something malignant here, something that wanted to smash through the door that my wearing body was forbidding. It didn't feel human. As the struggle continued, the air took on a strange quality, perfumed and dotted with transparent pulses of delicate purples. Then there came, not a whisper, but more like the thought of a whisper. It said, "Let me in." All at once, and in the instant that I was to admit defeat, the rattling suddenly ceased, the closing air dispersed, and the house fell into an uneasy silence. All of reality came back into being, and I collapsed down to the floor. I should have left at that point.
"Nonsense!" spat Arthur. "Utter and complete drivel. You mean for me to accept that all this occurred, and your first action was not to leave the house? I don't believe it for a moment. Any rational mind, not that anyone who would experience such a thing could be described as rational, but any human being equipped with the most basic survival instincts would turn and leave the place immediately at the merest suggestion of the supernatural." "I understand your skepticism," returned the man. "But really, why would I lie to you? You are a stranger to me, invited only through reputation, who I am to pay £2,000 based on superstition. Why would I make up anything? There's a chance I am mad, but if I am just a madman, are you not compensated anyway?" Arthur had no answer to this, and instead showed relent in the waving of his hand. The man looked out of the coloured glass panes of the French doors and continued. I did not leave because in that very moment equilibrium reigned, and all seemed correct. I felt no real danger from this house because it was my home. My family home, anyway, and that is, after all, our truest home. I had lived in it for many years before, and there were no signs of malevolence prior to the events I have thus far mentioned. The souls that reside here are those of my family, who I have never wronged and love so dearly. There was something else, too, that swayed me, an almost surreal swelling of euphoria and nostalgia that told me, perhaps against my better judgment, to remain. Looking back on it now, I wonder if this sudden feeling of contentment were not the chair itself, claiming my being and doing so by making me resigned to or even joyous about my fate. Regardless of this sudden, unexplained bliss, I took precautions and made a thorough survey of the house, as well as checking every point of access. I can assure you I found the place quite empty and completely undisturbed. Only then did I return to bed. Despite the events, I even managed a few more hours of restful sleep, and awoke the next day, sprightly and refreshed. The sleep had served to place a barrier between the events of the night before, and their reality started to become questionable. More than that, it was like they hadn't even happened, as though something at the time began to block out my memory of it. But he turned back to face Arthur at this point, and there was a burning vehemence about the man. It was a visage and fervour that struck Arthur, due to its sudden intensity. "I wish to God that I had left that night." Though not believing, Arthur felt a small pinprick of fear creep across his being. It made him feel a mixture of disgust and anger that he should let himself be affected in such a manner by nothing more than ramblings. The day passed in a haze, and so fast that I barely completed any more than had been achieved the previous day. I retired to bed early again, suffering from a lethargy that seemed to be brought on by the approaching evening. I could not tell you the time that the first scream rang out, but the events that followed mirrored those from the night before exactly. This time, however, my body gave way against the trembling of the door, and I was unable to stop it from flying open. "I've had enough of this!" Arthur stood. He had lost some colour and was gritting his teeth tightly. He was becoming more affected by the story than he cared to. "Keep your stories and keep your accursed damn stool!" £3,000. The man, now oddly calm, stated almost matter-of-factly. Arthur met the man's firm gaze and held it, looking for a sign of fallacy in its stare that may have suggested an untruth, hence permitting him an opportunity to leave. He could see only belief and conviction, and was wordless as he returned to his seated position on the boxes. There was nothing of mass out in the dark, foreboding hallway, the man continued, but there was a sense of something otherworldly and angry that wanted its presence to be known. Then, with the door wide, the tumultuous scream bounded in, but I had been wrong. Now I could hear it clearly. I could tell that it was not a scream at all, but howling, strained laughter. It was hypnotic, mesmerizing, and it seized my body, grasping me with invisible hands, pulling at my limbs, drawing me forward. I fought with all my will, and though every thought was still my own, my body would not yield to my direction. The thrall of that terrible laugh pulled me down the stairs, each cackle lifting my legs before forcing them back down and leading towards the room in which we now stand. Then I saw the chair. At this, the man who had been so strong until this point broke. Tears cascaded down his cheeks, and his clenched hands visibly shook. There was a gathering of darkness sat upon it. It took the form of my aunt. But I would swear before God, before Lucifer, before any man, demon or angel,
that it was not her. It was something mimicking her lines, but composed of pure hatred. It oozed from the presence in waves that physically struck out. The room was bathed in a dark purple hue, and the eyes of the thing, oh holy Lord, the eyes! They were pulsing red balls of flames that wanted more than anything else to burn the flesh from my bones and feast with a tearing ferocity on my soul. It did not speak, but I knew exactly what it said. Join me. It was there in those demonic, hateful eyes. Join me. The laughter rose once more, and with it swelled a dizziness that disorientated, and a thick haze that began to hide the extreme horrors of that scene. It went dark after that, and there was nothing for a little while, until I came to on the floor. But I hadn't awoken from a nightmare. I wasn't greeted by morning and the prior haunting euphoria. I was still in this horror, and could only feel fear. True, real, desperately painful fear. I tilted my vision so that I could take in the beast stretching itself from the chair, and my stomach dropped as I realized it was almost upon me. I leaped up, barreled through the front door, and exited with haste into the night. Every time I checked behind, I imagined seeing those eyes. Those terrible eyes. I see them still, every night. Every time I lay down to rest, and I awaken to the sound of that sickening laughter. It will not cease. And no matter the distance I place between myself and that God-forsaken chair, I hear it still. Because, you see, as I have said, it belongs to me, and I belong to it. The man was quite drained from his tale, and almost sat directly on the chair. At realizing what he was about to do, a flicker of horror came into his features, and he shifted his weight, which made him fall face first into the wall. Arthur remained silent, ignoring this, and considered matters for some time. Finally he stood. "I will take your chair. I do not believe a word you have said, but it seems that the transaction is beneficial to both of us. I will gain £4,000, adjusted for having to endure the idiocy of your story, and you will gain peace of mind, though I do suggest you see a doctor and take plenty of air." The man walked over to Arthur and took his hand as if to shake, but instead he grasped it and pulled Arthur towards him so that his mouth met Arthur's ear. "There is only one of us that will benefit from this transaction. You can believe me on that." And as he moved away, he gave Arthur a deep, solemn look. There was a thud. A door closed downstairs. It called Arthur from his memories of acquiring the chair, and back into the present, back into the attic. He had lived alone for most of his life, and liked the solitude. He held no affection for his fellow man, and was some miles away from any neighbour. Therefore, the thud could only be one of two things. Some item, any heavy item within his house, that had somehow and quite mysteriously fallen. Or someone had forced entry. At the thought of the latter, which was confirmed quickly via sounds of movement and a complete lack of subtlety, his spirit became alight with a raw fury. He heard the rattling of pots and pans and placed the intruder in the kitchen. The nearest police station was perhaps 30 miles away, and calling for help would be redundant. This was a time for action, he reasoned. This was his house, and he felt no trace of concern for his safety. He only wanted whoever it was out. In fact, that was his only thought, to drive them out, to get them away, to make sure they didn't stay here, couldn't stay here. The thought overtook him, flashed over and over in his mind, and he wasn't quite sure why. Forcefully, he marched down the attic staircase and strode powerfully into his bedroom. He noted that same lack of care and attention to cleaning that he had seen in the attic, and decided right in that moment that the maid was to be fired. Pulling out a small drawer of his bedside table, he reached in behind and withdrew a hidden kitchen knife. He also took a heavy clock from his dresser. Without hesitation, he flew down the staircase and threw open the kitchen door. What he saw inside took his mind back to the man with the chair. They were not human. Instead, he saw formless black masses, gatherings of darkness that froze upon his entering. Shadow creatures. That's how the aunt had described them, and that's what he now saw. Shadow creatures invading his kitchen. "An affront to nature! An affront to my eyes!" he called as he launched the heavy, ornate clock at one of the forms. But as he did, something troubled him. The forms did not seem ready to fight, or to scare, or to drag Arthur into some ghastly netherworld. They did, in fact, give the impression of alarm at his presence, and by him entering the kitchen. They appeared afraid. They gathered in one corner, making imperceivable sounds, but certainly ones that indicated a severe fright. He couldn't understand why they were the ones who feared him, but he was still overwhelmed by the feeling that he had to send them away. He had to drive them out. He had to... What? He thought. To protect them? No, to protect me, of course. He summoned an almost demonic voice and called out to the beings, "Out! Out of my sight! Out of my house! And out of my mind! Forever!" Following his command, the kitchen door flew open, and the shapes hastily retreated, disappearing into the thickening night. He charged towards the open door and slammed it shut, locking the deadbolt as he did. Then, looking around the kitchen, he was suddenly stricken by a dim, seizing anxiety in the guise of nausea. He recognized the room well, but the curtains, the equipment, the flooring, none of it was his own. Everything that was his had been replaced. It was as though, in the short time he had slept in the attic, someone had completely remodeled his entire kitchen. Then, a rhythm began, so faintly at first that he could scarcely detect it. But its presence was all too real. The irregular rhythm was accompanied by a melody, beautiful but horrifying. Arthur's eyes began to widen and bulge as his body suddenly felt much less his own. He was becoming wooden and rigid until he found himself without the ability to move at all. The melody began to swell and danced with a whistling wind that emanated powerfully from the nothingness outside. As the rhythm increased, and the power of the melody coursed through him, Arthur felt his own body begin to move through no volition of his own. He left the kitchen, climbed the first flight of stairs, and stood before the entranceway to the attic. His mind began to scream, trapped behind his prison of immobility, and every part of him that was still his scrambled and prayed and begged to refrain from mounting that final stairway. He had forgotten something. He knew that now, and the thought made the nausea worsen. It was important. Something had happened. He needed more time to figure it out, but more than anything else,
he needed to be away from that attic. It was useless, though. The melody was in full swing, and the invisible force which had him petrified carried on marching to the haunting beat. His legs moved his body up the staircase. He remembered the fear in the man's voice, the mysterious fear in the owner of the chair, and he wanted to scream out that he was sorry. He was sorry for disbelieving. He was sorry for treating the man with contempt and scorn. He wished to go back and change his decision, to leave the chair, to leave it in the God-forsaken hoarder's house. But it was too late, and it had been from the very moment he had taken it. At the top of the staircase, Arthur's body forced itself towards the attic window, and in a last act of defiance, he managed to pull the lids of his eyes down, sparing himself from the view for just a moment longer. They too eventually relented, and his sight was cast out over a world that he didn't recognize. Throbbing, pendulous multitudes of purple clouds amassed outside the now liquid panes of glass, and in it swirled torn apparitions, crying out for relief from the pain, each one pierced by iron hooks and fused to small circular pieces of wood. Thousands of ripped and bloodied faces of ghouls whipped by in a cyclone of terror as the music grew louder to deafening proportions. He wanted to cry for them, to show he was capable of human emotion, to show he was capable of pity, of redemption. Then he saw his own reflection in the rippling glass, and he understood. The missing piece of memory forced its way back to him. Deliberately, his vision was guided back around the room, and there was a beckoning, a low hum, a laugh. The chair glowed magnificently in its purple sheens and called out to Arthur's being. The metal spikes, shaped like fangs, were waiting, hungry, wanting to pierce him and to hook him and to fuse him to the seat forever. "Join me," it spoke, wordless. "Join all of us." Arthur felt the tingling, numb sensation returning to his hands as his body contorted and bent. Dust filled his eyes and his veins ran dry. Still, his mind screamed, "Not there! Anywhere but there! Lord, have mercy on this soul! Please, do not sit me in that accursed chair!" The continuing melody blended with the irregular rhythm and the laughter. The purple clouds melted and became lyrics as the screaming, swirling cyclone choir melded, combining into a singular agony. And somewhere, deep within it all, Arthur's mind remained intact, understanding and knowing for eternity. The pain never-ending, the images forever revolving, and the deep hues of purple always pulsing, never quietening. The chair belonged to Arthur, and Arthur, for very many years now, belonged to the chair. Thank you very much for joining me here at the Horror Story Corner, and thank you so much again to everybody who's commented, liked, tickled that little bell icon, subscribed, and done anything to support this channel. I really, really do thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed this original tale. If you did, be sure to check out my other original story, At Night It Screams. And until next time, pleasant dreams.